Welcome, Street Gamers. Valorant $1,000 free entry tournament. We're dealing with the semifinals and grand finals. Everything up until this point has been a best of one, but that hasn't, at least for now, given us any less to talk about, because looking at this first semifinal, we're dealing with Team Genesis going up against Kudos. And, well, on my whole shift with me is Avril. And there's a lot really to kind of talk about between both of these squads. We have a little bit more familiarity casting over teams like Genesis coming into the mix here for this semifinal specifically, Avril. But for Kudos on the other side coming into this matchup, they've taken down Mamba Mode Gaming, and before that, also the Andbox squad, who all had very good runs when it came down to the monthly tournament that we saw just about a week ago.
Speaking of the monthly tournament, by the way, this is what we're playing for, right? The top two teams get to qualify straight into the October monthly, the big 10K tournament. We just exited the September one with China Win taking away the victory, I guess, twice in a row now. They're our defending champions, so we're looking to see who the next team joining them, or potentially joining them up there, will be for the October monthly. So yeah, qualify number one here, semi-final coming through as well, Genesis versus Kudos. Like you mentioned, Kudos already taking down some pretty big teams in terms of teams that have established a bit of a name in the scene for this kind of tier 2 here for the up-and-coming teams. And now, you know, we are seeing a little bit of, you know, games being exchanged where, yes, we've gone through some best of ones here. We've gone through some matches where potentially you could call these upsets. Potentially you could just say these are more different kind of teams that we haven't really been exposed to very often, that we now get a very good chance to see how they get to do as well. It's a sort of situation where you look at these tier 2 teams, and really a lot of different teams have the opportunity to come through, and we already know how good Genesis are. We know that Mamba Mode are good. We see Pretty Boys down there and the other side as well for the other semi-final. Elysium are a team that we're familiar with, and they've been knocked out by Unknown. So teams like Unknown, teams like Kudos, I'm really looking forward to see how well they can actually do.
Going to be excited stuff. Again, 700 for first, 300 for second. All of that brought to you by Mike and Ike's. And if you're anything like me, you like to kind of sit back, watch some esports, you can take your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike, either original fruits or the Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you to keep playing at your best. Power up with Mike and Ike. Taking a look at the bracket, though, just as far as how everything has gone so far. Of course, we framed up what some of those matchups looked like going into the quarterfinals. Again, for Team Genesis, very top side of the bracket. They beat Frag Ya Bag, they beat the Hollywood Hooligans, and then they were right here, again, playing up against Kudos. But I would say the more impressive run is from their opponents on the opposite side, like we mentioned, beating Andbox and then taking down Mamba Mode in consecutive best of ones. Big things to look at there. Like you had mentioned, though, this Unknown team kind of living up to their name in some instances. I'm sure this will be a first look for a lot of people that are coming forward, but taking down squads like Elysium very recently is definitely nothing to shy away from. This Elysium team has been doing very well in the last couple of weeks in other online tournaments across the Valorant scene.
I know, and that's the thing, right? Because, you know, I think the real test is coming up soon. Unknown will be tested versus Pretty Boys on this bracket. Brando's Money Squad, I think, is their name. But it's the Pretty Boys roster. It's all 5 members. It's the exact same team that we're pretty used to looking at the Pretty Boys team, and we know they're very good. Pretty Boys are a team as well that if you look at their results, they typically have done fairly well in the past. However, I think they've kind of barely missed out on achieving the very high ranking finishes that teams like China Win, for example, have achieved. So they're another team that you look at this roster, you look at this bracket here as well. In a way, Pretty Boys should be very much set up to go into the finals and potentially win this one. But we've already seen Unknown upset Elysium here. We've already seen teams like Kudos come through as well, take down bigger names. So these are the teams I think you have to be really concerned about if you are both Genesis and Pretty Boys, where you're a bit more known and you're coming up against teams that don't quite have the same info on it.
And kind of keeping in mind, again, what we're playing for on the day. Here is that breakdown, like I had mentioned from before. First place, $700. Second place, $300. But, of course, the big storyline, I think, for a lot of these squads is that you are actually going to establish yourself as the first 2 teams to qualify for the $10,000 tournament that happens at the end of the month on the 24th and 25th. That is one that you're not going to want to miss because, like you mentioned, for China Win, they won the last 2 monthlies back-to-back. They're looking like the absolute kings of fall so far when it comes to taking August and September and hoping to put themselves in a position to also take October. But of course, this is a best of 3, like we mentioned, so we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about what the map set looks like here, Avril. Starting things off, we are going to get Genesis versus Kudos on Ascent to kick things for map number 1. That will be Genesis starting off defensively with Kudos getting their chance to go on the attack early.
We'll be following that up with Bind and Haven as well if we need to go to all three here. So we're out of the best of ones now. This is another bit of a test for teams like, for example, Kudos and Unknown, where are they just the kind of teams that can take down, the quote-unquote better teams in the best of ones? Now that we're in best of threes, you need a little bit more consistency. You need to be able to come out with all guns firing and to be able to, be able to win 2 out of 3 here. And I think best of threes are a much different beast to best of ones. That doesn't need a lot of explaining to do, but basically, I think teams can get a little bit unlucky in the best of ones. Perhaps that happened to Elysium. Perhaps that happened to the Mamba Mode Gamings and the Andboxes as well. I think Genesis will be looking over towards those previous games thinking that won't be us. We're going to be able to take this one safely. And I think, based on their history, you'd say they're probably favored, but then you look at the history of Kudos as well. They've already taken down some decent teams, and I think Kudos are going to be dangerous. They should be. They have to be.
Yeah, and I think just to kind of reiterate just one other thing, we look at Genesis, a little bit more familiar with that squad, but they didn't get out of their groups when it came down to the monthly that happened just last week. They lost to the Pretty Boys and Complexity in the group stage. They weren't actually able to get to that playoff bracket, so they've got some work that still needs to be done. So not to sit there and say that they are 100% a favorite going into this one. They have been vulnerable as of lately, but again, you look at that core roster that includes players like Profi, Chemicals, and Carbon and Nosy, like you mentioned. Those guys have been together playing as a core four for quite some time now and are looking like a team that is primed to start making some big headways towards maybe being one of those top 10 teams maybe in North American Valorant, but it has to start here. You feel like get yourself qualified, get yourself in a prime position to hopefully tackle October, considering that you were let down a little bit by the month of September just last week.
When I think about the fact that Andbox did make it through, Mamba Mode did make it through to the actual monthly tournament. So these are the kind of teams that, Genesis wish they were as well. So Genesis, another team that, moving through this bracket, have a real good opportunity to lock themselves in top 2, qualify through the October 10K. We're here now, round number 1, Pistol starting through on Ascent. Alan, let's kick it off.
Looking at our rosters, there will be a Killjoy in the mix for Kudos. A very aggressive start, as we kind of traditionally see over towards A long. Not going to really result into too much, though, as everyone will just kind of throw out their utility, take a couple of pot shots, and then back away. And as soon as that happens, Zebra will come back through, and he will gain this ultimate orb that really is what he wanted from the get-go.
Carbon. Nice pickup early on, still over than 21 HP as well, so a little bit of early A pressure now dealt with, but pretty deep movements here. As you can see, Hero's already checking over towards Wine. Koala Noob's the only one here. I think that's also a new member for Team Genesis. Typically, Caden will be on this team. Carbon, I believe, is doing a bit of a roll swap here as well, so let's see if this new look Genesis do a bit more. It's early Pistol.
Well, Zebra's done well. He comes right back through, finds himself to Koala Noob, the newer player, like you mentioned, up top. He's going to be fault line, has to back away. There is dark cover to hopefully keep him safe. It is a 3v4 situation. All 3 defensive members stacked up to heaven. They do have the recon bolt to play with to try to re-enter. Fletcher right underneath. You also are still seeing the breach hold on to some utility. Profi for 1. Jonah finds the immediate trade. Now around the corner, Zebro finds himself the 3rd kill. Now seeing the information on the last 2 players. No problem for Jonah and Zebra to keep that one together as Team Kudos get the plant and take the successful first pistol.
All right, well, that's already a really good start for Team Kudos here. And like we said, this is a team that you have to really expect to be able to pull through something big. They've taken down some decent teams already into now the anti-eco here. And here's a really interesting thing for you, Alan, but now that we're into patch 1.09, if you're on the losing team here, you can no longer safely save up for a round 3 operator, especially if you're Koala Noob here on the Jet. Really, you have to be winning rounds. You have to be getting those consistent 3K bonuses, winning those rounds to be able to save up for an operator properly. That's going to hurt Team Genesis a little bit more on that defense.
We'll see how they try to adapt. Again, you kind of look at this Killjoy on the offensive side to see how exactly is Teddy going to try to utilize this agent. Try to work their way forward over towards A again. A very strong default setup defensively, as there'll be a double peek of the Omen and the Breach trying to clear things out. And they are going to gain a lot of space, but there's nobody in the middle of the map, and Zebro just scouted all of that out from the offensive side with his Al drone. So will he try to adapt and change? You're going to get Nosy, who's pushing through. The sentry turret that's up top has been apparently nullified by a blind spot. He's right underneath it, and as we get our attack over towards the B execute, we go 2 for 1 as Jonah finds the double.
Nosy's really, really unfortunate right now. He'll go into a 1v1 as well, dies, but all the actions happening more so towards the B side. So Carbon now by himself. No weapon in hand, I don't believe. Just the pistol there. Probably goes down here. I do expect Kudos to remain with 4 members up. All the anti-eco successful. Holding on to most of those guns as well. Pretty clean overall.
Yeah. Liking what I'm seeing so far out of Team Kudos. They have not been baited into that aggressive defensive setup over towards A long, at least not as of yet, including that first pistol round. So now that we go into the gun round coming through, a slight advantage when it comes to overall weaponry, obviously, for Team Genesis, but you see a number of players are going to be essentially zeroed out in their economy. So it's one of those things that you need to start getting some kills online. Even if you don't necessarily win this next round, start to get the hands hot, because right now Jonah is having his way. He's 5-0.
Not a bad game. Again, Carbon, by the way, on the new Omen. He used to be the jet player of this team for Genesis. Koala Noob as the new player online. I'm expecting some things out of him, specifically gun round for Team Genesis. Really big opportunity here for them to be able to get one back on board. Nice opening pick as well onto Teddy. Get things started nicely for Genesis now.
Flashpoint comes through, Tailwind in, Paranoia's also there, and Hero, who just goes to the ghost, is able to take down Carbon, so that's an entry into A. 4v4 we go. Knows he's nearby over towards the tree door, but is getting tagged up heavily and eventually does get spammed down. Koala Noob, like you mentioned, the jet player up top will be flashed backwards, not able to really hold over towards heaven, and with that, the spike will be planted. Keep your eye, though, for Profi coming over towards the tree, trying to pinch for a retake.
Look at this, the ultimate's available for Jonah though. This is a really huge timing. Round 3, absolutely massive, really critical now. Rolling Thunder can be used and should be used if Genesis attempt this one. They need to be able to win. Hero down, that's another one as well. 2 alive now, where's his ultimate?
Here it comes, Rolling Thunder gonna come through, Profi's gonna be set midair, but there's a cloud burst in the way. Is it gonna be enough? Jonah's able to find one, trying to spam as the spike was being held for a moment, but they got off for the defuse. Now toggling it again. This time it will be a hold. Chemicals goes 1 for 1. It's a one-on-one situation. The newcomer of Koala Noob going up against Shake Up, and well, the track won't be there. Is there enough time for the defuse? No, there is not. Koala Noob gets the kill, but will still fall and perish, and Team Kudos will walk away up 3-0.
And Koala Noob had only one shot there. You have to be able to stick it through. Maybe it's possible. It's not quite planted properly for Jonah 6 either. So perhaps he would have been a little bit late. He would have been baited a little bit further in. You would have confirmed that both of you had died. Everyone dies anyway. All 10 players down there. That definitely hurts Genesis a little bit more. They would have liked to have saved a rifle if possible. And for Team Kudos, I mean, that was their bonus anyway. They get to walk to the next one with another round, win plenty of money in the bank now. 5 rifles up, and Genesis forced to eco again. It's a really rough start so far for Genesis early on their first map.
Yeah, you really feel like you need to get a couple of ultimates online going into the next gun round, just so that way you can maybe cut into this economy a little bit more safely. Nanostorm placed. Very aggressive spot just outside the tree entry. And how about this? Carbon is actually going to use his own dark cover to push forward. He's being spammed, and oh, that's just so unfortunate. Everyone holding down triggers from multiple angles mid-map, and that'll be good enough for first blood in favor of Team Kudos.
Kudos as well, playing very patiently, receiving the pressure coming through from Genesis now, who they expect are possibly pushing. I mean, you killed Carbon through the smoke already. Possibly there'll be more people there. Team Genesis just falling like flies now. Koala Noob will attempt to make something happen, but spotted. Don't believe should be able to get too much more here. Can't connect a headshot at all. Spotted out by the Owl Drone. And now Genesis going to be staring down a potential just a 1 kill onto Jonah 6, and that's it.
I'm just at the point where if you're Koala Noob, I think you have to commit to that gunfight, because now you've given up the spike plant. And it just comes down to what's the decision. I mean, you're in a 1v4 situation. Pretty impossible. I mean, do you, as I was going to say, do you really save the sheriff? And I don't know. I just think you have to commit to the gunfight, hopefully find a pick, and then hopefully beyond that, make sure that Team Kudos cannot actually get the spike down, because that's a lot of extra cash in their pockets.
Well, I think Genesis can realistically look at a situation where Koala Noob makes a flank play, goes unknown again, tries to make a timing on a player. If you go for the gunfight over towards mid, you're spotted by, what, 2 to 3 people from multiple angles. Sheriff versus rifles at that range. You're not even guaranteed to get a 1 headshot kill. It's really difficult for Koala Noob. So I think the play here is to look for exits. It's kind of what he's doing, but nobody's walking towards him. So Kudos have played this one really safely. Saved 4 rifles over towards the next round. Still plenty of money to work with. Obviously, only have to repurchase the 1 rifle for Jonah 6, 2 ultimates up for their team, and potentially looking at 5 rounds now if Team Genesis do not pick up 1 more, as Koala Noob does pick up the operator now.
Yeah, this is the big kind of boomstick that we're looking to see if Koala Noob can handle it for his team. I mean, you're in a position right now where you need to get around on board. You lose this one, and your economy once again will likely force you into a save, or at least a light buy at the best case scenario. On the opposite side, if Team Kudos can find a way to again cleanly take the round, they're going to be sitting very pretty, nearly maxing out their eco. So we'll see how things unfold. Teddy's setting things up over towards B to make sure no push-throughs come out, and with that, it looks like it will be a pretty heavy stack up the middle of the map, and maybe even a flex over through the tree room to eventually hit this A site.
Look at this though, Genesis are not confident about their position on towards A. They're falling off very quickly now. Their operator players over towards mid was smoked out, might have an angle. There's a Hunter's Fury. Looks to open things up for Genesis, and certainly does, frothing into Zebro.
That was a long range down Main Street too, right up the middle of the map. He's still trying to push on forward. Nosy playing and trading flashes back and forth. This flash comes through, but he gets flashed as well, and Hira recovers just a touch faster, able to lock down the kill. So 4v4 we go. A couple members very tagged up, though, for Team Kudos as they still try to hit this A site, and you're looking at the moment at Teddy, the Killjoy all the way through the defensive spawn. He's got to open up with at least one kill to free up the space to make this execute happen. Good trigger discipline, able to find the kill, but it comes to the backhand of Profi, at least able to trade the numbers. Even 3v3, operator shot will miss, and it looks like for now it's going to be down to just try to brute force this one in, and as the trades eventually favor that of Team Kudos, it will be maybe an opportunity for the spike to go down, but Koala shuts down the numbers as he gets a nice little snapshot with the operator.
This is a really interesting play. There's about 17 seconds left, so Jonah needed to plant. He'll have to look for 2 kills now, 1 more remaining, and there is a way still for Koala to maybe win this one, find an angle, picks up a kill. Now even gets the operator back in hand as well. Beautiful round coming through. It was really difficult for Genesis to be able to win towards the end there, but they managed to make a bit more of a comeback happen here. Nosy still on 0 kills, unfortunately, and they even bait out the extra ultimate coming through from Jonah 6, so that's going to be the Rolling Thunder. The second one gone, the second one in 5 rounds, I got to say, is
insane.
Really well done for Jonah in terms of how does he manage to get both of those ultimates so quickly.
Yeah, I actually like the call from Joda just to try to go for that clutch up. It's going to be an operator that would have changed hands if he was to find the kill, but unfortunately doesn't expect that. Koala was sitting as close as he was towards that glass area. So now we go into round number 6. Still enough weapons to play with for Team Kudos, but you have to consider the threat of Koala Noob and this operator definitely making his presence felt early. Aldrin over the middle, trying to do something, and we'll find a tag. Hunter's Fury coming on the back side of this. That's from Zebro. But looks like he's going to come up mostly empty. I believe he did tag up his counterpart Sova in the back of middle, but that's really about it.
You saw they can now a really deep smoke happen over towards mid. That will allow them a little bit more control now. And this is where Genesis are getting a little bit frisky. They don't know what's happening. They don't have any information. Carbon is tucked in over towards Y. Knows that at least nothing is over towards main right now. Hearing a lot of action on towards B. Chemicals will have to hold on.
You're going to get the lockdown coming through. Koala finds one. Chemical staying alive is being spammed at. Fletcher able to find the immediate trade, and Jonah with another. Now numbers advantage. Defense has to back up. Keep an eye very quickly on what Jonah might be able to do mid-map. He's going to have the next point of contact. He's got 2 players around. Flashpoint comes out, isn't able to correct his aim enough, and Nosy will get on the board and keep the numbers even 3-3 as the spike gets planted.
And Rolling Thunder available finally for Nosy here as well. I do believe they will look to commit this one onto the 3v3. No real reason to hold on to it. All of the members of this Team Kudos squad on that spike site. Might be a potential for Teddy to hit one, but he goes down quickly as well.
Gonna be able to find out one, but the paranoia in response is a brilliant counter. Fault line now going to be utilized. That'll be good enough to find Zebra, but it's Fletcher in the back. He's found himself 2. 3 in the round, looking for the last one. Has an idea that Koala was over towards the right. Able to find the angle. The spam shot. What prediction timing is that from Fletcher? He'll walk away with 4. Team Kudos also very happy to have that counter paranoia as they hold on against the Rolling Thunder and find themselves up 5-1.
The back-to-back 1v1s here as well. Genesis did win one of those earlier on due to the back of Koala Noob hitting some really nice shots in a 2v1 situation. But Kudos this time, it's Fletcher holding on for dear life. 4 kills coming on through, surviving the Rolling Thunder, surviving Genesis coming in what looked like a very strong retake. I mean, they had a 3v2 situation. Teddy goes down as well. Tried to make a gamble through the smoke coming in on stairs. Genesis now will be mostly forcing through that. I believe there is one player saving, and that is going to be Carbon coming through the shorty, but the rest of them buying down fairly low.
Need to find something to go your way here if you're Genesis. Things are starting to get a little bit out of hand. You see 2 players aggressively over through the tree, one of which is going to be Koala Noob with his Bladestorm, as you see from Nosy's POV. So it's essentially play with a partner is what essentially the defensive strategy is. Team Kudos was considering to go over towards Gelato by A, but they will back up and start to make the rotation over for a B execute, and they've done well to keep the defenders planted at the A site for now. Dark cover going to go over towards the middle, and the execute looks like it's pretty much going to happen here in the next 10 seconds.
The really interesting thing is both the guns on B for Team Genesis. The 3 players, like say 3, has now. Qualifier is moving over. Bladestorm still at the ready. Hero dashes in and no response just yet. There is potential. A little flank to come on through. Profi for one, but Qualifier down.
Profi doing well to hold on to the side. Profi finds a third and a fourth. All of it down the long hallway. Here it does get through to find the eventual trade. It's a 1v2 for them. And this is an easy kill. Thank you very much. Last one left alive is going to have a ghost, and it's very beautifully read by Hira. Goodness, Profi, you thought he maybe just did enough, but Hira does them, I won't say one better, but does enough to secure the round still.
That was a really awkward finish there as well. Carbon TP's through, instantly dies, and knows he's like, what do I do now? At that sort of situation, I guess they just had no idea where Hero was, but at the same time, if Carbon's just going to blind TP onto the boat area itself, or onto, like, not quite the site, but, you know, open on towards B, I think Nosy should probably swing. I mean, what do you got to lose? Carbon's already going pretty deep. So at that point, just going together, maybe Nosy could trade Carbon, but yeah, again, I just don't think they realized exactly where Hero was. What a really strange way to lose that round. But kudos now, up 6-1 Genesis. They already did their force. They're now into full eco, and things do not look easier.
Out of charges.
Oh boy. Tough teams coming through here. Nice share of shots, a lot of connections, but none that were headshots, so everyone will survive. I believe actually tagged up twice was the Killjoy, so they should just be 1 HP. We'll see how Teddy decides to play. You see them backing away just behind where the bomb's being carried, and it looks like this will be a pretty heady hit over the middle of the map. He's going to see the shoulder. Frenzy online. Cloudburst comes through, and Hira's done a lot of damage, but they're not going to be able to secure the kill. He's not fully. Nosy on the flank will do well to take down one more, but you just don't feel like it's going to be enough here as Koala and Carbon are wondering how they navigate this 2v4.
Kudos just got to move to B now. They have given up full control over mid. Genesis will claim that. They might be able to pick up the one weapon. In fact, I do believe they have. So the potential to do something with one, but realistically, whoever does have that one gun drop to the floor should probably maybe even think about saving here. Again, Koala, Noob, and Team Genesis do not have money. Carbon probably goes for this one. But a 2v4 realistically is not winnable, even though that Teddy is on minimal HP, and now you see it. Koala will back off, and Carbon will try something.
Yeah, it's just playing for exits, you feel like, from Carbon's POV. Not going to fully give this a go. But if you could take one or two more with him, that would be great. Able to sidestep away from the recon bolt 3 separate times. And maybe an opportunity at range. Nope, it's Zebro who's able to lock down a nice headshot at that range. Looks like he bursted that one with the ADS. And this will, of course, be the 7th round here for Team Kudos, who, let's be candid here, Avril, they have looked really clean as far as their offensive takes go. Their executes have been with minimal losses, if any whatsoever, even in full gun rounds. And beyond that, their post-plan setups have looked pretty clean.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the deaths here. Within 8 rounds so far, they've had, 5 deaths, 4 deaths. So they've had rounds where players just survive here. You know, there's not a lot of deaths for how many rounds have been played. You look over towards the Kudos side of things. Only Koala Noob has realistically been staying alive, and that's due to the fact that Koala Noob did clutch up that one round. Koala Noob is also saving from that previous round again. So we did see that one rifle drop coming on over. Important because he wants to pick up that operator once more. So for Genesis, certainly running out of space now. Kudos have confirmed this half 7 means that they win this particular half. Genesis can only get 5 now, and I don't even know Genesis can really get that 5 anymore because based on momentum, Kudos are running pretty hot.
Yeah. You have an aggressive operator play coming out of Koala just over towards A long, has Nosy with him. Profi's going to check to see there are 2 members that are stacked outside of B. So blind intel over towards A. Hunter's Fury going to come out. That's defensive one from Team Genesis. Profi hoping to find a kill. He's able to take down his counterpart in Zebro. I don't believe he tagged up anybody else, but the first kill is absolutely well appreciated. Hira, he's going to wide peek and run right into the unexpected operator of Koala Noob. So now all of a sudden, Team Genesis looking great. It's going to be a 3v5 with less than 60 to play for Team Kudos to make a move.
And Koala's in a really interesting off angle as well. It's not normally where you expect the Jet operator to be hanging out. Normally they'd be within the choke in that sort of archway section. 3 members left now, still 1 ultimate available, and Kudos, they're running out of real space to work with. They do get 1 counter trade, but they're still stuck in B main.
Yeah, Profi knows exactly where the breach is. Wide peek coming through, able to lock down the headshot. Knows that there should be at least 1 more to the right, but it's Carbon who doubles up on the top side of the mid-market platform. Big, only 1 player dropping, and Chemicals was down to 3 HP pretty early on just by spam shots that happened over towards that B entrance. So not the worst loss in the world, and he still has the neural depth to play with and plenty of money to full purchase again.
And that was a really unfortunate round as well. Team Kudos, they lost a lot of players over towards, well, they did lose a lot of pressure over towards A. Their 3 members stuck towards B. Possibly they had the time to reset back into mid, but they have no mid control. At that point in time, they're stacking 3 in B main. No idea what's happening in mid. If they decide to walk in mid, somebody could be watching from short as well. Someone could be flanking them through from mid archway. So really difficult situation for Kudos to play through. Big ultimate online, the Rolling Thunder, 3rd one of the half. So, yeah, Jonah6 is certainly playing out of his mind to collect 3 ults.
Look at this aggressive play. Carbon finds one. Profi another. B completely made safe as Team Genesis starting to find a little bit more success playing aggressively through the B site. Chemicals has rotated over to A this time to play defensively. He's going to find himself one. Knows that there's a second one playing inside of his cages. He's going to go for the spam. Chemicals for all 3 inside of A. Beautiful work done for Genesis and the smart rotation to change out Chemicals from B to A to help him lock down 3.
And now finally Genesis are online, and finally Kudos will be forced to go into an eco. Like I said, Genesis won't likely get the 5, but maybe that is going to be possible now. They definitely get 4 here. That I'm confirming for Genesis. The next one is what will be really important. This is where we expect them to clean up a very comfortable eco round. Kudos might decide to play a little bit where they can change up the tempo. They've been fairly slow in these different rounds so far. Jonah6 has a little bit more money to spare, so we'll force over towards the Phantom. That's going to be a hero rifle. It'd be working through for them. If they get a couple of kills here, I think Kudos might ult, and that might allow them to be able to sneak away and eco win.
Looking at Hero, though, trying to be that instigator. Nosy, that's an easy first blood. Really no chance for a double peek to come through. The shoulder gets thrown, but Nosy will back away, close the door very wisely. Aftershock also being placed. That will actually delete the door completely as Chemicals will get a read. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Aggressive. Here's able to find one elimination already. Chemicals is trying to stay alive on this site. Uses both of the cyber cages to keep him safe while Koala watches over the top of them. That will take down the Blade Storm carrying Hira. And now as the kills start to funnel through, it looks like Team Kudos may have pulled the trigger a bit ambitiously as they're completely stopped from getting into the A site.
And they had no real advantage, so they're kind of just throwing the ultimate on a whim there. They're trying to take down specifically Nosy, who's stuck in a corner. They will get that kill, but they have nowhere to confirm anybody else. Chemicals very smartly puts up double cages. Like you said, doesn't go down. If Chemicals dies there, and perhaps Koala doesn't get that kill as well, that's going to be a free A site, and then Kudos can really start thinking about the other ultimates, collecting some guns. That would be their entry on towards actually winning this round.
left.
But now, it's not really going to be possible anymore. Zebra has to think about saving here. He does have the rifle. It's going to come over towards Teddy, who's on towards the Ghost. Teddy is probably the one that wants to do something. And in the last 20 seconds, the fact that they haven't made any moves... Okay, maybe they both saved him.
Oh, actually, it looks like it's going to be a commitment. Teddy's moving on in. The Spike is going to follow behind this. Chemicals is going to deal with both of them. And I could already feel the question mark circling your head right now here, Avril. I mean, yeah, you're going to be able to full purchase going into this next round, so it's not uncharacteristic to go for a late 2v4 there, but it's just the fact that they had no ground gained whatsoever, right? That's the puzzling thing about, you know, that trying to go for that late take.
I think one player going for it's fine, but if you look at this situation, Jonah, by the way, did kind of force him a little bit harder, so he won't have armor now. Potentially doesn't have full util either. Maybe he does, but he's certainly missing a bit of his kit over here. So, yeah, they will have mostly full kit to work with. I guess they weren't really looking to play Operator either. Hero hasn't picked up an Operator at all in this attacking half, so I can see why they would go for it. But at the same time, they waited a long time. If your plan was to go for that, they waited till, like, what, 16 seconds remaining to just end up losing. So that's unfortunate for them. And Genesis now on par to potentially pick up 5, especially now that Nosy has his Rolling Thunder as well.
Look at this intel read from Team Genesis. 2 players immediately rotating out of B as it's Koala Noob who pushed through B main, sees that nobody's here. So it's going to be a 4-man defensive stack. The lockdown's going to be placed. Rolling Thunder's going to be hit aggressively, though, as trying to push through. This is Nosy, but he falls. Fletcher able to find the kill. The lockdown still available to come on through as Carbon and Chemicals find a couple of kills. They're going to be affected by this as Jonah finds the easy kill that was detained onto Chemicals. And the take for 8, looking solid thus far, 3v2, but Genesis still lurking on the backside of heaven.
Noob has to get so many kills here. Needs to get that player over towards A main. Can't do so. Carbon by himself now. 1 versus 3. There's at least a half HP player on Zebro. But this is going to be so difficult.
Trying to sneak on into the site. Footsteps should have been heard. Still finds the first kill. Very wisely checks over to the left, but maybe second guesses himself a touch. Would have had an opportunity, only needed a single bullet to take down Zebro.
Switching sides.
Maybe there is the opportunity for a chance, but all things considered, I mean, it was what, a 6-1 lead at one point in time for Team Genesis to exit that half, 4-8? That's not terrible. I mean, it's actually 7-1 at one point in time. So the fact that you got 3 out of the last 4 is not terrible, but I don't think you're still happy about that tally at the end of 12.
Especially when you had the real potential to win that last one as well. I think 5-7 was a real consideration there for Genesis. I counted them out a little bit earlier. Now I kind of wish I stuck to that, opinion coming through from me a little bit earlier on. But at the same time, that last round was so winnable. Nosy running through the Rolling Thunder, dying instantly as well. That's really unfortunate. They could have held on to that a little bit longer. I think they got a little bit spooked out by the lockdown coming through from Teddy. And I mean, maybe they just play that one a little bit more defensively. They tried to be a little bit more heads up about it, and it doesn't pay off for them. Coming through now, the next pistol, Genesis have a lot of catch-up work to do. When you're 4-8 like this, the pistol has to be confirmed for sure. An Era opening dink coming in. That's going to really hurt Genesis.
And there's also the sentry turret that's here, and any damage that Hero does will help that sentry turret feel like a 6th man on the field in case this AXQ does start to come out. Still flirting with the idea of it, but you still have Chemicals who's lingering. Fletcher finding a kill. That might stall things out a bit more, even though Koala does find a trade-back pick. The fact of the matter is you just don't have the numbers to fully execute to A. The Aldrin also used defensively, and it looks like after all that early engagement, everyone will back away, and it might just be on the Chemicals to push through mid-map to see if they can open something up. The alarm bot will spot him, like you mentioned.
So this is difficult now. This will at least allow Genesis to maybe relieve a little bit of pressure over towards A. Zebra hiding in smoke. They have no idea that Nosy is still here on 1 HP. And as time starts to tick down, Chemicals needs to do a little bit more to draw attention away from A. It will still be an A hit. Chemicals kind of needs to sell the fake hit.
And you see Koala Noob, they realize that the sentry turret's up in the top right corner, and with not a lot of time to play, this has to be a commitment. They're just gonna wait for Chemicals to get over towards Tree, and then you expect the floodgates to open. Fletcher's been good from this position before. He's gonna be flashed. Paranoia immediately try to counter. Their cover was also down, but the Paranoia has done more work as Fletcher finds one. Oh boy, it's Zebro. Huge rotation coming out as he's gonna be able to get some help from Jonah, and they will clean things up before Genesis could even break through the A archway.
Jonah's playing out of his mind here. I believe that was a 3-man flash over towards the 3 members coming through from Genesis on A main. A little bit surprised Koala Noob just doesn't make a dash play there. I mean, you've got Tailwind Cloudburst. That's usually the typical Jet MO to get onto A site or any site for that matter. You can use that, grab some of the attention from the turret as well, let the rest of your team maybe deal with that. You could even smoke out the turret. I don't know how many smokes specifically Koala Noob had, but if you have 2 smokes, 1 on turret, 1 for you to dash into, that's enough. So, Genesis don't quite get the entry, not enough kills there either. It's a really unfortunate start, and talked about the fact they need to win the pistol. I'm a little bit surprised they're not even forcing in this round, because you're going to give this one away. Kudos will be on 10, and Genesis will be trailing by 6.
Well, they get the information that the Ares is being held by the Sova over towards B, so maybe try to get a bit aggressive through the middle of the map, trying to open up some space for them to maybe maneuver and cut this Team Kudos defense into 2 pieces, but not going to go well as the first kill comes through for Fletcher. Chemicals still flirting with the idea of making its way over to Tree, but now it's Petty making use out of the alarm bot and Nanostorm combination to get on over. Not enough ammunition to go for the 3rd kill, but the double is well appreciated, and as Chemicals eventually falls just down to Nosy, everyone knows where he is, and Team Kudos put themselves up 10-4.
Genesis now are really much banking on this gun round. This is a must-win round. They lose this one, Kudos go to 11. Kudos pick up 3 guns as well. Kudos are on the winning path, and for Genesis, they can't afford to eco again. From here on out, they need multiple round wins in a row to even really stand a chance. They have to make up this gap really, really quickly. And for Koala as well, I don't know if he plans to snipe again on this attacking half. I mean, Hero didn't do it at all. He's playing Jet. I assume that Hero eventually on this defense will go for the op plat, and it's a lot easier to do when you're on the defense and winning. Typically, it will be defensive operators, but again, like I said, you need a couple of wins to get the 6k, 3k bonus per round of winning. That's not happening for Genesis.
Bit aggressive here from Team Kudos, try to make some action happen over towards A long. A lot of utilities still being thrown out, and the Aldrin will try to scout. This is still a commitment from Team Kudos. They want to keep going on forward, and Nosy's caught completely off guard. Teddy finds another elimination on the opposite side towards B, but at least for the moment, Team Genesis have stabilized this aggressive hit from Team Kudos defensively, at least from the A side. You've got 1 player pushed up, that's Koala Noob, but Teddy again fighting more damage mid-map, should at least give information over to his counterpart into Jonah, or his teammate rather into Jonah, that they should be able to come on through and maybe try to wrap behind this hit.
Well, they know it's going to be B for sure now, especially because Teddy has seen that. Profi is in a dangerous position, might be able to get a kill here. Sneakily on Teddy, who doesn't check the corner. Oh, could be up 2. 26 HP is not a lot to work with, though.
He knows that he's going to be spammed at, try to hope for an angle where you can maybe get a lucky headshot. Not going to happen. So 1v3 situation for Joda. Only has the fault line to play with, and it's been rare that he hasn't had a rolling thunder in this situation. He had a really good first half. He was able to earn it pretty quickly. As he tries to bust through the doorways, Carbon will meet him over towards the outside alleyway, and that'll be good for Team Genesis to get on the board on their attacking side.
But only 2 alive, and that's a bit of an issue because money-wise, look at this now. Like, what does Profi do? Does he just buy up a rifle armor? No util here. Knows he doesn't have full armor. Chemicals is even in a worse situation. Just 1900 there. So for Genesis, personally for me, I would have liked to have seen Profi attempt to live it a little bit more. So Profi trying to tuck away in towards Pizza, open a catch a player by. He'll get one, but trading his own life ultimately ends up not being super worth it at that stage in the game. Really good for Jonah to be able to make that attempt happen. If Jonah even gets one more quarter, that's a foul trip for Team Genesis, who again are really desperate for rounds here.
And Zebra actually does find a bit of a damage connection onto Profi with the spam with the Odin. Won't really result in too much, but Profi, who you mentioned already still without the ability to really grab any of his utility coming into this round, will be a little bit short. Hero does catch a shoulder peek coming out of Nosy mid-map, but nothing will come of that, and it looks like Team Genesis are trying to full stack this. Gonna commit the blind ultimate in a moment. Dancing back and forth, though, is going to be the counterpart to Zebro, who stays relatively safe. Gets tagged once, but will back away into the site, use the Aldrin to scout to see if he's being pushed, and he's already getting some help defensively on the rotation.
They're coming a little bit slow here. You've already got Genesis on site, basically. Zebra has to hold on dear life at this point in time. If he's good for one, that'll be excellent. He does get the 1-for-1 trade. And on the other side as well, over towards Alley, it's another 1-for-1. This is not something for Genesis, who only have 3 alive now.
Long flank from Profi only results in 1 kill. You saw an instance, if you're watching the minimap, where it may have resulted into 2, and that could have been the round. But now we've got a 2v2 situation. Big health advantage for Team Genesis on the post plant, but committing together is Team Kudos with a double attempt through the flashpoint over towards the staircase. Easy first for Koala. Knows where the second was. He will find that double up and get 30 kills in the round. That'll earn him the Blade Storm, no problem. But more importantly, Team Genesis still riding some momentum here on their offensive side.
And I'm a little surprised, again, that Kudos doesn't just rotate a little bit quicker there. They saw nothing over towards A, no early util thrown their way. They got double smoked on towards B and a Hunter's Fury. The real surprising thing beyond the fact that Kudos didn't rotate is that Genesis took that round really slowly. They waited for the full Hunter's Furies to come on through. They didn't try and just take the side off that immediately. So they gave a lot of time to Kudos to be able to rotate over. And even then, Kudos really just made their, they just kind of walked over slowly, if anything. So Team Genesis take that advantage. Take the round win as well. Not comfortably, they lost a lot of members once more. So every time that Genesis are kind of ahead, they're kind of winning the round, it is with huge losses.
And that's the big difference maker if you just compare offense versus offense from the first half to the second. Team Kudos were clean on their executes, clean on their post-plant setups. A lot of their offensive rounds resulted in 3, 4, even 5 members surviving throughout the initial hits. That has not really been the case so far for Genesis. Aftershock will push one player aside. Cloudburst comes out, and Hero will just barely stay safe. I say barely, as they're taken down to red HP, just underneath half of that health remaining. But all of this is just distraction for Genesis. The spike is still back near the spawn, so they're trying to do what they can to get Kudos to rotate over to A, and they've successfully pulled 4 players here.
I think Kudos are wanting to stack over towards A anyway. They felt really good about that situation because they're hearing a lot of gunfire from Genesis. And at that point in time, they're thinking, well, this is going to be it. Teddy's even going to pull back here. They're very much convinced it will be over on A, but Genesis have read this one correctly. They'll now move over onto B. Just confirm that no one's home with the L drone, and after that, it's going to be a free spike plant. The unfortunate thing here is that Kudos will now know it's actually going to be on B because of the turret. They have to just try and retake the distance.
Keep an eye on Chemicals mid-map, just outside the market. Is going to make sure he keeps the middle door completely safe. It's going to funnel all 5 members for Team Kudos into the waiting arms of Koala Duke, who's able to take down 1, 2, Nosy the third. Carbon, oh, okay, actually, how about that? A little bit of a lineup. Maybe Collat headshot on a Zebro. You see that in the kill feed. Carbon up top on the platform now has to make sure he stays safe in what is a 3v2 situation. And with that kill onto Jonah, it's just down to Zebro to find some more magic out of the Sheriff. And well, the magic has come to a conclusion as Genesis win 3 in a row, 7-10 up, but as expected against an Eco. And for Zebra to find 2 kills, you sit there and you feel pretty okay about that if you're Kudos.
That's the thing, Kudos are constantly being able to take some tax kills here every single round, even if they lose. They'll take some kills, sometimes it's just 2, other times it's 3 or more. You're forcing Genesis into consistent, uncomfortable situations. Chemicals off to the side there, I think it's a little bit risky now. Versus a gun round, versus a team of Kudos who actually has weapons there, that's a great position for Carbon, or rather for Chemicals to lurk in. But versus Pistols, you can get caught out. That could be an easy kill coming through from Kudos if Chemicals is indeed caught. You'll all be safe. Now this is going to be the big round. Team Kudos has brought up a lot of weapons, including the operator.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Teddy tried to free himself forward over to B main just by getting a nanoswarm down, but the counter flashpoint was better. And it completely had Teddy completely caught off guard. Now the Rolling Thunder queued up, both arms out, but this is not going to be a hit over towards B. And Hira might be able to kind of read this as he sees a player mid-map, rotating over to tree. The other Rolling Thunder is used in counter attack form, but this is again all just a bait over towards A. The shadows comes through, getting forward. Hira dealt with no operator on the table, and now it's just down to Fletcher to try to keep his life only with 2 HP.
And Hira had a really great angle coming through from tree as well, got smoked out. This is Koala's opportunity now on the big flank, over through glass, Fletcher on 2 HP as mentioned. And not an easy situation for Kudos to try and come back, and that's a massive kill onto Jonah as well. If Jonah survives, impossible for Kudos to be able to make at least a flank happen. Squall and Noob walk into the waiting arms, so 2 members hiding out towards spawn.
Well, he reads Zebro in the tight corner on the defensive spawn, but Fletcher is able to punish off a bit of a bait and switch opportunity built in front of him. Keep an eye though, as Profi is going to be cutting from backside of middle. Fletcher is watching this, and he's actually able to find a kill. So again, an expensive offensive round for Team Genesis, who are still trying to commit to eventually deal with Zebro. Fletcher, can he punish another? No, he cannot. Chemicals will double up at the end, but even still, we have not seen a very convincing offensive round when it comes to existing numbers. That was their best opportunity for one Avril, but still, only living with 2 players forces a couple of repurchases again.
I will say this much though, Team Kudos, that was a really important round for them, and they did end up losing that one. So for Genesis, the comeback is certainly real on ascent. 8 to 10, they should be able to get 9 as well. Zebra will try and go on towards the Marshal. The rest of them will probably be upgrading pistols on the Sheriffs here, but in terms of losing the operator, and for what it's worth as well, Qualifier who doesn't pick up the operator despite getting the kill onto Hira. So yeah, the offensive Jets here, not really thinking about playing the ops too much. Possible aggression here, but the recon is going to spot them out.
Well, that's tough. Hira goes for a reload right in the middle of A long. But there at least is a trade from Fletcher. Knows he will make sure he can save the Phantom and toss it immediately right back out. I love the play. Don't see a lot of that on camera. Shout outs to Pythian for being able to pick up that on the observer feed. And on the opposite side, Teddy, once again, maybe looking to get a bit aggressive, has the sentry turret to keep themselves safe, and it's Chemicals who would be there as, once again, the spike will rotate from A to B.
And Genesis have to be careful here. Every single time you're up against an econ, this is something that Kudos did really well on their own offense, but they read what the other team on their eco was potentially going to do, especially on the defense. And for Genesis on their defensive ecos, they got aggressive. For Kudos, they tried a little bit of early aggression, got the 1-for-1. Typically, they have been stacking. Last time, they did a 5-man stack on towards A. This time, they're going to stack more towards B, and this time as well, they have gambled reasonably correct. Alarm bot will confirm that information. Let's see if this trap can be sprung.
Jonah's close by.
30 seconds left.
But once again, it's just a little bit of a bait and switch as Genesis will back away from the middle of the map and head back over to A. And Kudos is actually reading this. A lot of defensive numbers are going to be here pretty quickly. You're going to get the defensive Hunter's Fury out, and maybe an opportunity is Fletcher. He actually connects onto one of the Sheriff shots. Zebro hit him twice, though, to confirm the kill. Spike does come through. You're going to get the lockdown out. Profi hoping for some Hunter's Fury on top, but he's missed completely everything, but he does get the lockdown at least. So at least that threat will be dealt with in this 3v4 retake for the numbers of Kudos as they try to come in from heaven. But again, with only pistols, what can you do? Zebro somehow able to find himself a shock dart. That's actually going to assist in a major way. Now the numbers can actually start making their way over towards the site itself. Nosy working with both sides. Fletcher for 1. It's just down to Profi. He's got himself 2, but does not expect to stack up. Jonah clutches up, and the numbers from Kudos do prevail as they get 11 to 8.
And it's a pistol retake as well with the Marshal. That was really difficult for Kudos to manage to come on through big time. Lockdown's coming into effect. Hunter's Fury to be able to counter that one out. Doesn't confirm any other damage, but I think the lockdown ends up being really important because you can't then use the Hunter's Fury to try and stop the defuse. And for Kudos as well, picking up massive kills on the Sheriffs. We got a little bit of a hint to that. We got a little bit of early action of the Sheriffs, I believe, coming through from Zebra on an earlier round. He was over on the defensive side, alley, coming back on towards B, and possibly it was a Sheriff collat, but 2 headshots. And we kind of thought, okay, they can do something with the pistols here, and now we can see what they can really do. Massive win for them. Genesis should have got 9, and they're going to be hurting because of it.
Oh boy. Couple ultimates that are available for both sides. Blade Storms for both Jets. Qualifier back over to the operator offensively this time, trying to watch over towards the tree, but no one's going to peek this time around as Kudos is feeling more than safe with their weapons. No need to get too frisky here.
Let's see if Hero pushes up with this Aldrone. Should be looking to do so. Aldrone does spot out a couple. Now taking the more aggressive line here as well. What they do know is nothing's happening over towards B. For Kudos as well, they don't know what's happening in towards mid. They don't have a lot of information on A either. They've smoked it out early. The real problem and consideration now is market control. This alarm bot, yep, that's really good. That will now allow Kudos to confirm that indeed market is under pressure.
We've seen this attempt before from Genesis, where they push up towards mid-market and then back away. They haven't pushed through it yet on their offense. So will that once again be the case? Sure seems that way. There's the tactical retreat back over, maybe trying to go over to A. You've got Nosy, who's over towards the long side, maybe trying to open things up with the flashpoint. But look at the position here for both Teddy and for Fletcher, just kind of stacked up over towards the tree garden area. And that is actually going to be pretty valuable. If they can even find 1 kill, that'll slow down this push considerably.
Full rotate coming through now. Kudos know this is going to be A for sure. Qualifier even fairly tagged up down. That's your operator player gone, but A is open. Should be able to get a plant here. No, I lie. It wasn't the operator player gone. It was someone else. That's fine though. Kudos do lose Fletcher, but they do get 1 back. That's going to be Qualifier down for sure now.
Odin doing well to find the elimination. Recon Bolt checking up towards heaven, but it's going to be Teddy from the side. Doesn't expect Chemicals lurking behind him. 3v2. Post plant still staying safe for now. Zebro, though, is just holding down the trigger, finds Nosy. Chemicals able to take down 1 more, so now it's just down to Zebro. 7 seconds till his recon bolt is up. He's been tagged up by a spy cam, and I don't even know if he's got the time to make a play here. He might just back away. Still considering it. Recon bolt's going to go out. We'll swap over to the operator, and that'll be enough for him to likely save. Maybe he plays for an exit kill, but the timing not in his favor, so safely he should be able to retreat back over to the defensive spawn, but maybe not quite enough. So Team Genesis will eventually put themselves on 9. The operator will fall to no one's hands going into the next round, and an opportunity for Genesis to once again have a weapons advantage coming into this next one.
Just walk away with the gun. He's trying to maybe get an exit frag over towards glass. Like, why? I mean, if you get that frag, cool, but it affects you a lot more than it affects Genesis. They'll just rebuy. Someone will drop over. But with you, what are you going to do on your team? You could have played a hero up here, which could be actually pretty big for your pistol round. You have to eco again now. And you've won an eco before on Team Kudos, sure, but that was really hard for it. It was Jonas 6 surviving and clutching on like 20 or 30 HP. Aggressive moves coming through now on towards the Jet Hero for 1. That's incredible.
Love that set play as well. Cloudburst Tailwind right past the flashpoint over to mid. Big defensive aggression coming through the middle of the map, but you've got Nosy who's watching. I think he actually reads most of this, and that will help turn the heads of Genesis to make sure they don't get dealt with too easily from a flank, and now it's just down to 1. Zebro, who has had some special moments before with the pistols, would be needing to find a way to do it once again, and he's actually read this rotation all right. He's down to 60 HP, going to be able to hear the spike being planted. But the problem is he's only got the classic and a 1v2, and Chemicals is waiting for him on the left. That should be it. Sure is. Team Genesis now just down 1.
This is a really interesting round because on one hand, you look at Genesis and you say they didn't read the eco correctly. Team Kudos just changing up the tempo there is really powerful for them because they haven't gone fast yet. They haven't gone super aggro on their ecos. They have tried a little bit of fancy stuff. I mean, we did see Hero on the eco previously try to move up. He did get caught out, but there's not been this full aggro aggression just running at the attackers like what we saw from Kudos on that previous round, and that does catch Genesis out. That does mean that Genesis doesn't correctly read a potential aggressive move coming through from the defensive eco. They drop more members. They guard the gun, which is correct, but I don't know why for that particular situation, Zebra doesn't go for the 1v1, take the gun away and play from there. He just tries to make something happen with Classic, and that's never really going to work out too well, and neither is losing a player early here. 5v4 early on for Genesis, who might be able to equalize off this round.
And beyond that, that early first blood if they can find a way to capitalize on another kill, that might result in them saving the Rolling Thunder for a future round. But now that Hero has evened things up 4v4, you feel like there's going to have to be some sort of a commitment either from the Hunter's Fury to break into this A site or the Rolling Thunder. If not, potentially maybe both. We've seen that a couple of different times before, but both arms will go up. Rolling Thunder going to be queued. Profi's just going to wait for the recon bolt before they try to make this commitment come through, but expect it to happen here in the next 5 seconds. There's the Rolling Thunder. There is a member on the site, deep side right. No one is actually up close and personal. Hunter's Fury going to be thrown out. Not going to be able to connect for much, although Carbon does find 1 kill. He'll find a second. This is looking like a pretty clean take, as though Hero does find 1 more in response. It's still a 3v2. Zebro again, though. Avril, no way! No way they're going to run away. Hero, he finds 4 massive kills with the operator. Genesis spent both ults and they come up completely empty.
Alan, it falls through again. It just keeps on slipping through Team Genesis's fingers every single time they get close. They should be winning rounds like this. It comes back to even round number 12. We said it back then. It should have been a 5-7. Yes, they were trailing by a lot. Yes, at one point it was the 1-7 scoreline. You can say based off a 1-7, finishing 4-8's fine. But how many times now do Genesis have a really good potential to be able to win a round? They're through in so many ultimates there, and Hera pulls it back. Puts the kill onto the board that originally makes it even a 4v4, and then the other 3 to come on through middle map control now as well. Does get stunned off the line, but Team Kudos on that point.
Oh man, that's so devastating for Genesis. Another round that, I won't lie to you, Avril, I was considering that one over. I'm about to toss that one over saying 4v2. No way they lose this, but Hero had other designs. Profi not interested in seeing that tail again. He'll push forward, able to grab the operator, which will actually, I think, put him on a double operator setup for the rest of this round. That sure is. That's definitely dangerous, and the neural depth will also be committed for Chemicals, trying to get the lay of the land to see what they want to do. From the shadows over towards B, we'll get them there safely, but the spike is still in spawn.
He's committed. He's already on there, so yeah, that's going to be Carbon taking control of B now. Kudos have completely given up sight. They won't get a kill here, and Profi off that operator pickup is going to be able to get another one as well, so keeping numbers in their favor. Genesis 4-3, and Kudos, a bit of time to work with here. There's not been a plant just yet from the shadows available for Fletcher as well, and they need to pull the trigger soon.
I mean, that's your paranoia down. The spike is just getting to sight. This is doable for Team Kudos. You still have the operator in Profi's hands. He's just hoping that Teddy's going to peek him over towards mid-market. Dark Cover's going to go out to make sure that B main stays safe. It's all about what happens right here with this interaction. Teddy finds a way to swing and get this kill. Maybe there's an opportunity, but Profi able to find elimination, and now maybe Kudos will consider giving this one up. They will essentially scout out things with from the shadows, at least the initial part of the ultimate, but maybe they're going to commit to this. Here you go. You've got a fault line, and you've got the flashpoint to come out. Profi misses his first shot. The exchange between Jonah and Nosy is favorable. He's able to find another. Surely not. Profi would have to find an ace. Shock Bolt comes out, goes to the classic. Right click's coming through, but the time is not going to allow him to even get the defuse in case he loses the 1v1. But man, if Profi doesn't pick up that operator and find 4, that's a retake right there, I think, for Team Kudos.
And we start that round and think, okay, Profi picking this one up, forcing the double operator attack coming through for Genesis. That's weird. That's not a normal thing you see for attacking teams. We even saw earlier for Kudos on their own attack Hera, as the jet play doesn't even go for a single operator at all. You've seen rounds where Qualifier had the option of picking up an operator on the attacking half and doesn't decide to do so. So Genesis going double op ends up working for them. Profi finding some nice angles. I mean, he's fairly deep anyway, performing very well, nearly on a 30 bomb. If anyone's going to drag Team Genesis across the finishing line, it's got to be Profi hitting 30 at some stage.
Well, here we go. You've got 4 ultimates online for Team Kudos, but not the weaponry that they want. Early Rolling Thunder coming through. Koala Noob is able to back away long enough. Hunter's Fury ultimate committed. Hero for 1, Zebro another. Maybe an opportunity to push through this. Updrafting away from the Hunter's Fury. Keeps Koala Noob alive. And we've got ourselves a 4-on-3. Again, numbers favor Kudos, but the weaponry still tilting in favor of Genesis.
Good read by Kudos there to be able to gamble over towards A in terms of the aggression here. Now onto the guns as well. Lockdown available. Really defensive coming through from Teddy. Teddy just wants to stay alive, and if B is lost, then they'll use the lockdown for the retake. There isn't going to be a Hunter's Fury coming through from the other end as well, so Profi isn't going to be able to instantly counter it. I think Kudos can definitely still win this. Have to find the right opportunities, though.
Tense 1v1 for a moment there in the middle of the map, but it will be reset. Profi, oh boy. He's got a player on site, it's Fletcher. You'll know the dark cover has come through. Fault line also being utilized to try to make sure that the A archway stays safe. Aldrun will scout out one, spam shots through the box.
30 seconds left.
Connecting. And with that, 30 seconds left, and it looks like this will be a B execute.
Not a single shot. Not a single shot hit Fletcher. He just hides between the middle parts. This time, though, does get a little bit unlucky. Loses a bit of that shield and HP, but the spike is going over towards B. Teddy will receive the bad news and now grouping up for the lockdown. Oh my goodness. Okay. We don't even need to use it just yet. Spike is on the floor now. This is going to be it.
Wow. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, we framed this one up as it was happening live, but I think the biggest takeaway from this one, Avril, is the simple fact that Genesis had a little bit of a tougher time on their offensive side getting clean executes, and then beyond that, their post plant. Like here's the big thing. For Keep Kudos, we talked about how clean their executes were on offense and how solid their post plant setups were when they got the spike planted, which very often after their execute, it was very quick. As soon as they got the site, they went for a committal to get the plant down. We didn't see either of those two things from Genesis, and it resulted in rounds that were quite literally thrown away in my mind.
It's really unfortunate for Genesis. I mean, when they're winning, they're still taking a lot of losses there. They're not winning cleanly. They've only got 2 players alive, 3 players alive. Sometimes it comes down to a 1v1 clutch as well. Seen plenty of times, especially on that defensive half, where Qualifier the only one alive, had the overall best KD of the two. Well, actually, Profi got like nearly 30 kills. I think he might have even hit the 30, but Qualifier had the least amount of deaths there. So playing really safe overall. I think you can really credit Profi for pulling things back towards the Genesis way on that offense. But yeah, too many lost rounds that were in unfortunate circumstances, especially when they should have been winnable, especially when really for Genesis, they shouldn't have allowed those rounds to slip away. I mean, we talk about round 12. That's a big one for me. I think that was really winnable for them. There was a one towards the end, I think the second to last round, the third to last round, they should have won as well. How much did they lose by? What, 2 to 3 rounds? I mean, that 2 to 3 rounds, that gap could have been made up very easily by Genesis just by making a few tweaks.
I'm right there with you, but that's just map 1 of this best of 3. When we come back after this break, we will take a look to see what would maybe potentially be offered on Bind. Will we see more of those clean executes coming out of Kudos? Can things be polished up from the side of Genesis? We'll answer those questions when we come back after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Gamer $1,000 tournament here at the beginning of October. Of course, it's not just the $1,000 that are on the line, but the coveted 2 spots to instantly qualify to get to that October final. It's $10,000 on the line coming up on October 24th and the 25th. We've got a good one here. Genesis going up against Kudos in a semifinal best of 3. I'm I Hold Shift. With me is Avril. And after Ascent tallied a 13-11 in favor of Kudos, we're going to look at these 2 squads now playing on Bind for map number 2.
Now, looking over to the other side as well, just to keep things interesting over here, Pretty Boys beats Unknown in that first map on Ascent, 14-12. So both games and both semifinals really showing up in terms of how closely matched the teams are. So, yeah, a little bit surprising maybe, but at the same time, we did feel like both Kudos and Unknown, as these kind of unknown teams almost, they are the kind of dangerous teams that you have to be able to look out for. So even Pretty Boys kind of struggling there. Genesis do barely lose their particular map that we just saw on stream. 13-11 was that result if you just tuned in now. So Genesis kind of just barely slipping by and barely missing out in terms of, you know, just being 2 rounds down there. Kudos, really, really good half to start out with on their attack. And what we did see Genesis try and bring it back on their own attacking half. Unsuccessfully, though, they were just a little bit too far behind and let too many rounds slip. So going over towards Bayern, like you mentioned here, Alan, let's see if Genesis can make things much more workable for themselves.
And they will start on the attacking side for Genesis. So some of the key differences we saw from Ascent was just how clean the executes were coming on the offensive side, comparing both Kudos then, of course, to Genesis's first half to second half. So as we get into Bind, expectations as far as overall agents, we obviously start to lean more towards the conversation of a Raze to get into the mix simply because of her ability to lock down choke points and, of course, the explosive damage, just dealing so much extra utility when it comes to trying to stop some of those spike plants from coming through. But I think overall, I'm kind of looking at this Zebro versus Profi battle. What has so far been a Sova versus Sova, that has been a very, very fun one because mostly whenever Hunter's Fury is up for either one of them, they're finding their counterpart with the Hunter's Fury. So the value has been pretty extraordinary when it comes down to getting that extra intel off the field when you have the Hunter's Fury that's up. Anything else in specific that you're kind of looking forward to seeing these 2 teams as we change the venue over to Bind?
Yeah, I'm looking over towards Teddy. I wonder if the Killjoy was still being run on Bind specifically. I think Killjoy is not as popular on Bind. Typically, you want to see Cypher more. Do I think the lack of Cypher maybe hurt Kudos a little bit? Possibly. I do think that. I think Cypher at the moment is kind of the superior agent in that same Sentinel role. If you're going to choose between Killjoy and Cypher, normally you would go for the Cypher. The Killjoy was fine. However, when Profi's doing really well, part of the reason why Profi can do well as well is the fact that you can counter the Killjoy as a Sova. I think everything the Sova does in Sova's kit specifically counters Killjoy in everything Killjoy does on her kit as well. So that's going to need to be a consideration. Teddy did reasonable, but Teddy didn't really feel super impactful. I don't think the util was, again, super impactful either. The lockdowns came through, but every time there's a Hunter's Fury, that lockdown can just be instantly countered. So I do think Teddy probably swaps over to the Cypher, or whoever does play Cypher for the side of Kudos will go on to that one. But for me, Jonah played really big on towards Ascent, so keeping the breach will be important for me here for the side of Kudos.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. So I'm still thinking that this Sova v Sova matchup very well could determine a large portion of what this matchup looks like after everything is all said and done. So we'll see how things kind of unfold. But at the moment, I will say this much: I've been pretty impressed with what we've seen out of Kudos. Again, a team that we haven't had a chance really to watch them play in tournaments like this up until this current moment, and they've impressed so far. Not only based on that one look that we just had on them on Ascent, but the opponents that they've beat so far today have been also very impressive, going through teams like Mamba Mode Gaming most recently in their quarterfinal matchup. But beyond that, they also took down the Anbox team, apparently like 13-4. They kind of put the hurt on them a little bit there. So they've been showing that, at least on the day, they've been playing extremely well. And when you've got all 5 members that are finding value, even if it is just Teddy playing a Killjoy in which the agent itself is not finding value, Teddy's still participating just as much as anybody else that's out there. So, yeah, I'm interested to see, I think, what the agent composition will look like and if there will be any rising stars beyond just that Sova v Sova matchup that we've kind of framed up so far.
I mean, let's take even a look at Hera, the 4K that Hera got as well, pulling
Insane.
things back in a 2v4 situation. That saves that round. That's another round that unfortunately slips through the things of Genesis. That's, just adds to the tally of so many situations for Genesis where you think they're going to win this one and they just don't. Teddy of the 2K towards the end there in the final moments of the final round as well. Didn't expect Teddy to get that one. I thought maybe Genesis would get a plant. No, Teddy shuts it down, and Teddy will stay on the Killjoy. This might just be a Killjoy specialist for Kudos. If they win with it, then, you know, who am I to complain at this stage in the game? Genesis will be playing the exact same composition, so will Kudos. We're going to run it back completely in terms of both team comps. Genesis starting on the attack, as previously mentioned.
And Teddy looks like he's going to be mostly locking things down over towards A short. See the alarm bot making sure Lamp stays safe, and then the Nano Swarm over towards the actual middle of the map completely. And he's by himself. Aggressive hit coming through B long at the moment with 3 members getting there. And with all that freedom coming through, it's really just down to can Teddy stay alive for as long as possible. It's going to be a long flank from behind. Nice right click there as he finds the first onto Koala Noob. And now backing away, the turret's going to be able to do a little bit of job just holding off the push. And it's going to leave enough time for the flank to come out. It's Jonah for one, has some good assistance. The shock dart will pull them back, but the numbers are great for Kudos.
Carbon in trouble now. Teddy should be able to get the swing. Does still get taken down. While stunned up, Zebra's going to make it easy, and Hero finally arrives as well. Spike dropped on the floor. No plant to be found at all, and Teddy staying alive, I think, is critical for that defensive work. Look how slow it was, actually, for Kudos to be able to get the rotation on. They made a really quick play from B down towards long. Checked it out. Even an Aldro being committed by Zebra into Hookah, just to be really sure. But I think at that point in time, if you're Teddy, you're screaming for your team to rotate over, and Teddy just has to hold on to for dear life, because it's not going to be a standard rotate from the back of defender spawn. They're coming through from a massive flank over towards market, and the fact that Teddy survives really slows down Genesis and doesn't allow them to plant.
Big stuff so far. Maybe another aggressive hit coming out as we're seeing double hit coming through B long. Carbon, he's trying to get his way over to help this push to Hookah, in which it's going to be uncontested completely. Zebra's going to find information off the Al drone. He's going to find the first kill, as that's Carbon who falls into his waiting line of sight. Spam's able to find himself a second. Now going over to the Ghost, but it's Zebra who follows up. Absolutely beautiful play. Again, the threat of trying to get that aggressive on B long is that you could be essentially isolated, but they do well to double up right as soon as the hit comes out of Hookah. Yes, the spike will plant, but it'll be a flawless defensive round for Team Kudos.
And here's a really interesting fact as well. Kudos right now have, between these two maps, won 3 out of 3 pistols, won 3 out of 3 anti-ecos as well. So that's 6 rounds being given over to them just off the pistols alone. So for Genesis, they're losing 4 rounds per map, assuming that Kudos again win the pistol in the next half, and we don't know that's going to happen yet, but based on the rate that they've done so far, which is a 100% rate, maybe they do so. And if Genesis can't start clawing back some of these pistols, they are just going to be forfeiting 4 rounds every single map. And in an MR12 game mode, where that's a third of the 12 per half, that's pretty rough. So Kudos now looking pretty strong early on. They always look strong early on for the rounds. The defensive half on a set had left a little bit to be desired, but for Genesis as well, a bit of a deficit finding onto the guns. This is going to be big.
Kudos is feeling so confident, getting aggressive now over through A short. Hunter's Fury trying to connect with the chemicals will be enough, as Fletcher is going to convert the kill, no problem, and this is A completely safe, and now it's once again on the Teddy, but this time over towards the B site. Nosy will be broken up by the alarm bot. Teddy's going to hear a lot of information, but find 1 kill. That's actually under the spike carrier. Another good opportunity for him to kill a little bit of extra time. But the problem is Team Kudos is nowhere near this defensive retake, as you see 2 members stacked up in the defensive spawn. The third one going to join them shortly, and it's going to be under the Aldro to try to find information before they go for the retake.
Really strong smoke being placed by Carbon there, just slows Kudos down on the retake. Otherwise, Kudos would have thought about really getting quite aggressive here. Flash is coming on through as well. Trading utilities for the breaches. Jonah's in a little bit of trouble. Nosy picks up 2, and Nosy might have been up for a 3rd, but did get Flash and taken down.
And Jonah did actually get a pretty heavy tag onto the jet of Koala Noob with an aftershock, but will just instead back away, pick up the rifle, and then not even give this a go. So 1 weapon salvage. You take a look at the economy right now. Everyone should be fine to purchase up for the most part going into this next round, but big for Genesis to make sure they get on the board early here. This was their big problem they had from the attacking round the last time through. They really didn't get things going all that early, but 3 rounds through and getting their first round up is going to be huge for them to try to keep this one close.
Yeah, looking over towards that attacking half of me, they did lose the pistol, they lost the anti-eco, but then they did manage to get 4 in a row here after this particular 3rd round. However, it doesn't come for free. Once more, they only walk away with 2 here, which means they're not going to have comfortable buys. You look at their money situation, not the best. Chemicals probably doesn't really have a gun here, might look to save, does get dropped over by teammates, so there you go, but Carbon has to just work with light armor eventually when he does purchase that one, so not great for Team Genesis in terms of the equipment value.
Here again, looking to get aggressive, this time with the operator. We'll be backing away as the recon bolt was going to make their position revealed. This will be the first round we'll see from Team Kudos in which they don't get super aggressive defensively. The Owl Drone will at least allow them to get over to B long and give Jonah the ultimate orb. And for Team Genesis, looks like this will mostly be a stack over towards A, but the operator's going to be watching over to short, and that's always a threat.
We'll see if Hero gets smoked out here. It does get droned out early on. Just trying to make his job a little bit more difficult. That is going to be one nanospawn expended as well. You have to feel at this stage, it's a lot of pressure coming over towards A. You know nothing's at B now. Nothing's come through at B at all. Teddy, the timing coming on through is actually really big.
Chemicals does find the trade. This will lead to an opportunity to get the spike planted. Site has been completely encompassed by Team Genesis, but you still have Hero as the smoke will expire over towards Heaven. Maybe an opportunity to make a play. Chemicals will tag up, force the tailwind out. Shock Dart going to be used. That'll also hit for a small amount of damage. The body shot though through the boxes will connect. So 3v4 we go for Team Kudos. They really need to get a pick out of here, and they get it right in the nick of time. Fault line coming out of lamps. That will give some information to Jonah. Trying to hit this with their Sova, but it's going to be Carbon who's going to be able to find one and lock down the second while flashed up. Team Genesis for 2 in a row, and that should put Team Kudos on the response going in round number 5 into an eco.
And Hero made things really interesting there. Will now drop over that operator into Koala Noob's hands. So, well played overall by Genesis to pick that one up. So, once more on the attacking half, they are able to pick up that third round and then get a little bit more of a spree going on as well. This is going to force a really awkward situation for Kudos. Part of their team will be able to maybe buy up, but the other part won't, so they'll just opt for a pretty much full save here. A couple of upgraded pistols coming on through, a little bit of light armor as well, heavy armor for Hero. Let's see if they can maybe make this a little bit workable. Force out an ultimate from Genesis, and maybe drop them some guns. Mega aggression coming on through, it'll be handy.
Yeah, Chemicals is no longer dealing with the nonsense of Team Kudos' aggressive defensive push. Even sees one more in the corner. The right click will connect with Koala Noob who gets the kill. This will be a pretty free take of the A site. The only one who can really make things interesting is Zebro on this flank, as he's trying to make his way out of the showers area over towards short. And he might actually be able to, if he checks his left, he might actually be able to take this operator away. That's actually very valuable. He'll be tagged up but stays alive. You still have Teddy who's trying to work over from the opposite angle through the A link as the spike is planted, but I think you just take the W of getting the kill and getting the operator, and you just back away here if you're Kudos.
That's another huge headshot coming through from the Sheriff of Zebro. Teddy, he'll be lucky here. But it will be Chemicals. Due diligence being shown there, coming through from Genesis. Assisted by the flash of Nosy. Is going to be make sure that Teddy isn't going to get any value. But Zebro for the one there, like I said, picking up the operator. Massive value. We'll be able to get away with this gun. It's not going to get spotted. You can see the Genesis are kind of searching for him, but they haven't really checked towards attacker spawn just yet. There's a bit of time, though, so maybe they can hunt him down still.
Revealing area.
Definitely want to. This is a big weapon to bring into the next round if you're Team Kudos. And Genesis still have a flash to play with. Comes through. The flash is good. The kill is there. The operator should be salvaged, and it is. So almost an opportunity for Team Kudos to draw a silver lining, but Team Genesis able to shut that one down into place, and now on 3 in a row, looking pretty solid in this offense.
Looking a lot more like their Ascent performance on that attacking half anyway, the one that they did really well on. So if they get one more, they'll achieve parity with what they got previously on their other map. Will be operator versus operator here, and this is going to be a really important round for Team Kudos because they're buying down to 0. Zebro and Hera maxed out. 5k investment on that operator as well in this new patch, so it needs to be able to find the dividends, and Hero so far has been hitting some really nice flicks.
Nosy gets the information that the player's nearby. Fault line comes through, should shrug off at least one member from the line, but it's Hero who holds it tight, able to find
Spike.
one. The opportunity, it's going to be Hero for a double. You mentioned the spike drop, but it will be salvaged, but still a 3v5. Team Kudos, very powerful position over towards B.
And they're just not respecting the operator line there. I mean, you have to expect that if there's a defensive op, it will either be towards A showers, which is A long, I guess, and B long over towards archers. So you have to be able to beat the operator off the line, put your own operator on the line, use your flashes, use your stunts, use your utility. But they sacrifice 2 members there. They even reveal the spike. Kudos aren't going to over-rotate, though. They still leave 2 over towards A, and they'll just work with the 5v3 advantage. And at this rate in the game, Kudos really can't be losing this round now. They've pretty much set themselves up for victory.
Genesis, you mentioned, though, have a lot of economy to play with. A little bit of unnecessary damage taken by Carbon, wanted to stay safe. sure there was no follow-up peek
30
that came
seconds
through.
left.
I guess the big question is, do you commit to this still? That's the real kind of consideration, I think. Do you have the tools to make an approach? You obviously have the Rolling Thunder, but you don't really see a world
They
that
have the money.
commit to this. Yeah, I mean, you said that they have the economy to play for it if they want to, and as Hira falls, maybe this will be the opportunity. Nosy will dive right on through. Rolling Thunder is going to be committed defensively, which is actually quite valuable from Genesis POV, as it looks like it was just maybe an attempt to try to get Nosy forward to make a heroic play. Will not be able to get the spike planted, though, and with that, no more consideration for a hit. Teddy might make point of contact if he pushes forward, but will decide to keep his life.
That's huge from Nosy. They just lose one extra player there, drop one extra gun in a situation where, I mean, look at Quality, who maxed out on 9k, and they still managed to hold on to the operator. Carbon had it in his hand, so just losing Nosy for Jonas dropping his Rolling Thunder, 100% worth there. They do lose a round, so Hero was able to pick up the early couple of kills, and that is all they need to secure things. Does miss one really critical flick, but they'll be able to hold on to his operator as well. So both sides now in the same situation. 5 ults available for Genesis. You need to see Genesis respect the operator of Hero a lot more. They have to use a lot more util. Have to consider what possible lines he can take. The common ones are, again, A, showers, and B, long. But this time he'll be on short, and the one-way smoke will secure him once.
Beautiful stuff there, and the spike obviously
And
drops.
another
Going to get a
spike.
mark. This is going to be wonderful. The Aldrone's going to make its way through the teleporter to see if anyone's at hookah. Nobody home, and, well, I guess the spike was just close enough to the corner to allow a pickup without Hira being able to see the profile of the player who retrieved it. So 5v4 we go. Still an opportunity for Genesis, but missing the Rolling Thunder is going to be a huge headache when it comes to trying to execute.
Jonas nearly dies there. Might still go down. Rolling Thunder, not Rolling Thunder, it's going to be the Hunter's Fury. A lot of damage coming on in. Gualanu doesn't miss that shot either. So 3v4 situation. Hera on the lonesome. We've seen Hera do some massive things. Already has 1 kill. 4 coming towards him, teleporting through. Now it's Teddy's turn. Lockdown available, doesn't quite use it yet.
Wait a second, the spike did not go through this teleporter. This is all just a bait. And everyone is rotated off the site with the
30
exception
seconds
of
left.
Hira, who's given up the majority of the site, but is still staying nearby. Now the spike will be planted from the shadows, comes through offensively for Genesis to get another member onto the A spike site. The rotation defensively try to make its way there. Lockdown is potentially available if they do want to maybe try to commit for this retake. Just comes down to where do you place it, and can you actually find success with it to actually take some of the site back.
And the elbow would make the most sense to me. About where Teddy is now, that's a decent place to put it down. Hera's dead though, and then it's, as soon as a lockdown becomes available, they're gonna have to go for this. And Fletcher for 2 already. It's a
Fletcher for
2v2,
2.
but Fletcher's on 1
Carbon and
HP.
Chemicals backing away. Fletcher for 3. Teddy's going to be able to get the sentry turned down for a moment. Killjoy comes out. 13 HP for Fletcher. Spamming the box. He actually tags him up a touch, but not enough time for the full kill. Fletcher will back away. Tries to get the 1v1, but Carbon's right click is good. And Team Genesis will get the detonation and will survive with the final kill.
I don't think they'll have the operator available. Carbon walks through with a Vandal in hand, so for both teams, heavy losses economically. See if Koalanu wants to pick it up. 8,600 still in the bank, so is going to be able to afford that one. Very expensive. And for Kudos as well. Really unfortunate. They couldn't really be able to secure that one. Fletcher did super well, but not enough HP, not enough time. And they are going to be able to. They are going to let it slip by. So Genesis still keeping the lead barely, and it's going to be 4-3. Rolling Thunder is still available. We did see a lot of ultimates being used in that previous round, but still some important ones now for number 8.
Feels like this needs to be the round where you get this Rolling Thunder off for Team Genesis. We'll see if that does come through. Profi just baiting the ultimate orb. Taking spam shots just to see if anything will be blessed for a headshot through the wall. Not going to happen, though. So for Team Genesis, very passive setup, but how about this? Jonah's going to actually try to chase this. And, well, the Aldrin will come through. Jonah has to commit. Awkward 1v1. Does have a flashpoint, but Profi takes the challenge and gets first blood.
Why does Jonah not just spam through the wall? That you even knew where the head was. It was completely pinged out. That was really strange from me. In any case, it is going to be the hit over towards B. Hera can't even get a kill tucked in. Chemicals kills both the players in hookah.
And great double up for Chemicals. This should result in a pretty easy plant to the B site. Last one left is Teddy. He'll find one lingering a bit aggressively. That's Nosy just through the B screens. Post-plant setup, mostly lingering towards B long and hookah. So even if you find this kill if you're Teddy, the problem is going to be trying to deal with 2 more at range. And take a look, very aggressive, coming through the teleporter for a moment there is Profi just to once again clear up some extra space, but I just don't think you really even commit to this if you're looking at this from Teddy's POV, although he does get a bit wide on the angle, and Chemical's just spamming, able to get blessed with his 3rd kill in the round.
Massive round for Chemicals. Profi as well staying alive is just criminal. Again, you have to look at that situation as Showers. Jonas 6 had the opportunity just to spam through a wall. It's not even just like random spam either. You know exactly where Profi is standing. You know where the head is, and you know it's a bangable wall. So no excuses from my perspective on that one. Just a little bit too greedy. I don't know why you're chasing. I mean, just get the free kill and move on. 2 kudos. Maybe it could have been workable for them. Maybe they would have had extra numbers if it wasn't for that. But Chemicals still just opened things up so huge that it was going to be difficult no matter what.
Bladestorm in play. Figure that's probably from Team Kudos. Comes through, but Aldro trying to scout out the early entrance towards this A short hit. Will not see anything, but now it's going to actually bait out a defensive Hunter's Fury. It's gone completely awry so far for Zebro. He tries for one more lucky shot, but nothing connects. So, pretty valuable ultimate spent early here. Still a minute 10 to play.
That's going to be a 4 stack on the defense from Kudos as well. We've seen Kudos on their ecos. They like to stack a lot. 4-1 stack. We've even seen a 5 stack, but the 4-1 a little bit more common for them. We've also seen on the attacking side as well versus the eco. Genesis will just try and, you know, get their feet wet, dip their toes in to see what happens on a site. And then once they sniff out the potential stack, they'll move on to the opposite end. The turret will spot out Nosy for sure. And now Teddy is going to be like, all right, we got to be able to come over towards B.
How long can he stay alive this time? It feels like it's almost like the game inside the game. Not able to grab everything as Carbon and Chemicals will double up. That should result in the spike making its way forward to B. Trying to also soak up as many ultimate orbs as possible, just trying to find full value with the round, and going to the ADS single tapping as Koala able to find himself a double headshot right through the defender-sided spawn. Flawless round for Team Genesis.
And it feels like every single time, you know, Kudos set up this trap here, they put the fishing line out. Genesis just take a couple of nibbles, and Kudos want to reel him in, but it just never really hooks them. Genesis just don't ever fall into the stacking trap. Kudos have had far more success on the aggressive ecos where they just rush on through. Hera at the spare front as well, and they pick up a couple of kills while Genesis are not quite ready. So that works out better for them. The stacks so far have not been good. That being said, though, it's the gun rounds that have been issues. So Hera back on the Opera, top fragger so far for Team Kudos. Let's see if we can keep that going. Big flicks. Let's get stunned off the line, though.
And outside of the first opening rounds for Team Kudos, they have found limited success on these aggressive defensive angles. Although, of course, we talked about it, and Hera is able to capitalize with at least the first blood. So, numbers advantage for Team Kudos here, and that is the Hunter's Fury that will not be able to come through for Team Genesis. So now, all of a sudden, what do you do as far as your execute opportunity? There are 3 members that are stacking over towards B, but you've got Chemicals lurking. Nosy's trying to make his way into Hookah to clear, and as he does so, Teddy finds the kill. Now a 5-on-3, big round here for Kudos.
And this is very similar to what we've seen before as well. Teddy, I think that might have been a mistake. Don't know why you just pop over the Nano Swarm. Will get punished as well as he tries to push on out. So gives a free one over to Genesis to work with a 3v5. Would have been very difficult, but a 3v4 is maybe still doable. Chemicals on the big lurk. Once more action maybe happens over towards B, Chemicals can get a couple of kills, but they're not going B anymore. They're now pulling away from this one as Chemicals calls them over. Full shower control and just hoping someone walks into his line of sight.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the beat on the breach over towards the quad box, but I don't know if he's got any idea that Zebro is hiding in this cubby to the right. It sure doesn't seem like it based on this pre-scope that he's lined up. Dark cover will block Heaven. Chemical's gonna make a play. First blood on this attempt is good. Cyber Cage comes down. Recon Bolt will find a lot of information for Zebro as he's able to capitalize on one kill. Tries to snap for the second, though, but it's Chemicals who finds the kill. Time becoming a problem. It's going to be enough for a spike plant to come through just barely, and we go 2v2 as we reset the timer back to 45 seconds.
It's a 2v2 as well. We hear it. Does see a rifle on the floor. Doesn't pick it up just yet. You have to be able to find these. We'll pressure now the defuse. Now, how the Genesis handle this situation? They lose one. They lose 2. And Fletcher has been able to just get them cleaned up. And Fletcher survives on 1 HP as well. That was an incredible retake coming through. I mean, how does Fletcher just get 2 instantly?
I'm lost for words, Admiral. I've got no idea. I mean, you have to give credit for here to put the cloud burst down and at least force the consideration that, hey, I'm on your spike. Make sure you shoot at me. So Fletcher gets maybe a little bit of an assist when it comes down to being able to go from the first to the second kill. But Yeah, it feels like another round that is criminally taken away by Team Kudos, doesn't it?
That's incredible. That is, by the way, a round where, I mean, you can look at it both ways. Teddy kind of gives away a free death there. I think Hera gets a really nice opening shot. Won't see anybody this time around. It's going to be a 5 full-man push-up over towards Hookah. No one is there to receive. Kudos need to start looking over towards Hookah. Be a little bit too late to the party. Slow rotations coming on through as well on the backside.
Fletcher, consider moving to B long. Is going to need some help on the site itself, as Hera is with him at long, but again, you don't want to be trapped up in this wooden octagon, as there was a lot of noise being made over towards Hookah, but now it's just noisy. He's going to be able to take down one beautiful headshot top side of the container, and that might actually put some consideration for Team Kudos as far as what exactly do you want to do with the rest of our defensive numbers. They're currently split up 2-2 when it comes down to either site, but this is looking like it's going to eventually be an A execute.
There's just no info. What they do know is nothing showers because the alarm bot has not been triggered. They have no info for short. They're assuming right now it is still possibly B. That is why Zebro has made some commitment, at least halfway through, for the quick rotate either side. Teddy will put down a lockdown if things get a little bit tricky, but there's going to be the counter Hunter's Fury through from Profi if required. Left. So Genesis now 30 seconds. Look commit onto A for sure.
This is a very early Hunter's Fury for Genesis. Lock him in with anything. Teddy, though, just gets spammed through the cyber cage. Although Zebro and Hera find 2 on the reattempt back over.
I know exactly.
So now at least it's a 3v3. Neural Death can be committed. That'll show information on the wrap over towards Heaven. Koala Noob currently watching it. It's going to be a sniper v sniper battle. The smoke will come through. Oh my goodness, if he pulls the trigger right there, he might get himself at least one on the collat. But now he's going to go over to the Bladestorm. Fletcher, once again, making his way onto site. Same position in which he locked down that 2 kills that he had previously. Long-range shots here, but it's Chemicals who comes out on top. Koala Noob, another elimination. It looks like Genesis will likely lock down their 7th round, and beyond that, Hera cannot keep the operator in hand. So 7-4.
Last round
and that's the kind of lead that Genesis were really looking for on the previous map. It's starting to remind me of that situation as well. And it was a 7-5 ending in the favor of Kudos. So Genesis was the 5 in that situation. Let's see if Kudos can manage to get 5 of their own. In fact, no, it wasn't even 7-5. It was 8-4. My mistake. I thought it was 7-5. It should have been 7-5. And maybe this one could still be a should have been 7-5. But more likely it will be another 4-8. More so that Kudos will be experiencing the 4 side of that 4 and 8. So Genesis off to a great start here. Operator still in hand. Plenty of money to work with. A really an unlosable situation. We've talked about Genesis and unlosable situations before.
Hera with the Bladestorm, we haven't really seen much of it, but he's had a couple of key pickups when he needed to use the ultimate.
Revealing area.
Pretty heavy stack towards B long. One player lurking is going to be nosy over towards the mid spice market. Now he looks like he will join up with Profi to double hit through Hookah, as this will likely be a 5-man stack, knowing that Team Genesis have a huge weapon advantage.
See if Kudos can get something done with the 3 members that are now arriving over towards the B side. That's 1 gun dropped as well. Hera's done a decent job to open things up. They still have really good site control. Lockdowns on the other side, so that's not great, but the spikes to the floor.
Oh boy, and Fletcher with the Stinger, if he can find a way to pick up this rifle in front of him, he might be able to hold on to this. 3 members defensively rotating in from the backside. Koala Noob trying to spam through boxes, not going to come through, but it's Nosy and Profi who find 2. Now the attack, but the lockdown is through. Teddy with the Marshall able to find 1. 2v2 we go. Nosy can't get to try to find for the trade because this lockdown is going to expire in just a couple of seconds. Has that been enough time to allow this Stinger to be upgraded? That's the real question in my mind. Koala Noob getting the information off the Marshall. We'll try to cloud burst it. Nosy for 1, and Koala Noob will secure the 2nd. And 4-8, we will see another half come to a conclusion with this time favoring Genesis on their attack.
It's still another edge of your seat round for Genesis, where it was versus a Kudos force with a Marshall and a Stinger and a whole bunch of really unsavory weapons that they just have to kind of tank through and hope for the best on, and Genesis still nearly throw that one away. Greasy fingers today on Valorant, I gotta say. Really makes things difficult for them, dropping the spike on the floor. Lockdown comes on through. The 2v2 so winnable for Kudos and for Genesis as well. Again, a super winnable round that they just have to bring it so tight towards the end. They still will get the 8-4, and typically 8-4 is going to be enough for you to be able to win this map, assuming nothing seriously goes wrong on the second half. But we talked about the pistols before, Alan, and so far Kudos have a 100% win rate versus Genesis on the pistols.
Yep. Can that stay true, though? I feel like you would love to see it come into this moment. Early trades, but how about this? It's Genesis who's getting a little bit aggressive through showers. The problem is nobody's on site whatsoever. The only player who can back up for this is going to have to be Profi, and he's got 4 members in front of him. And how about this rotation for Kudos? They're not even going to bother with the A side. They're going to push to the defensive side at spawn. Carbon, I think, is starting to realize that the paranoia will slow things down a touch, but this is a very vulnerable position for Genesis, who are going to be completely scattered for numbers.
Let's see if Genesis can really hold on here, because it's just going to be Carbon and Coat. Chemicals has arrived just on time as well. Who can control? They've completely swapped rotations. Look at where the spike's been planted as well. Hero now picking up a second kill for this round. Recon's going to reveal a lot, but it is 2v3.
I love that around the world strategy. Just comes down to, will it pay off? 2v2 now all of a sudden. Qualinoob for 2. Now it's just down to 1. It's going to be Jonah in the back, and Profi will take over. I'm not going to lie. I thought the ingenuity and just the creativity from Kudos right there is, you know, obviously well respected, but you got to give credit for Team Genesis. Mostly Qualifier just for holding on that hit with the 2v3 in front of him.
I mean, Chemical's getting that opening pick overthrow from Hookah as the rotation comes through in the back end from the defender spawn. Around the world play, I mean, they lose a member really early, so Chemicals and Genesis, they delay just long enough for every single one of their own members to swap sides, get to the retake on time as well, and then deal with the players on site itself. So at the end of the day, Genesis handled that situation well, even though it was a really weird round to be able to win. They do finally get a pistol, so 1 out of 4 pistols they've been able to win. It will probably get them the anti-eco here, so I say probably because with Genesis, they always like to make it close, but 10-4 would surely put Kudos to bed for buying.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering for Team Kudos here, the first time we've seen him on the unfavorable side of the second round of a half. What kind of inventiveness do they have for this round, potentially? Shock Dart comes over to Showers, won't connect with much. You got Hero who's trying to enter in with the Sheriff. We'll take care of the Aldronin. Oh, Koala, how about to stay careful there, buddy. He sees a lot and will very wisely tailwind away from the fight.
We'll call over all the reinforcements though, so this is where Genesis can now start really collapsing on. And Nosy, he's closing door, he's slamming it shut, gets 4 kills, doesn't get the ace, but it doesn't matter. Profi cleans up flawless, and a 10-4 confirmed.
All you could do is giggle. As soon as I threw that one over to you, Avril, I saw that teleport coming out. It's like, this is about to be fun. Nosy lines them all up. Again, good information, really just from the side of Koala Noob, just to make sure he gets the read, backs away, keeps his life. And then the quick rotation through teleport to clean things up. So Genesis looking much better here on Bind. 4 rounds technically in a row if you combine both halves. And they've been very streaky. 3 in a row initially, 3 in a row again, and now 4 straight. Looking to put themselves on 11 if possible, but they're going up against full weapons of Kudos in this next round.
The big thing is they have a round 3 timing on the ult here. So Nosy, oh my goodness, but he goes down. It's only a 1-for-2 trade, and you've said it right there. They've given up this round. Team Genesis tried to get aggressive. They could have just played the Rolling Thunder. They've chosen not to do that, and so they have chosen to lose the round.
I don't know. I guess I'm just a bit puzzled on why you make that call right there. I mean, you got an ultimate playoff up. That's the big key is you got the opportunity with that masterful round just previously from Nosy to let him convert off of a retake opportunity where the SMGs aren't really all that overwhelmed, I guess is the best word that I'm looking for here. So now for Genesis, you're in a 2v4 situation. Do you hold on to these Spectres, I think, is the real pondering question. I mean, you would love to play for exits, but there's not going to be a lot of time to make this retake come through in the face of ARs.
I'll tell you what, the play there over towards long, I understand it. What you normally want to do there is get kind of aggressive on the SMGs. That's fairly normal, but I just think the way you have to do this is you have to be really considerate of your real win condition, which comes back to the Rolling Thunder. That's going to be how you can actually win this round. If you get aggressive, you notice there's a lot of people there, you play the Rolling Thunder, you do something that gives you the opportunity to still pull back and then be able to ult. So maybe you look over towards long without committing, you see a bunch of people, then you flash Rolling Thunder out, and then you start collecting the kills. But yeah, the way they actually end up doing it, I mean, look at the 3 blue X's on B-Long. They just start walking it down, and then the line of Phantoms just completely pummels them. So Genesis get nothing done there. But it was a free round for them. That was going to be the one they can afford to lose in terms of the economy here. The bonus, as we call it. So they get to walk into this one feeling pretty decent about their buy situation, minus the 2 Spectres that they do end up saving. So there it is.
But I mean, you take a look at the economy that they're holding on to with those Spectres. This could potentially allow for an operator into the following round, which very well could be the nail they need to shut this coffin on a Team Kudos. But never rule out this Kudos squad, especially on their attacking side that looked great on Ascent. Looking to get things going after losing the pistol and the follow-up. Ira trying to follow through with an owl drone forward. Flashpoint will be used to try to stall it for a touch. It's Koala who's also just underneath Hookah. Another player lingering is Profi. Shock Dart will come through, just again try to stall this for as long as humanly possible, but Team Kudos are aggressing and looking to execute.
That's a Rolling Thunder coming up through. Unfortunately, the smoke actually comes down from a teammate, so that kind of screws Spin away, and now Kudos gets the cleanup. That was not a well-coordinated play. Nosy wants a Rolling Thunder to get aggressive, and Carbon throws out a smoke, which completely ruins it.
I'm completely baffled by that call. Again, wait for the execute. You're already sitting in the elbow. It should be a fruity opportunity to just get the Rolling Thunder late into that take and maybe use it as an immediate counterattack. But now all of a sudden, for Team Genesis, you have to go for this retake situation in this 2v5. Fletcher will put down one. Carbon able to at least find something to root about, but again, it's just a pretty impossible situation in the back end of what I think is just honestly just all this a mismanaged ultimate from the Rolling Thunder.
I mean, you can say it both ways, though. I think you make one of the two decisions here. Don't go halfway. You are either going to wait for this the hit to come on through, and you're going to defensive Rolling Thunder once the spike plant is maybe about to be there, or once Team Kudos are kind of already taking the site there, or you're going to play it more heads up, more proactively. You want to roll Rolling Thunder out, kind of chase down the kills, because you know there's plenty of players over towards long. But if you make that play, and then your other teammate, who maybe is not on the same page, decides to smoke you off. You've smoked your own team off, and you've allowed Kudos off Carbon smoke to fall off from the Rolling Thunder, so it's just not a well-connected play.
And now you're going into a force buy situation for Team Genesis because they wanted to get this operator online for round 17, so you're forcing a judge behind this, an SMG, a couple ARs that might have light armor or very little utility, and if Team Kudos find a way to take this round, Team Genesis will go into the next side at Eco, and we've got ourselves, all things considered, about an even game. This is where the comeback comes to life for Kudos.
If that happens, that is very much what we did see on Ascent. Now, look, on Ascent, the 8-4 team still did win eventually, so we'll see if that happens as Hera dives on in through. This probably picks up one as well.
He's actually able to get a tag onto Hera, but can't train away from the bow over to the rifle in time to secure the kill. So Hera now in a very aggressive position. Chemicals deals with it, 3-on-4 situation. Spike is looking to get planted. Keep your eye on the breach defensively for Nosy, who's looking for a long wrap. And the timing of this might be great. He's actually sitting mid-Spice Market. Nobody knows he's here. I'm a bit puzzled, though. He's only got a Spectre. That's why I was about to say he should have been able to find at least one free kill to stall this. But now all of a sudden, Team Kudos in a 2v3 situation. The paranoia is going to come out. There is a tag off the operator. Nosy from Hookah will find one kill. It's down to Zebro for a 1v2. Flashed up, hoping to stay alive. The pistol will come out for Koala, and it will eventually be Nosy who's able to help secure the retake for Genesis.
Really important here. Genesis now, they will be able to pick this one up. Operator still in hand as well. And as we mentioned, they kind of forced into this one, so they had to really win it, or they were going to be really, really lacking in the funds department, in the financial department, that is to say. So Genesis now 2 away from evening things up in this best of 3. Kudos still a little bit too far off, 6-11, trailing by 5 here. They will have another bite. Hero will have an operator in hand. This op v op battle versus Koala is going to be really interesting. And now Kudos, I think, kind of backs against the wall. I would say here that if they don't win, as soon as Genesis get 12, it's basically over.
Yeah, must-win round for Team Kudos. Plenty of ultimates to try to secure that, though. They've got the Blade Storm, but more importantly, the Hunter's Fury and the Rolling Thunder, of which they've been great with efficiency-wise so far. Koala noob, wide peak. Tight situation for him in the 1v1 operator battle, as everything will essentially now go to a 5v4. That's a big impact as far as losing that operator early for Kudos.
Well played by Koala. Making things very difficult for Kudos now. They have ultimates available, but they don't have members. Spike on the floor as well. They basically confirmed it. So you look at Team Genesis starting to rotate members over. Here comes Profi as well. This is so difficult now. Kudos, what do? Do you want to throw ultimates in this one? Do you try and save it over? They know there's still members here. Koala might get another kill.
Gonna very wisely back away, though. No need to throw away your life here in this 5v3. Play your numbers. Chemicals actually gets tagged up through the quad box. He's down to half HP. But at some point, you've got to convert off of Hunter's Fury and likely Rolling Thunder. And Qualinoo finds the third kill in the round. This is not looking great for Kudos. Profi another. They know exactly where the Omen is. They'll try to Shrouded step away, but Profi will track him down, find the kill, and Genesis on 12. Team Kudos surely down, if not potentially also out.
Genesis on double operator for the defense as well. Now, this could be really hard to play into. We've seen what Profi can do on that operator over towards the Ascent. He got a 4K on that one earlier. They can lock down both A and B sites, so plenty of safety. Quali even won the 1v1 versus Hera a little bit earlier on, who is one of the more standout players for Team Kudos now. Doesn't have a lot of money available, but does have a Blade Storm in hand. The good news for Kudos is this will be a big round in terms of ultimates. Both Fletcher and Teddy are only one tick away from theirs. They can rely on anything, it will be that. But for Kudos, this is now going to be a very difficult round to win. Genesis on 12.
Hunter's Fury going to do a little bit of dancing here between Zero and Profi. No one going to be touched by this, though, and Koala Noob again finds an opening pick. Rolling Thunder is going to completely go wide of Profi, and Koala Noob will be right there to try to assist. A little bit of a crossfire by way of operators, and Kudos now in another 3v5 situation. The Blade Storm pulled out. Team Genesis looking good to lock out this blind map.
The drone-on-drone action here as well. All members of Team Kudos just kind of stuck. Team Genesis have arrived in full force. -1 member. Chemical's just kind of still hanging out on A. One kill does go over to Jonah, but it might just be a consolation prize.
Well, again, you've got the operators through, and it has to be on Carbon. You feel like to find the kills. Spamming through his own dark cover. He'll be able to find one more. From the shadows we go, and that's going to be the spike moving over to A. Should be an opportunity here for Fletcher to get it planted, but I don't know if he's going to realize that Chemicals is playing from the shower side, and he's going to likely look forward, maybe not expect the side from the hit from the back. Like, puts himself in a pretty good position to hold on. It just comes down to what do you do after this, as he does find one elimination. 21 HP to play with. There's Carbon swinging wide, and Team Genesis will lock things down, bounce back in the series, tying things up after the 13-6 here on Vine.
And a much more convincing map for them as well. Bayern is looking decent. Team Genesis overall strong, commanding force. They won that first half. They won the second half as well, and they barely give away that many rounds over to Kudos. And it's not the same criticism. It's not looking at Ascent again and saying all these rounds that they should have won, that unfortunately they do lose. They were close rounds. We'll say that much. There were definitely rounds where Genesis only win by a couple of members staying alive, crucially. And if that doesn't happen, if they don't hit the same shots, if they don't really be able to come and clutch on through, it's a different story. But yeah, they're able to fix up a couple of things, like not dropping the easy rounds. They didn't drop that last pistol there as well. So in terms of Genesis making a bit of a comeback, in consideration to what happened on Ascent, to me, they've certainly at least done that.
So before we throw to a break here, I got to get one more question out to you here, Avril. Talking specifically about Kudos, we've now seen 2 maps in a row, Killjoy instead of Cypher. You had questions about it going into Bind. Would it still be the Killjoy? What are your reactions going away from Bind and looking forward to Haven as our map number 3 when it comes to Teddy and this Killjoy specifically?
I think you need to be looking over towards the Cypher info gathering. There's no camera, and not having the camera, I think, is starting to hurt a little bit. Yeah, the Killjoy utility can be a little bit fancy. I think the alarm bot and the turret can give you some info, but it's just really not the same. And I think you're getting abused by Profi as well. At some level, the Sova is just going to counter you, and you even have situations there where Profi is still throwing out the Hunter's Fury, even though the lockdown's available on the other end, and he's feeling confident enough to even say, look, if the lockdown comes down, I don't even care. We're just going to use the Hunter's Fury to be able to push on through, and the lockdown will deal with that a little bit later on. So at some level, I think it's time for the Cypher, but I don't know that's the main issue for them right now. I think Bayern was just overall a much better played map by Genesis. This was more so a Genesis win than I think a failure from Kudos.
Okay, right there with you, but we're going to send things to a break. When we come back, again, this is the semifinals. Map number 3, Haven, determines who gets to the Grands, not only for a chance at $1,000, but also that means instant qualification into the Nerd Street Gamers monthly finals that'll happen at the end of this month of October. Don't go far. We've got map number 3 of Genesis and Kudos coming up right after this. Welcome back, everybody. My whole shift with me is Avril, and we've got a good one on the cards here between Team Kudos and Genesis in this semi-final matchup. Like we mentioned before we throw the break, of course, $1,000 on the line. But you win this semi-final matchup, not only do you get a chance to play for the money, but you also get yourself that instant qualification to the $10,000 monthly final that happens on the 24th and 25th. Avril, we talked about it. It's Haven that's coming up next. So far in our first two maps, we've had completely the same compositions for both of our squads. The first part of the question that I have for you is, do you expect that to stay the same going into Haven? And depending on your answer, A or B, saying yes or no, what are your expectations for each team when it comes to this map, considering those compositions?
Okay, what I think and what is probably going to happen may actually end up being two things. I think they should probably look to move off the Killjoy here, but I don't think they will. But I don't know that they will. In fact, I'm fairly certain that they won't at this stage in the game. Kudos seem like this is what they've been planning so far. The Jet's obviously going to say what we are seeing from teams mostly. The Jet, Omen, Breach seems to be a fairly consistent combo. And for other teams, the Cypher you'd add into that mix as well. What right. Genesis are playing is what I consider to still be the quote-unquote meta comp in terms of, the Omen, Cypher, Jet, Breach, and Sova combination. It's a very balanced composition that offers a lot of value across all 5 of your agent selections there. Over for Kudos, it's the same thing, except they're playing the Killjoy instead of the Cypher. So maybe on towards Haven, you'll think about changing, but in my opinion, probably not.
Fair enough. So with that in mind, we've seen a couple of instances for both of these teams in which their offenses have looked both very good at times and also maybe a bit misguided at times. A couple of overinvestment on ultimates that we've seen from the side of really both Kudos and Genesis. But you go back to Ascent, Kudos looked very polished on their executes, very good and stable on their post-plant setups. On the opposite side, Genesis a little bit of a tougher time getting themselves going offensively on Ascent, but looked much better on Bind. Looking forward to Haven, of course, 3 spike fights, as we all know. Is that going to lead to, you would hope for Genesis a cleaner execute overall for them? Because so far, we've seen great stuff out of Profi with the Sova. Nosy has been a bit quiet, though, on the Breach, and that combination is kind of what I'm looking at from these guys as far as can they get their offense going early?
Well, I think actually the play I'm looking out for the most is now going to be Koala Noob on the Genesis side of things, and in some regards as well, looking over towards the Kudos side, it's going to be Hero Rates. The 2 Jet players, it's going to be a very Jet-dominated map. We're onto Haven, we're onto a massive Operator map, and you're onto a nerfed Operator, but Operator is still going to be really important. So any team that can string together a large number of rounds, get some money in the bank. If you can ever set up a double op setup, by the way, in terms of maybe getting into the hands of both Koala and Profi, that's going to be super strong. We saw them do that on Bind already to great success. That's even more powerful on a map like Haven. So if you have a lot of money, pick up 2 operators. It's a 10k investment, and then you'll start to be really on the roll. It's hard to deal with. So that is something, especially in the defense, that teams are going to be aiming towards. So if you're on the attack there, you want to make sure you keep things close. And if there's anything Kudos have done every single round, win or lose, they've made it very costly for Genesis. Outside of a few times, I think on buying, we did start to see Genesis get away a little bit more. There were a few more flawlesses coming on through. Genesis started having a few more clean rounds, but early on, I think it's a bit more scrappy, and that's where Kudos can maybe shine.
All right, fair enough. We'll see how things unfold. Just waiting to get through the agent selection screen. We'll be into this one. Again, if you're joining us here late, this Kudos team has been impressive thus far, taking down teams like Anbox and Mamba Mode Gaming in back-to-back best of ones. Can they find a way to tack on another big win here versus Genesis and surprise us by getting into the grand finals? That, of course, on the cards, but they're going to have to get things going on their attack first. And there will be no Killjoy this time. Teddy will swap over to the Cypher.
There you go. So they will make that change over the one that I'd hoped for, and hopefully that helps them out as well. We are, by the way, into a situation where the winner goes to grand finals. Obviously, you will be top 2. You'll be qualifying over to the monthly final. Pretty Boys are already there. They managed to beat Unknown 2-0 in that semi-final. So waiting on the other end, there's going to be Pretty Boys looking pretty darn good. Genesis and Kudos now attempting to make it happen for themselves, as well as Profi picks up first blood.
Yeah, it's pretty blessed. I don't even think he was expecting to have somebody that close in that dark cover, but where he decided to place the crosshair was right onto the forehead of Hira, so now a 5v4 for Genesis early. On the opposite side of the map, you see Koala Noob is actually pushed forward a bit in towards A long, so that will allow this defense to flex and rotate a bit more over towards the C side of the map. And for Team Kudos, at what point do you try to actually commit to a spike site? They've been good so far. 3 out of the 4 pistols have gone their way, but this one looking a bit more hard-pressed.
Profi sees 2 there in the cubby, I'm sure. So at this point in time, you are rotating extra members over. Hard focus from Genesis over towards the C side of things. It will just be Koala Noob over onto A. Maybe even pushing up, gathering a bit of info. As I say that though, Genesis are starting to fall off from C. The smoke has just been kind of almost dissuading them. The flash is coming on through, and now it's going to be Nosy defending by himself.
Ready for one, and Nose is going to be revealed by the recon bolt. Everyone's going to know that he's on the backside of this site, and that'll be a pretty easy kill for them. So all of a sudden, Team Kudos, after getting fallen after the first blood, they found 3 very clean kills on the execute. The spike will be planted, and you still have Teddy lurking all the way backside towards C Long. A couple more members will join him, and now the retake for Team Genesis will have to be quick and fast if they want to deal with these 3 members on the long side of the map.
2v4 doesn't really seem possible. And now that we're 5 pistols in, looks like this pistol is going to go the way of Team Kudos, so still just higher percentage wins on the pistols overall. Koala Noobs are at least going to be able to dodge out the stun. Things a little bit more workable. 2v2 now, is this doable?
Very doable, but as we start to frame it up, it's Koala Noob who can't quite lock down the shots, and Zebra will just trust his shock dart to clean up the final. But I'm not going to lie, I was a bit surprised initially that Teddy actually pushed forward to try to assist Fletcher late on that retake attempt. I thought they were just going to full stack and play off of the information game that you could have gotten from really just Zebra isolated, but almost an opportunity for Genesis to pop back, but they still come up on the bad side of the pistol, and with that, we'll try to find a way to get through this anti-eco safely.
They start so well. They got that first blood. Hera dies instantly. I mean, you look at the situation for Genesis, they have great control over C, and they fall off. I think it was their own smoke they put down over to C Long. That stops them from getting any further information. Speaking of C Long, Profi pushing down very aggressively. That will now allow the rest of Genesis to start moving off from C over towards A.
Shorty in hand for Profi. Oh boy. Timing of this could be everything, and whoa, goodness. Profi cleans it up. Zebra just whipping a bit. Nosy now on the site with chemicals. Neither will find much. And how about that double up for Hera? Getting the last couple of shots to connect. And the only real thing that's gone wrong here for Kudos was that 1v1 on the other side of the map.
That's the only kill they've got so far. 2v4, another 2v4 situation. This map. There's going to be one gun. Profi picks up a Bulldog. So as far as value goes versus the pickup from Kudos, that's the highest value gun. Zebra didn't have the Bulldog. And Profi wants to use this one, so he doesn't even want to save it. I suppose the thinking here is he's going to be able to repurchase anyway. Picks up 1 kill, thinks better of it. 22 HP, gives the gun away, and now just makes an attempt with a shorty.
See what he can find. Checks the corner, nobody home. Maybe also able to find himself a Spectre. This is a nice upgrade. Wait a second. Wait a second. Avril, no. Avril, no way.
Okay. And they get 2 guns. Okay. That I have not seen before. That is incredible. Kudos have just given away a huge round for Genesis. And now you have 3 members sitting on Spectres. Not enough money. That's not a bonus. You don't get any money now. That's not your 3K. What do you do? That is, oh my, I can't believe what I just saw. That is a round stolen away by the pure definition of what stealing is.
Oh man. I wish you could have seen my face. My jaw is literally on the floor seeing that play come through. But we go into, really, again, a small advantage round for Team Genesis off the defuse, but neither team going to be feeling all that confident in their weaponry. So a very awkward third round for a multitude of reasons. And with that, Team Kudos will send the spike initially towards the short side of A, but they've got 2 members stacked up pretty heavy towards B, maybe lingering towards an opportunity to try to hit the less common of the 3 sites.
I'll be honest, Genesis are still not really winning pistols consistently, but they can at least do some damage on the other rounds now, make it really hurt for Kudos, who, this is a weird round. You still have very even equipment. Hera is pushed up very deep, getting killed early on, but traded out by chemicals. Picks up 2 on the Vandal.
Chemicals is so slippery, man. You see him instantly turn around and hit the cyber cages so he could stay safe from a counter to come out. Now the camera's going to tag up one. Teddy, though, will double up as he pushes forward with Fletcher. Chemicals coming out of the high ground will find his 4th kill. Looking for the ace. Zebro looking at some shock dart lineups. Chemicals going to get it halfway and back up, and he's not going to be able to fully convert on the kill to Zebro. So now halfway defused. Profi trying to hold. He will stick it, and Team Genesis again able to sneak away around, and Profi will put Zebros to bed.
Really important there for Profi to be able to just deny that kill coming in. A bit surprised that you don't just have Zebro swinging that one through. Maybe he thought he had a little bit more time. Doesn't realize that the spike has already been halved up by Chemicals. So, yeah, sure, the ace doesn't come on through, but Profi's also very reliable. 2-1 now. And that is a really disastrous start for Team Kudos, especially now as things get even more difficult. Talked a lot about that double operator setup. Well, there it is. Koala and Carbon will be the two picking it up.
So the Marshal also coming into play, though, for Kudos. Trying to meet the sniper rifles, but that is a massive difference as far as the power spike goes. Here, though, does find it's an aggressive pick over towards B. And one more in the corner. That's Nosy to find the elimination. Needs to try to play for his life. The flash comes through. He dances into the B side and stays safe. Big moment for him to at least get the numbers 4v4. Profi, who's been good with the Hunter's Fury so far today, but is having a little bit of trouble with this one. He will connect, but it will not find elimination as Fletcher, he's able to find a pick over towards C. And now, all of a sudden, Team Kudos with the numbers advantage and a Hunter's Fury of their own.
Let's see if they can pick up anything with this. They have a 4v3 situation, so would love to find a 4v2. One operator dropped. I believe the second one was also dropped somewhere else as well, so neither of the two operators from Genesis really finding purchase here. Realistically, with Genesis speaking now, they can try and go for this retake. There has not been a plant. A lot of low HP members. Chemicals, slippery as he is, in the same position, gets one, but instantly dead.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble tracking down the kill underneath him. Still numbers for Team Kudos. We talked about and we praised about their post-plant setup on Ascent. Can they find a way to try to salvage these rounds that have been a little bit uncharacteristic from what we've seen in Valorant period? I won't even say between these two teams, but just in Valorant period. A very strange 4th round here. Profi on the site looking to retake. He's found Teddy. One more at range. That's the Marshal holding character of Zebro. There's the elimination. One more. Both sides. Fletcher for 1, Fletcher for 2. He'll find 4 total in the round and save it. Team Kudos tying things up 2-2.
Fletcher's second 4K so far in this best of 3 series. Very expensive round for Genesis to lose, and that should have been the round for Genesis to really snowball their economy, really snowball the defensive stake here, get another round of the ball. 3-1 could have been the scoreline. A double operator setup where they lose both Carbon and Koala Noob, who were the two operator players. Unfortunately, Chemicals can't get enough done over towards A as well. You can't rely on Chemicals to save the day every single round that goes wrong for Genesis. So, unfortunate situation, and Kudos be able to bring it back.
Bladestorm immediately earned and then triggered off of the ultimate orb pickup from Koala Noob. A lot of spam shots thrown his way, but he survives, not taking any damage whatsoever. Keep an eye on the opposite side. Once again, Profi versus Zebro. Same angle. And Zebro, you can just feel the pressure, the anxiety established in round 2 with this setup for Profi.
Swing?
The whole rotation's coming his way, though, here, Avril.
A little bit antsy there. A little bit antsy there coming through. I don't know that Profi really wanted to swing at that specific timing. Carbon as well on the shorty. Yeah, not enough range there. 5-3 now on the pistols. Don't really see much happening for Genesis here. Maybe they could get an exit, but realistically speaking, it'll just be Nosy and Koala walking to the deaths.
Koala does have the Bladestorm available. Could maybe make things interesting. Sees one, the other one tight, and he doesn't really respond to the player close to the cubby. He does get 1 kill onto Hero long, so you avoid the flawless, I suppose, but still a very convincing 3rd round as anticipated for Team Kudos, starting to get things online. And I mean, you look at these first 4 rounds, it's just one of those that so tight, so dense, it really could have gone either way. And honestly, beyond that, Team Kudos really, you feel like, should probably be up at least 4-1, if not 5-0.
I mean, I think in the first 4 rounds, I think the 3-1 should have been on the board at least for Genesis. For sure. So it's a lot closer than Genesis would like, and you also have Nosy, by the way, 6 out of 7 over towards the Rolling Thunder. No aggressive plays on either A or C to try and get that orb. Profi's not going to get aggressive this time either. He's done that too many times in a row, so it's getting a little bit too obvious now. Smoke is going to really allow Kudos to force a lot of util coming through from Profi, so Profit's completely out now.
Still lingering for long peek. Patience to reset the spray for Hira, but doesn't convert the kill. Both players walk away extremely tagged up. Still offensively, you've got Teddy lurking mid-map, but Team Kudos is not committing it. They've got a lot of ultimates, and I feel like you're probably going to see the Rolling Thunder try to execute on one side or the other.
This is where I do wonder if maybe Genesis should have tried to play aggressively for one of the orbs, because as soon as the Rolling Thunder does come through from Jonah, Nosy does not have one to respond with. He is at least in range to do some flashes, some stuns out with the vault line on the shadows. Get over towards A. Non-committal though. That's a fake on towards A, and it's going to force Nosy to rotate over.
I don't know. This is still an opportunity where Profi, if he can lock down this first kill, should be able to stay alive. His position 100% revealed. He'll be paranoid behind this, but it's going to expire, and if he can find a second, it'd be brilliant. Not able to grab it, but the retake is not too far away as far as overall the distance needed to cover. This spike does get planted. Teddy in an awkward position. Can't lock down any shots onto Carbon, but Zebro's there to at least find his trade. 3v3 we go. The retake still hinging on the backside through the defensive spawn. No more offensive ultimates to play with for the post plant, but you've got two members holding long. The problem is neither of them are the Sova, so no opportunity for the shock dart clutch up this time around.
Plenty of smokes available there as well. We did see what happens coming through. While a noob has one, 3 to be exact, and oh my goodness, Fletcher hits that beautiful headshot. Nosy again just sends down a Rolling Thunder and cannot get it done. That is a round that is going to be slipping through the fingers of Genesis. We spoke about this previously, and it's a scent all over again.
I mean, both Rolling Thunders, I mean, the first one, seeing it offensively plowed over to A, again, you call it looking for a bait, but they don't really pull as many numbers as they thought they did, I think, overall. Sure, they got a couple members that were lingering over towards the middle of the map to start leaning towards A, but Profi finding one on the site at the backside of C is extremely valuable, considering it was Hero who was trying to open up the space aggressively on the backside of the site for C. But then you call it. I mean, the retake ultimate also really not quite there. Profi's got nowhere to go. I mean, he's only got a shorty to hold on to. The aftershock will be the end of his life, most likely, and it sure will be. So going into this round through, you've got Kudos in a big power advantage based on the weapons alone, and even after the dicey round previously, Kudos is still finding a way to stay on top.
And Genesis are the ones stacking now, so previously when Genesis eco in defense, they get aggressive this time. I mean, they wanted to at least get Profi tucked away into a cubby. That doesn't happen at all for them. And Kudos are going to sidestep this one. So none of these defensive eco stacks have worked either for either team so far. Every single time it's happened, the team just goes, attacking team rather just goes the complete opposite direction. So Genesis kind of give up the patient play over there, and they'll try and reach some sort of defensive setup over towards A if possible.
But knowing that the eco is here, you can see them very diligently checking every single corner just in case a shorty is hiding. So there's some time for the numbers to get here for the potential retake, but again, you feel like it's pretty hard-pressed. Chemicals, unfortunately, getting tagged up by a shock dart will just be down to 54 HP, and he's holding one of the only big weapons you feel like when it comes down to the Sheriff. Sure, you've got a judge in the hands of Carbon, but he's going to be pretty hard-pressed to find use of it. Koala with a ghost from the A-Link, considering an opportunity to push through, but everyone's kind of backing away just a touch. It just comes down to the timing of this hit. Jonah starts to run. Maybe Genesis hoping for the timing to get another sneak defuse, but I think Kudos has learned their lesson as they're holding the site a little bit longer than they had previously.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way Kudos walk away early from this one again. Even see just towards the end, the Hero's like, I'm just going to stick around for an extra 2 seconds just to be really, really sure. And just by the way as well, if anyone should be taking the judge here, Carbon should be dropping the judge over to Koala Noob on the Jet. The Jet on the judge is way better than anyone else, on compositionally at least, on this particular team. So that's maybe a consideration for later on. Profi picks up the Operator, second one off of Koala Noob as well. So back on the double op setup now. This didn't work on round number 4 for Team Genesis. And after losing that round, Kudos picks up 4 in a row. So that is a massive loss for Team Genesis just off the back of that 1 round gamble they did. So back on the double operator setup now. This has to be profitable for them. They need to be able to get a win off this. Otherwise, we're into another financial deficit.
Yeah, this might be arguably the most pivotal round we've seen so far on Haven, on the defensive side at least. It's looked to be a pretty aggressive start for Genesis up the middle of the map. They'll back away and reset themselves defensively as Kudos had a number of members just spamming at the B doors. Aftershock thrown through. A little bit late, but Hero will clear the angle regardless. And the spike is actually behind this. Some sound triggers here from Hero into the cyber cage, but the spike is still trying to follow up through. So an opportunity maybe to get in, but Genesis with the defensive Hunter's Fury could really spoil their attempt towards a B hit.
There's just no information right now. Genesis don't really know what's happening. They are holding lines quite well. Nosy pick up over towards the mid. This is going to slow down Kudos a lot. Less than 1 minute remaining now. Massive stack over towards A. Rather, sorry, towards mid. Nothing happening towards A at all, actually. But Genesis, again, they don't really know that. They haven't scouted it out. They're just kind of relying on contacting right now.
It's a good pick, though. Getting Nosy down. No chance for flashpoints or fault lines for the retake. So it's going to have to be on the Chemicals to hold from one side. The rest of his team is from the opposite. That's a good first kill. Hunter's Fury going to come through. That'll tag up one and find the elimination for Profi. And that was what I was mostly worried about. I mean, yeah, you get rid of Nosy, but Chemicals watching from one side, the Hunter's Fury the other. And yeah, the spike is planted, but there's really no way that you can defend against this. And Team Genesis, a very easy retake, will get themselves on the board after the double operator purchase.
And I can understand the reasoning for Kudos here. They want to go mid, they want to go B because that's the best way to dodge the operators. Most likely, here where the ops going to be. The ops are going to be one down C long, one down A long, and that's basically it. So if you want to dodge the operators, you don't go C, you don't go A. Or at least you're not going to be able to really challenge those ways. You have to play for Garage, hoping an operator's not looking towards Garage, which it could be. And you're hoping to go on towards B, which unlikely to be an operator there either. So for Kudos, that was probably the reasoning for B. They did get a 1-for-1 trade there, but, you know, the same time as well, they just didn't really develop much. They kind of got a plan going, but yeah, too much utility still available for Genesis, and with the 4 members still surviving, even without flashes, even without a fault line, they get it done.
Here.
The purchase still coming out though for Kudos, a very healthy bank going into this round still. Looking to close this half out with a more convincing offense if possible after what is a very untraditional and very shaky start for both of our teams. Things have stabilized considerably since those first 4 rounds. But for Team Genesis, you're looking at a neural theft and a from the shadows. They've been pretty conservative on when they're wanting to use things like the neural theft. Chemicals, I would argue, though, in this tier of competition, one of the better ciphers overall.
Sure.
You've got a couple other players to consider, but he's been incredible thus far, I would say, just kind of individually playing on an island and been a major reason why Genesis has stayed in both the first 2 maps and arguably as well here the third as we're in a bit of a tactical pause.
Yeah, I think I've seen Chemicals play super well. He's been a player that I've highlighted in previous times that we've seen Genesis play. He's probably not having the same level of extreme impact that we've seen in the past, but that's fine as well because you're now allowing players like Profi and new members like Koala Noob to be able to pick up the pace a little bit more as well. Profi, as we said, on Ascent dropped, I think, either 29 or 30 plus kills, so despite not winning that map, I mean, they made it close because of that. It's still 11 to 13. They come back on, you know, buying to what was that, 13 to 6, much more dominant. Genesis are trailing currently on this defense, and, you know, look, Haven is slightly attacker favored. That being said, though, just because Kudos have 5 right now, we're 8 rounds deep, looking at round number 9. I think Genesis still have a lot to work with here. They just won their first double operator setup round. We're now unpaused, heading into 9 for sure. Still double ops being picked up here, and it will also be Kudos having to deal with this.
Profi trying to get the timing on the peek through the cyber cage. Will come up a bit short. Gets good information, and is beyond that able to find Hero. He's going to stay here for a little while longer after the info off the recon bolt. Knows there's a potential second kill in front of him. Flashpoint will come through. That'll shrug him off the angle, but still flirting with the idea of wide peeking this once more. Owl drone will now be used to scout. And this will at least find information on 1, if not a second. The target dart does come in. And Profi once again stays aggressive. This is risky, but hey, if it pays off, it pays off.
He's too aggressive. He'll get traded here. If he gets 1 kill, he can't dash away. He's not a jet. And that's a big issue. Camera, I don't know if it spotted him or not, does see a shoulder. This is very important for Kudos to play this correctly. I don't know how much more util they have if they got a flash available. Would be wise to throw that one through. Plenty of util actually from Jonas. So yeah, you do want to peek this one properly, push him off the line. Great. Now they have actual A-long control.
Once again, though, Profi does not fully give up the angle. He finds 1, tries to hold the spot, but will be dealt with, and
30
that's
seconds
risky,
left.
right? And now you've got Chemicals up top that has to respond to this, and he's done well to do this before. He'll do it again, doubling up. The operator will not be picked up. The spike will be dropped, and Zebra will retreat back to spawn to watch this round come to a pretty anticlimactic conclusion.
And Genesis will pick up the operator as well off, the back of Profi dropping it earlier. So that's actually extremely good. Kudos thought they pushed Profi off the line. They did momentarily. Profi repeaks it and still gets the required kills. So really massive job done there. And Chemicals obviously with the 2K as well coming through from heaven. Like you said, if Profi's not going to clean them all up, Chemicals will receive the rest of them and make sure it's not possible for Kudos to do much more. And this is what I'm saying. Despite Kudos being up in rounds, the gap will be closed fairly quickly now because Genesis are far more ahead in economy. They have a double operator set up and they're looking really safe in terms of starting to get that on a roll.
But like you mentioned, the economy is just so well fleshed out for Team Kudos, they can purchase up one more time fully. Fletcher and Zebro still pretty healthy overall.
Right there.
Depending on what happens to the conclusion of this round, but Team Genesis really starting to build up some flavor with this double operator. Now it's going to be an aggressive push down C-long for the defense. Profi holding a tight angle over towards B. Tries to go over to the dart just before he puts down the operator. The spam shots are here, but Profi still peeks it and finds the kill. My goodness. The amount of bold engagements he's pulled so far have been more than numerous, as that will lead to a first blood and another 5v4 for Genesis.
Kudos will feel cheated in that situation. They do believe they should have gotten the kill. And they probably should have gotten the kill there as well. Will be a plant eventually. Jonah doesn't survive that one characteristically. And no, it's not going to be a plant, I think. It's dropped on the floor. That is awful.
I know exactly where you are.
2v1 situation. Teddy will retrieve the spike and use the neural theft. Koala will actually shoulder and find intel that he's holding the right side of the site. And with that, Teddy will back up, try to get the spike planted at least to give himself a chance at this 1v2 over towards A. Interesting spike plant position. See how he decides to set up the camera to read this. From the shadows, going up to top heaven will be one. And that's interesting because you don't play this together. Teddy finds isolated 1v1 situation. So now all of a sudden, he's got the spike right in front of him, trying to play it through the link. Carbon wants to push through. Teddy misses the shots. No chance. Now going back through, Carbon's going to make his way back over towards the spike, but that's the setup for the camera. He can just wait and then use the spam. Teddy for 4. Kudos find themselves their 6th round.
And Genesis, again, we have to look at the situation to say what is going wrong. How these rounds just getting away from the such a great start, a 5v4 where Profi opens it up with the operator, doesn't die, lives on 6 HP, and right at the end there, you called it. It's 2 isolated 1v1 situations that you give over to Teddy. You don't play that one together. You could have played that one together. I think the From the Shadows is interesting. We'll give you 2 angles to work with. However, if your teammate Koala Noob dies instantly like that, and you're Carbon by yourself now, trying to play the situation inside the smoke and Teddy outplays you, that's it. That's over.
And the aggressive operator peaks continue. Koala Noob this time over towards C. Long for first blood. Oh man, Team Kudos is, I would say again, fortunate to be in the position that they are because they keep finding themselves down numbers early in these rounds. But now you've got a Rolling Thunder ready to go for Jonah. He looks like he's holding ready for the execute, maybe waiting for information off of Teddy before they play, or maybe even the recon bolt before they commit. Lining it up, Zebro. There goes the Rolling Thunder. Recon bolt behind it. But where's the committal? It's going to be the From the Shadows that gets him, but Carbon deals with it. Now the Hunter's Fury going to come out. That will tag up Carbon, but he stays alive. Chemicals for a double, and this has been a bit of a flop when it comes to Team Kudos trying to execute on the backside of that Rolling Thunder.
Yep, and it's a full purchase round as well. I don't know if it will be any more. Kudos will have maybe just enough money. You know, a possible 5v, looking possible 6-6 here. I mean, it depends. Does Kudos maybe bring this one back? Do they find an opportunity here? Teddy's got nothing to work with, so it's unlikely. The equipment value is certainly weighted heavily towards Team Genesis here, and a really nicely played round just previously as well. You even see Carbon there getting the kill onto Fletcher. Despite being stunned up by the Rolling Thunder, still hits the headshot. So massive plays from Genesis to hold on.
Big round through this one, last one of the half. Expect to see everything used. Early aggression coming out from here. We'll get there and take down Profi, but there's still one more on the site. That'll be a double up. Carbon able to at least for 1, but he can't commit to staying on the spike side, and with that, Kudos will get a pretty early plant.
Not too sure why Carbon's decided to pick up the Odin here. Maybe he wanted to play towards the garage side of things. Will be a rifle on the floor. Let's see what Genesis can do about this situation. 3 versus 4. Teddy with the timing. Will get traded by Carbon. makes things a little bit more doable. Chemicals on the flank, doesn't pick up a bunch of kills this time.
Everyone hiding.
Neural Theft will at least reveal the positions. Knows there's a player close, but Zebro takes down Ken. Carbon, again for the trades, but at a certain point, the trades aren't going to be enough. Has to start coming through. Fletcher holding the angle will get the final kill. 7-5, the edge of the first half in favor for Team Kudos.
Switching sides.
That is a half that I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch a couple different times because every single one of those rounds had something interesting about it. And I'm not saying that necessarily in a good way. There were a couple of very dicey rounds that felt really way too chaotic.
And even that last one was really crazy as well. I mean, you have this double operator Odin setup happening through from Team Genesis, and you're thinking, okay, it should be 6-6 here, but Kudos on lesser equipment Valley, where Jonah doesn't have full armor, Teddy's on a Spectre, and Kudos won it off that. So 7-5. It's another round where, I mean, for all the good that Genesis did, when things start to look finally going their way, yeah, it still falls apart. I mean, that second round was very interesting. Fourth round, very interesting. Like I said, in those early rounds, first 4 rounds specifically, very, very strange.
Back to the pistol. Again, it's been good for Kudos all the way throughout this. Getting aggressive over towards A long at the moment is Teddy, and he's going to continue to push forward into the main A lobby. Fletcher by himself at C will scout out at least one player in the long area. Should know there's a second based on the Sova utility that was thrown out, but Genesis is starting to encroach upon B. 2 members here defensively. Just comes down to will they actually execute for this, and it looks like for the moment, no. And how about Teddy's position? Stuck in a corner, but that might be all he needs to do because Profi is looking to make the play through here. Oh, did they know?
All 5 are coming. They check straight away.
Wow. I mean, the ping that comes through there, Avril, was pretty intuitive. Now Nosy on his high horse trying to make his way forward. Here is able to find one to respond. Defensive hold looking okay. Here another. Looking for a third. No way, no how he pulls 3 kills. Now all of a sudden the last person, Genesis, are completely stuck in a corner and dancing around the corner are the rest of the pistols out of Kudos. Miraculous play though from here to find 3.
And that's it. That's 5-1 in terms of pistols. 6 pistols overall, and 5 of them have been won by Kudos. I mean, it might as well be 6 at this rate. This is a really commanding start. I mean, every single early lead is obtained by Kudos in these halves, except for the first. And you look at the situation as well on this particular map. Yes, the anti-eco didn't go their way previously. I don't think that'll happen again. I mean, a Genesis can pull it off one time. It is possible to do it again, but it will be difficult. There's a shotgun there, ready for Zebro. He'll be playing over towards the garage side as well. Possibly will be receiving contact. Oh my god, he dies.
Nosy gets through, actually picks up the Bucky while playing through the fault line. C under threat, but the spike is not committed. Again, you take a look on the mini-map, Profi's holding on to it, and he's just getting to C long now. 2 of the members that went through the garage are going to back away, and this is just a free first kill, and Team Genesis resetting the map.
Nosy's still deep, though. Jonah is watching this one, so heads up by Jonah for at least assuming that Nosy could make a bit of a flank play happen. Possible action into mid. Teddy knows something is up, is going to play in the smoke. Teddy could really stop the plant here. This could be big for Teddy.
Timing of this. Here's the updraft and the tailwind. Here's the footsteps behind this. Hira for 2. No way. And then Teddy with the pinch. Koala Nuke, the last player left really in this site. Knows he's still trying to get the Bucky to find some value. It will not. And Team Kudos, again, after being first blooded, will still find a way to win the round.
And look at when Nosy dies as well. He was being watched the entire time. So as soon as he decides to swing out from garage, he's dead instantly. So well played. I mean, Kudos just read that entire, read everything. They saw the smoke coming over towards B. They knew Nosy was still hiding in the garage. There was no commitment onto C yet. So something's up. Something's not right about the situation. There is garage control being obtained by Genesis, but they're not pushing onto C. So are they going on to A? Nothing A. Possibly going to be B then. Teddy makes a timing play. Hira gets 2 kills as well. And Kudos now looking over towards 9. Another pause to come on through, but you're at the sort of stage now where Kudos are about to potentially hit double digits. And look, Genesis are going to come into round 3 with guns available. This is going to be an important round. If they lose this one, their chances of going to the grand final diminish greatly. So Genesis really have to win this one and prevent Kudos from hitting 10.
Yep. Definitely a pivotal round coming forward for us, and ultimate-wise, just nothing available. You're going to have to find a way to get the raw kills off the gun skill alone. And on the opposite side, you do have the Blade Storm available for Kudos, but this doesn't really feel like a round in which it will be necessary to pull out. as we try to get through this pause. And
I mean, he might do it for Eco.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking as well. But you try to get the operator online maybe a bit sooner, but I didn't get a chance to see if he had already purchased into this round or not. Regardless, though, I mean, a really good position for Kudos into this mix. Defensively, they've looked really strong thus far, and by the look at what the setup is currently, I wouldn't be surprised to see a fault line paranoia play coming through A short, try to find an opening pick again.
Yeah, I mean, they're stacking 3 over there right now, so they are certainly wanting to do something over towards A. It does seem like Genesis are roughly stacking over towards A as well, so this could be a lot of early action in A sewers or in A lobby. A lot of util being traded. Disconnect might have happened through from Zebro, who's still stuck in spawn. That's what I'm assuming anyway, so for Team Kudos, moving into this particular round, it does seem like they will want to make something aggressive happen simply because they are on lesser equipment value. If they can maybe find something with util there, drop a couple of guns, even if they trade evenly, let's bring this to a 3v3 situation. But that's a 3v3 situation that suddenly becomes a lot more workable Kudos, especially if they can steal away some guns. That's the important thing. So getting aggressive early does make it count, does make things important.
With that in mind, do you feel like for Genesis, you need to play a bit more passively, try to read the information, bait out some of this utility before you actually make a committal call? As it looks like it was Nosy who was maybe disconnected. Looks like he's in now, so we should be getting an unpause here soon. But I'm kind of feel like, at least, you know, for Genesis' standpoint, you've been kind of caught off guard a number of different times by Kudos getting aggressive on defense. This feels like a round that you maybe need to play a little bit more passive and try to read the intel first.
Okay, here we go. Plenty of util being used, Bladestorm being popped as well, so it is just going to be... I do believe that means here it doesn't purchase up. And Genesis are not going to walk into anything just yet. And off the back of this as well, Kudos walk away. So Kudos are going to move 3 members off from A. They didn't see anything early. Camera does spot out 1. And Nero has a Spectre, does he not? No, he doesn't.
No, I just had the Ghost, and I think he just overstays his welcome a touch too long there. Didn't have the support through A short anymore. Now all of a sudden, Genesis looking to rear their heads over towards the B site. The spike is nearby. The 5-man stack looks to be coming through the B window. Teddy playing by C Garage, looking to once again try to find a way to pinch this, as Zebro is the only player inside the site holding on for as long as humanly possible. Lining up a fully charged dart, and as the trap wire is dealt with, here comes the hit for Genesis. Teddy, mid-map, not going to win a gunfight versus Carbon. Would have loved to have that one back, he felt like. So now it's really just down to Zebra to hold off for as long as possible. He does well to find 2. The full pinch is coming around the back. Fletcher, he just needs to get the timing of the angle. He sure is able to, and Zebro in the combination with Fletcher. Now all of a sudden the 2v1, no spike to play with for Chemicals.
Chemicals is the one player that you want alive. If there's one player for Genesis that can clutch up, it's got to be Chemicals. Vandal versus 2. There possibly will be weapon upgrades for Kudos as well. Let's see if this is going to be enough. Chemicals through the wall. What a huge shot. 13 seconds. He has to plant somewhere.
10 seconds left.
He's baited out the rotation, though, and nearly gets the 1v1 he was setting up for. But it's Fletcher who comes around, gun at the ready. Steals the kill and gets the 10th round. We called it a must-win round for Genesis, and now all of a sudden, you got to make a decision, I think. Do you force buy here and hope that you can find a way to neutralize some of the economy for Kudos? I mean, you could technically, but you'd be in dire straits.
You would be able to technically afford to lose another round here, so I think you eco this one. You give the 11 over to Kudos. If this was Kudos going out of 12, I think you force, but giving them 11 is still an acceptable loss at this stage in the game. But it does mean that Genesis, from that point onwards, are in a position where every single round needs to be won. You can't give 12. 12 might as well be 13. I've pretty much never seen a team, I mean, I shouldn't say never, but you almost never see a team come back from a situation where you're given 12 to the other team and then you have to win every single round after that. So having the comfort of knowing that 11 is still okay does work in their favor. It will be a half buy, actually. So a couple of stingers, or rather a stinger and a spectre, and sheriffs will be purchased.
No ultimates as well here for Team Genesis. Would be great if they could find a way to pick up a couple of ultimate orbs and, again, try to work their way into this potential comeback. For Kudos, they have been clean thus far defensively. And Jonah, last bullet left on the spray down, will find one, and the headshot for another. Tagged up heavily was Profi. He is able to back away, but the 2v5 situation, Chemicals is going to have to find some magic in the B site if they want to have a chance to pull this one back.
And maybe the only shot for them was to try and get an ultimate onto Nosy, who was 5 out of 7 there, pick up an orb, get a kill, but The situation is unwinnable now. Chemicals might be able to get one kill here. Probably won't get a second one. Is not going to be able to confirm it at all. Won't pick up a gun either. And this is going to be Kudos now looking at 11. 12 is around the corner as well. And around the next corner after that one is Grand Finals.
Couple players will fully purchase out to get Profi and Operator. Nosy as well, down to 0 economy after this next round. Ultimate-wise, you've got a Rolling Thunder that's ready, but you take a look just down the list for Team Genesis. 4 members, 6 out of 7. So if you can find a way to get some of these Ultimate Orbs, maybe there's an opportunity to set something up for a Hunter's Fury or a Rolling Thunder. Both are just one tick away. Opening shot, Profi. He's not going to need the Ultimate Orb. He takes down his sniper counterpart to Hira. And a big first blood once again for Team Genesis. Can they convert, though, is the question.
Hunter's Fury now coming through from Profi. That's going to be the defensive Rolling Thunder used very early. Nosy takes down Jonah. That is disastrous to Kudos, actually. And that's even going to give Nosy his own Rolling Thunder to work with. Zebro, it's going to be Clash for now. Doesn't get the kill. Profi's insane.
Unbelievable response from Profi after getting dinked. Still able to lock down the quick shot, and now all of a sudden it's down to Fletcher and Teddy. Hitting this together from the back. Through the dark cover goes one, but Nosy finds the kill. He'll double up 3 for him. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not in love at all with that Rolling Thunder from Jonah's POV. It seemed to be way too early, and again, there is another opportunity there that even if it does hit, there's no follow-up potential behind it.
I think you got spooked. I think you heard the Hunter's Fury coming on through, assumed that a massive hit was going to follow coming through from Genesis. I mean, Genesis likely to follow through from the Hunter's Fury. Once the Hunter's Fury goes in, the rest of Genesis just rush in as well. And that was Jonah's line of thinking, but yeah, it doesn't happen. Genesis played that one very patiently. They bait out the Rolling Thunder, and then instantly Nosy just dies. I mean, sorry, not Nosy. Jonah dies. Nosy peeks through, gets that kill, and then gets 2 more.
Okay, Genesis, they've got a Rolling Thunder available. And they get first blood again.
Profi
It's Profi onto Hira. The last couple of rounds, Profi has absolutely punished these aggressive challenges from Hira. 2 players now will make their way over to A-Long, trying to scout out a bit more intel. Neural that's going to be committed. And the position's revealed, and let's see what Genesis decides to do after that intel.
They got Rolling Thunder, so this is what I'm expecting now. Nosy's on the other side of the map, so potentially he is actually going to go for a fake here. It's not the greatest use. If he does do that, he will go for a timing, actually. See if Zebro can handle that. Spike is uncommitted, moving back over towards A. Chemicals, the lurk has been shut down in this round. It's starting to fall apart a little bit.
First blood efficiency from Genesis has been borderline atrocious. A couple of different times throughout this series, they've come away with big numbers, and now it's Teddy in Cubby, gonna lock down a double. No trade in sight. Now it's just down to Nosy. He will find one. That's Jonah backside of the defensive spawn that's dealt with, but does not expect Zebra to be hiding inside the C site. And now Kudos on 12, but it's just, you play forward, you try to get the neural theft in line. I just don't know why you overstay your welcome at A-Long right there. It's a bit frustrating, you feel.
Trying to find a timing, trying to find an opportunity. I mean, we've seen Chemicals do well, lurking over towards A, but I mean, yeah, I mean, for the rest of Genesis as well, you're right. So it's a difficult situation for sure. Nosy was even kind of lurking. They're not playing really with the breach either. Nosy, they left him on an island over towards Garage, and sure, he did get 1 kill eventually. They're not going to be able to win a round off that. They need to do a lot more. Profi for all the good work he does, getting these opening operator kills to make things 5v4. Genesis still just can't quite complete the round.
It's a very ambitious opening blind Hunter's Fury from Zebro. You thought that he would maybe use that as a way to counteract the impending Rolling Thunder, but decides to go for an opening first blood pick. Will not pay off. Now over to C Garage we go. Nosy tagged up a touch, will be able to forfeit, but you cannot die here if you're Nosy. You absolutely need to stay alive. No need to overchow here. Shock dart, not quite able to connect. The second one will, and yeah,
he's
now
so
Nosy. I just don't know. He's going to maybe use this through C Garage. No, he's going to bail away. That's smart. It would not have found a lot of value getting through C Garage here, and at least he's able to stay alive. The spike is still down right behind the mid. Chemical's going to be revealed by a trap wire. He's completely stuck by the way, and Teddy's able to convert for first blood.
Just can't see where the trap was. Chemicals tried to shoot it with the classic there. That is a really unfortunate death. I mean, his job was to buy time for his team to move through A, and now it's the jig is up. Neural theft has been confirmed. Where's the Rolling Thunder? It finally comes through to catch anybody. Prophet gets 1 kill. Can he get more?
Staying alive though through the Rolling Thunder with Zebro for a time, does get taken down. 4v3 situation. Koala in the Blade Storm. Retake gonna come from multiple angles. Watch out for Teddy on your minimap. He's all the way through A long. I don't think anyone knows that he's here. You've got a player topside Heaven and Carbon, but Teddy's gonna find 1 kill in a second. Teddy, he's got 2 more in front of him. It's the Blade Storm being held. It's not gonna find the kill. Jonah finds elimination. Last chance is Nosy. 1v3 has an aftershock, but it's Teddy for 4. Team Kudos continuing to slay through the more well-known teams, and they punch a ticket to the grand finals to meet up against Brando's Money Squad.
In convincing fashion as well. 13-6, the same scoreline they lost to Team Genesis on Bind. They'll take for themselves on Haven. Ascent was well played by them. And Kudos, just the superior team, I think, at the end of the day. You look over towards Haven, a masterclass there. Just way too sporadic for Team Genesis in terms of where they won. You have to look back at those early rounds. Watch the first 4 rounds again. How awkward that was. I think for both teams in some cases. Yes, we'll say that Kudos did lose their anti-eco, which is really strange, and then they had to kind of come back there, but then they wrestle it back as well versus the double operator setup. And I did have some concerns, like how do they beat this double op setup? And in some cases, they killed both the operator players. They kind of dodge it. Yep. They had some really good rounds versus. So Kudos, a really surprising team, but surprising in a great way, and they locked themselves now into the grand finals.
Right there with you there, partner. We'll take a look at this bracket to again recap how their journey has gone so far, and you'll notice a couple of names. Just take a look over towards the middle of the bracket. It's Kudos versus Andbox for a best of 1 win. They also get through Mamba Mode Gaming, and it took a little bit, but a pretty convincing Haven will result in a 2-1 tally here versus Genesis. On the bottom side of the bracket, though, you look at Brando's Money Squad. A lot of people would recognize them more formally or more familiarly as the Pretty Boys over the last couple of weeks. Same 5-man squad there as they went through Full Focus and Phantom Trope, and then eventually in their best of 3, they were able to take down Unknown. So this will be the grand finals matchup. Again, a best of 3 on the line, $1,000, but at least for now, both teams will be able to walk away knowing that they're well qualified for the monthly 10K at the end of October. Avril, this is going to be a barn burner of a grand finals, though.
And Brando's Money Club there, Money Squad rather, Pretty Boys, they walked through Unknown 2-0. I say walk through, it was actually reasonably tough, so maybe they crawled through that one would be more accurate. It was a 14-12, and then on Bind it was the 13-6, so that's a little bit more like the Pretty Boys that we expected, but that first ascent was certainly a bit of a challenge, so that could have gone either way for them, playing in towards the overtime. I think Kudos definitely had to work against Genesis, but yeah, definitely Genesis, the Ascent left a lot to be desired there. Bind looked decent for Genesis, and then Haven started to really fall apart for them despite some really good stuff happening on that defense, but couldn't quite string together enough rounds to make things competitive. I mean, I think we ended that one 5-7, and even that last round, I think, we say it again, should have been a 6-6. I think time and time again, we look at Genesis and we say, should have been this round for them, should have been this score for them, should have been that kill going their way, should have been all these kind of things. And it's too many of those. It's too many situations where it should be something happening for Genesis in their favor, and it never goes their way.
Right there with you. But at least for Genesis, all those things are repairable. Just comes down to, can they find a way to do that so that way they can work their way maybe to get qualified next time around for the monthly finals. Again, this is Nerd Street Gamers. Everything happening here, of course, Valorant, but not just Valorant. There's also tournaments going on for Call of Duty, Smash, Rocket League, Fortnite, and more. If you want to know more about those online events, head over to nerdstreetgamers.com. And while you're there, make sure you navigate and take a look at the shop in case you're looking for that extra bit of merchandise as we start to approach the fall and winter months. Hoodies, tanks, t-shirts, long sleeves, whatever you want, they got. So take the look there. We'll send things to a break. When we come back, we'll frame things up for this best of 3 grand finals between Brando's Money Squad and Team Kudos after this.
Welcome to Field of View with Nerd Street Gamers, your weekly dose of gaming news. I'm Darth Mike, coming to you live from the Fountain of Dreams, and this week seems like it's a bunch of fever dreams, so let's unpack it. In the surprise announcement of the season that no one saw coming and nobody wanted, Nintendo have unveiled Kirby Fighters 2 for the Nintendo Switch, available now as a digital download. And I have to ask myself, looking at this game, why Nintendo? Why? Seriously, who asked for this? This is just the laziest Smash clone ever. It's like someone took a look at Super Smash Bros. And said, you know what the problem with this game is there's too many characters that people might want to play. What if we just stripped them all out of there and had it so you could play like 4 characters from the Kirby franchise and also 20 different versions of Kirby in a hat? Seriously, they said, do you want to play as Link or do you want to play as Kirby in a Link hat where you can slash with a sword? Because I know which one's more fun to me. It is the laziest game ever. Even the menus are a direct ripoff of Smash Brothers, and I'm pretty sure they just used the same code and stripped out some of the character models. Seriously, this game is like the drugstore variant of Super Smash Brothers, and some kid is going to do a terrible job of explaining the game they want this Christmas and be stuck with this one instead. Look, Nintendo, if you were going to make a lazy Kirby game, the least you could have done is take a page out of your own book and make a lazy remake of a good, interesting Kirby game. Like Kirby's Air Ride or Kirby the Crystal Shards for the N64. Those games would be smash hits. Instead, we've got Kirby Fighters 2. And apparently there was a first one, but I didn't even know that existed. Speaking of games headed for the trash heap, Farmville is being shut down, folks. The beloved farming simulator that spurred many articles about gaming-addicted elderly folks is now going to be getting its doors shuttered on December 31st when Adobe stops supporting the Adobe Flash Player. Zynga have announced that they're closing down the game, as well as closing the game store on November 23rd. So this is going to be interesting. This was the hot craze for so long. And if you think back, all of our tiny digital animals have been abandoned, starving in the nethers of cyberspace for years. So maybe it's good that they're finally going to get taken out back behind the barn and put out of their misery. Amazon are joining the latest gold rush in gaming with their cloud streaming service, Luna. Now the idea here is that you're streaming a game from some other machine to whatever device you're holding, be it a phone, be it a tablet, be it a computer, using their service, and you should be able to play the games with near to no delay. The way this particular service is going to work is that you're going to pay them a $5.99 fee a month to subscribe, and you'll get access to the Luna catalog of games, which currently consists of about 50 titles. And then you can also subscribe to specific developer channels. First one teased is Ubisoft, to get their whole library of games on top of it. So it's kind of like the cable package of gaming. Now it's already becoming a bit of a crowded space. They're going to be competing against services like Xbox Game Pass from Microsoft and Stadia from Google. And Xbox Game Pass right now seems to be the heavy hitters, trying to pitch themselves as the Netflix of games. They've already got the audience with Xbox and PC. They've already got the attractive plan pricing with Xbox Game Pass already existing. And they've got a huge catalog of game studios under their wings already with Microsoft Game Studios and new acquisitions in Bethesda. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this market plays out. Right now, Luna's only in early access. You can apply to be part of that early access, but look out for it to soon be available to a wider audience. Meanwhile, Stadia has just been left alone, like the little brother who got shoved into a locker and forgotten about, and we'll see if they ever recover. Amazon also have a Luna-specific controller that apparently somehow lowers your latency when streaming games, but frankly, who really cares? It's just an accessory. Koei Tecmo have teased the next Dynasty Warriors game with Dynasty Warriors 9 Empires, taking Dynasty Warriors to a new generation of consoles, and really all the consoles, Xbox One Series X, PS5, Nintendo Switch, whatever you want to play it on, you can get it on. Now, this is building on the previous entry in the series, Dynasty Warriors 9, but it's taking it back a little bit, back to the campaign map, where you fight battles to expand your territory as opposed to having a full open world. So they're changing things up, but they're learning from the last entry and taking back what was good. It'll still feature the classic 1 against 1,000 battles we know and love from Dynasty Warriors, so keep an eye out for this game when it does drop in early 2021. Well, that's it for us this week on Field of View with Nerd Street Gamers, your weekly dose of gaming news. Now, my health's getting a little high, so let's see if I can't get out of here and find a health container. Oh no!
Hello, welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamers $1,000 free entry tournament. Again, of these two teams battling it out for either $700 or $300, depending on the outcome of this best of three grand final. But both teams already making it as an instant qualifier into the $10,000 monthly final at the end of October. My whole shift with me is Avril, and we've got ourselves the best of three, like we mentioned, between Team Kudos, which has been a bit of a surprise for us, and going up against, as listed, the Brando Money Crew or Money Squad. But of course, more familiarly, we know them as the Pretty Boys, and they have had a bit of a checkered past recently when it comes down to how they performed in a number of other Nerd Street Gamers tournaments.
Yeah, we're giving them all sorts of names here. It's the club, squad, crew, whatever it is. They're in the money for sure. They're guaranteed at least 300 here, but I think it's the 700 that they're really looking forward. And then a little bit later on, when we head to the end of the month for the 10K monthly final, that's the big one that both these teams are going to be really wanting to compete. And yeah, like you said, they Kudos. Bit of a surprise coming in. They took down some big names coming up against Genesis as well in the semifinals. We did feel like that was going to be a really interesting matchup where, you know, once more, if Kudos have already taken down Mama Mode, they've already been Ambox, then sure, they're going to be able to take down the likes of Genesis as well. It's certainly going to be a possibility for them. And looking towards this final, I mean, the list doesn't really stop, does it? If they've beaten now all this list of teams that we're pretty familiar with in the Tier 2 scene especially, I mean, Pretty Boys, otherwise known as, you know, Brando's Money Squad here, I mean, they kind of next on the list, and they did have a very close semi-final themselves, at least on that Ascent versus Unknown, another team that we don't really know too much about, kind of like another up-and-coming team like Kudos that can really do some damage. I would say that they certainly have done some damage. They beat Elysium in the quarterfinals. Pretty Boys now, I need to make sure they don't get upset by a team like Kudos.
Yeah, and for Pretty Boys, this is a squad that when I initially saw this roster of five, of course, Aaron and Brando have been duoed up for a long time, really, between the two of them. But being able to Piffo, who I think is a very talented Cypher player, but then also finding Pure R, he's been nuts. I mean, as an individual mechanical player, he's absolutely incredible. And then recently, the change between what was Anderson, now Hia, or Hia, or however you prefer to pronounce it, they have kind of been joined to the mix and have made this team a very formidable group of five. I'm very excited to see what they're able to do. But like we've mentioned, you know, time and time again about this Team Kudos squad, not a lot as far as information about each of these guys going into this matchup, but they have put together a very good performance with a lot of very high positives to be talking about when it comes to especially what we just saw in that most recent best of three.
And huge amounts of clutch factor there as well. I mean, just look at what Teddy does in that final round. We've seen what Fletcher can do as well. Hera has had huge rounds on the Alt Predator. Jonah had a really strong start on Ascent as well. Zebro's been fairly consistent overall. I think not much to really speak negatively of him. So across the board for this team, they've been consistently decent. Bind is maybe the only hurdle that they had to really trip up over, but they still got up, still managed to walk into Haven looking pretty good. So versus a team like Pretty Boys, they're going to need that because Pretty Boys are far more established. I would say definitely they'll be the favorites here. Versus Genesis, you could say either way. Genesis is probably slightly more favored only because they got a little bit more history. We know they're a decent team, but Kudos, the fact that they've beaten other teams around the same level, it's probably not a huge surprise they take down Genesis as well. But maybe Pretty Boys is just a little bit too far away, and I don't want to call it. I don't want to call anything yet either because, yeah, I mean, you could have said the same thing about Kudos versus any of the teams they've beaten throughout this tournament, and you said, hey, maybe they're not quite on the same level as this team, and then every step of the way they proved that notion wrong.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And I'm just excited to see, I think, the compositional stuff. You know, we talked about it a lot through maps 1 and 2. Teddy playing the Killjoy, what looked to be almost exclusively. We then get to the Haven. He puts it away, picks up the Cypher, and has a great performance with it. So he's looking like this guy that can absolutely lock down sites. That's the intention based on how he fits into this team. And so far, he's been showing that he absolutely can do it on his own. So many times over those 3 matches, we talked about how Teddy was the last player left alive, or the only player alive on a specific site defensively. All he needs to do is find 1 kill and stay alive. Often he would do that and then some afterwards to allow his team to rotate. And we know that, I think, from the other side of things, that this Kudos squad loves to play fast. We've seen them get aggressive, not just on offense, but even especially on their defensive sides. That's the one thing to kind of keep in mind as far as going into this next matchup versus Brando's Money Crew. Will they have that same success that they did versus Genesis? Because like I mentioned, when you've got players like Thwifo, who's a very resilient Cypher player, but you've also got PRR, who really took my breath away the first time I watched him play. He was making incredible plays across map as an individual. I just don't know if that same speed and tempo will find success against a team like Brando's Money Squad personally.
We'll have to see how it goes. And by the way, before we get into the maps, a big shout out to Mike and Ike, the primary sponsor of this tournament. Take your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike original fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep you playing at your best. So power it with Mike and Ike as we head into the first map, I guess, shortly. Teams will still be doing vetoes and whatnot coming on through. We've only seen the 2 maps being played by Pretty Boys in their semifinals. Of course, they 2-0, so we never got to see the third one. The 2 maps were Ascent and Bind, both of which they won. Bind in particular was reasonably convincing for them, but Ascent was far closer. And you know what? We already saw an Ascent game being won by Kudos. So if we go to Ascent again, that could be very, very interesting.
To be fair, though, I mean, that Ascent game for Kudos, it was a very convincing start for them. There was the 8-4 half after they started things on offense. We thought that maybe it could be a little bit more in favor of Kudos, depending on how things would fail off. But again, 3 of the last 4 rounds for Genesis came in for them. Defensively, they looked a little bit, I won't say as convincing, but they still looked pretty complete overall. I mean, it was a tight 13-11, all things said and done, but I'd be interested to see if Ascent does come up in this match pool, if we get another barn burner between these 2 teams who have been tested by both of their semifinal opponents. So interesting things to be sure. But like we mentioned, it is still just a best of 3. Not 100% as sure as far as what our map set is going into this one. But you would figure that with Pure R playing Jet as what has been one of his big staples, you're likely going to be getting that again. And yeah, I'm interested to see exactly how things go. And actually, I apologize. I did see the map set come up a little bit late. It's going to be Haven for map number 1. We will get Ascent for map number 2. Map 3, if we need it, will be Split.
Alrighty. Interesting stuff coming on through. Heading into map 1 now. Grand finals up, Alan. Team Kudos versus Brando's Money Crew, a.k.a. Pretty Boys on the attack here. And this is, I'm going to talk about this composition very quickly, but this composition you see coming through from the Pretty Boys, they've run this exclusively in that semi as well. So despite not having played Haven on both Ascent and Bind, they ran exactly this 5-man setup on this composition.
And once again, take a look at Team Kudos, aggressive over towards A, but Dwifo, he's recognized this. Cyber Cage will be placed just to stay defensive. Aldrone will be used, but the tag of the dart will not result in much, as we're going to get the raised paint shells to block off any extra push through. Pure R will also throw over, and these are the shots I was wondering about. Pure R able to get the headshot and then follow up with a body onto Hero. That'll be good for first blood. And immediately, Brando's Money Team try to get a little bit more aggressive. Zebro for 1 and for 2 and for 3. Oh my goodness, Zebro for the triple. That may just save the round for Kudos. 2v4. He wants more. He gets the 4th. Does he read the 5th from behind? He does, but cannot convert the incredible ace in line. Dwifo's got not much opportunity to bail out, so he'll be stuck here at A short.
That is going to be Pretty Boys completely shut down. Now Kudos will have this pistol down lock, and they've been phenomenal on pistols. They'll keep that trend going. It even doesn't matter that they're playing against other competition now. Dwifo, there's certainly no way. A 1v3 situation. You might have shut down Zebro, but you're stuck. 30 seconds, 76 HP. You've been completely locked up in the situation and not enough util.
Unbelievable stuff. All 4 kills, right-click burst shots out of the Classic. I've seen some incredible pistol moments, but that one might take the cake, Admiral. That was insane.
I'm still speechless. I am still in shock at just what I saw there. I thought Zebro was going to get maybe 1 kill. Great, he'll get traded, whatever. 2 kills, okay, this is pretty good. 2 for 1 trade is really, really nice. You'll take that. 3, we're done here. At that point, I mean, it's already done. The 4th one is unnecessary. I thought he's even up for the ace there. It was incredible. I even think after getting 4 kills like that, you almost want to buy a rifle straight up. And I'm not talking about the Bulldog. Just get a Phantom or a Vandal straight away. He is going to play it a little bit safer. He's going to have armor and a Bulldog. Let's see if they can clean up this anti-eco with no issues.
Aaron going to clear off the right side with the paint shells. Into sight, Joda for 1. Nice little burst shots coming out of the Stinger. Hira, another from the opposite side. Trying to push through this is going to be the side of Brando's Buddy Team, but they're not going to find much. Fletcher, Zebro cleaning things up. Only 1 will fall. And the only bit of good news for Brando's team here is the fact that they were able to get a spike plan.
Well, the spike plan is worth 1,500. You take that for the money at least. That's not a complete failure of an eco. I think for an eco, minimum expectation there is, you know, if you can at least get a kill or 2, get a spike plant, it's okay, it's worthwhile. will allow them now to be able to move forward with a decent buy. And this is, by the way, the difference that a kill and a spike plant can get you. Look at Brando. He's just managed to be able to get a rifle plus full armor on 0. Higher as well. Rifle and full armor down to 0. So they've been able to purchase exactly down to 0 there. Even Aaron on, 100 left over. So if you don't get the spike plant, I think the 300 actually did make a difference.
And interesting, Jonah's only holding on to a sheriff coming into this next round after 2 convincing rounds come through. Oh, we've lost.
Maybe saving up for an operator? Possibly saving up an operator. That would usually be the case of why you still have a pistol left over at that stage of the game. But otherwise, it is going to be 3 Spectres, 1 Bulldog. I did hear a spike come in. It has been planted now. Killer piece going both sides.
But a good hold on the site for the moment for former Pretty Boys guys. Brendo's Money Squad. Retake, potentially coming from multiple angles. You've got 2 from the defensive spawn. You've got Hira coming from the long side at C long. Trades coming through. You've also got 1 more that's going to be the breach playing from C short. Long range shots from Hira are going to be good to combine with Jonah. And Team Kudos, a very clean retake once again. 3 will survive. A couple of weapons will be juggled around. And that will put Brando's Money Squad likely got another eco coming up for round 4.
Kudos. What a commanding start from them as well. And they're demanding a lot of respect here in terms of 2 players staying alive, full rifles coming on through. Money is looking really good for them. So despite the other team being called the Money Squad, I'm not looking too rich at the moment. Pure Art and a couple of others now will be purchasing up at least for the upgraded pistols. Aaron onto the Spectre as well. It's pretty much a half play at this rate. They really want to win this round, and already, I mean, I think what we're really seeing is Kudos just bringing over momentum from their previous Haven map versus Genesis.
Yeah,
still looking good from that.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, it was a convincing win in the semifinals map 3, but it wasn't this convincing. When we talked about those first 4 rounds last time around, it was dicey, it was interesting, it was chaos, really. But this time, 3 convincing rounds for Team Kudos. Brando's Money Squad trying to get their way in off of what is a light buy round. Hia will find 1. That's his first kill in the game so far, and a major opponent in the way of Hira. Looking to threaten the C garage doors. Defensively, you've got Jonah who's nearby. He hasn't heard any footsteps yet. He's got a player immediately to his right. A couple more that are actually inside threatening the interior of this hit, but he doesn't really have the ability to peek, so he'll try to keep his life, wait for this dark cover to expire, and then maybe try to flashpoint peek this.
He's got 1 right next to him, but I don't think he has any idea where anyone is, so he could get timing here. Is going to leave Garage alone. The information they got out of C is that nothing's really happening towards C, so they are going to gamble over towards A. And as that starts to happen, Brando's Money Squad has a big opportunity. There might even be some footsteps being heard by Pura, who was tucked away, and C is completely open, and free Kudos have been out-rotated.
No ultimates for the retake. Aaron lurking could spoil any attempt to try to work their way through C garage or this defensive spawn. Gonna wait until his teammates call out the execute on the retake and then likely make his play. He's gonna have some help through C garage to try to lock things down up close and personal. Not sure if this would technically be a thrifty round based on the purchases, but we can consider it one for sure. Aaron for 1 and a second and a third and a 4th. There's the pinch to come through. Missed it off camera, but all 4 kills coming from that pinch. We saw him setting up from the front side of B.
And what is that? Just with 1 clip of the Spectre's also 30 bullets, managed to spray transfer. That's insane. I mean, the Spectre does okay damage, but to transfer onto 4 people of 1 mag, ridiculous. So Aaron is going to be able to not only get his ultimate there, but a huge sum of cash, gets his team to win as well. Finally, Brando's Money Squad have the silence broken. 4th round in, they will finally be able to pick it up, and that was off a half buy versus what is 5 rifles coming through from Kudos.
Maybe an opportunity to really bounce back in a major way. Got the showstopper ready to go for Aaron. Blade Storm, Neural Theft, all could potentially come out here for Brando's Money Squad. Pretty passive opening for both teams, though. Zebra will try to check the information mid-map with the Owl drone. He'll see a weapon over towards the corner. Let's see the player close right. He does not, but does at least get information on the Cypher. Should lend to some intel saying that Team Kudos, they don't really need to rotate one way or the other as of yet.
Brandos have a lot of option here. I mean, they got the ultimates available. Huge number of them. We already talked about the Showstopper coming online. Raze, by the way, not commonly picked on Haven. It's not really a Raze map. It's a really big map for Raze, who would prefer tighter angles to play with. So in a case, Aaron is kind of forcing this one a little bit higher. Potentially walking to a trap, might get flashed around the corner by Jonah.
And I will say this much, you know, for Aaron, he loves to play Raze and Phoenix. That's like his two mainstay characters.
Flash.
Yeah, Flash coming through. That's going to be one for Jonah. Does he go for the second? The showstopper comes out. Jonah on the repeat. Nope, not going to happen. Numbers advantage now for Brando's Money Squad on the take, but the spike is down. Someone's got to grab this. Only 25 seconds left, and I don't think they realized it initially. He will back up to grab it and try to make his way back onto the A site, but the retake is not on, but it's here at least. Aldrin will come out late. Cyber Cage placed by Teddy to make sure he can break line of sight, but it's not going to break it for long enough as Aaron finds the kill just as the spike is planted. 4v2 we go. Aaron on 3. Last player is Zebro on 10 HP. He's going to try to save, but no one's going to allow him to as Aaron finds another 4K back-to-back rounds for 4 kills for him.
Count your lucky stars that Hale was able to beat Jonah in that 1v1, because if Jonah picks up a second kill off the flash, that round's done. Jonah has control of the spike. Brando's Money Squad is running out of time there as well. They have to recover spike and kill Jonah. It's too much to work with, and at the same time, Kudos are rotating through from the back of defender spawn as well, collapsing on what is going to be Brando's Money Squad, caught on site with no spike and no time. So that 1v1 decides the entire round, and that was a great setup from Jonah 6 and Hero as well to even get that first kill, but unfortunately, let's not get the second one that would have got them that round.
No more charges.
Big information for Teddy off of this spy camp. Sees at least 3 members moving their way through C long. No commitment as of yet. You also heard the Bladestorm being queued up. Information off of the dart for Brando's going to try to follow this up with a shock dart. Aldrin to follow up behind this, and well, the tag from the shock dart was good, but the headshot from Pure better. And we've got another 5v4 situation. Brando's Money Squad really showing some signs of life here and in clean fashion as they find another kill into Fletcher.
Good patience being shown by Thwyfo there, but does get out-aimed by Jonah. 6 spike on the floor now. This is where Team Kudos maybe start thinking about getting a little bit aggressive. Won't be able to recover the gun just yet. Flash out and available. Does catch 2 with that. But still, let's see what they can do. Jonah's even threatening to use this Rolling Thunder now. Does he actually go for it?
He sure is. He's going to commit for this. There's going to be a potential for a pinch here. Right click, that'll find one. There's one more in the corner. Long range shots is good. One more top side. Brando 1v1 finds the way to double up. And goodness, I'm not going to lie to you, Avril. I was on the edge of my seat there like, no chance Kudos are going to pull out these ultimates, but we've seen them do it before. We'll see them do it again. This time it nearly pans out in the right way for them.
Oh, it makes it really difficult for Brando. I mean, you look at that situation, 1v1 could go either way. Super low HP right towards the end there. No guarantee of being able to clutch it up and win it. Ultimates have been expended by Kudos in a big way there. You saw Rolling Thunder, you see the Bladestorm as well, but I don't know. It was kind of worth. I mean, you gave yourself a really strong shot of winning an eco. You will be able to come into this one. Hero has an operator as well, and this is where the defense can really start rolling. Hero gets a nice opening, but no one's going to walk into his sight lines just yet. No pressure on towards A. It will be Brando's Money Squad looking over towards B and C.
This has been a pretty default rollout for Brando's Money Squad. A lot of energy in the middle of the map early. See what information you can bait out, which Team Kudos is very liberal with how often they're using their utility off the rip. We're even going to get another instance of that as here comes a defensive Hunter's Fury. It's going to find absolutely nothing, and this is a couple of different times we've seen Zebro try this. Essentially blind, and I don't know, I'm starting to raise an eyebrow every time I see him try to make this play. Now, Teddy's looking to get aggressive. He does shut down Aaron, but the trade is there. 4v4 we go. We still have a lot of ultimates for Brando's Money Squad to use to execute.
I know exactly.
And look, if you get that 1 kill, you get it alive, it's great. But the problem is now you've lost 1, and the nerf that gets to be committed. At this point in time, Brando's Money Squad sees everything, and they feel like B is going to be decent. Zebro should be here in time, as will Jonas 6. What can they do, though? They've lost 1. C could potentially be opened up as well. Fletcher needs to be very vigilant.
The first, knows there's a second nearby, but it's Pure who gets the better of him this time. 3v2. Retake could have come from one dimension, and are they going to commit to this? Yeah, that's Brando from the Gong, able to find Hero for free. Skips across the middle of the floor with a shock dart, but it's Thwyfo who cleans things up, and yeah, I'm sitting here kind of rubbing my brow a little bit, Avril, because honestly speaking, for Team Kudos, it's just one of those things that it feels like Brando's Money Squad has kind of figured this squad out. They love to use their utility early. They even beyond that love to use the Hunter's Fury early, and all we have to do is just stay alive and make sure we avoid line of sight, and we can then commit with the advantage in our utility.
I mean, speaking of avoiding line of sight, there, you feel back for Hero, who had the operator picked up looking over towards A, and no one walked into him. No one played into that at all.
Yeah.
So the big advantage for Team Kudos was just sidestep entirely. Teddy tried to make a really, I don't know, tricky play over towards Garage, traded out, gave the Nero theft over towards Brando Money Squad as well. And now on the eco, Teddy shut down instantly. Hero on 31 HP, and C is open.
Yeah, should be a pretty easy plant. Aldrin will come through late to scout out the site, but Hero will stay safe, likely behind the double box. Slayfo watching long. Aaron with his third kill. Last look live is Zebro. What should have been a successful round for Brando's Money Squad surely will be. Comes down to at what cost, maybe, if you can find a couple of kills. We've seen Zebro do some great stuff with the Sheriff before, but this time he only walks away with one as Pierre comes bouncing in with the classic.
That's something you can always rely on, the Zebro Sheriff tax. He's done that every single map versus multiple opponents. If he's got a Sheriff in hand, he's probably taken down at least one. Do they win the round off it? Probably not, but he will take down one member. So Hero now back onto the Operator. Let's see if this works out a little bit better for Kudos. They've already lost a round where the Operator was picked up. They've had to eco. It's 5 rounds in a row for Brando's Money Squad, and well, it took them a little bit to save up that money, but they get there eventually. We're 8 rounds deep in, and suddenly you look at the pockets of Brando's Money Squad, very deep indeed. This time they will be walking into Hero.
Early shot from here, not going to connect. Lightstorm available on the opposite side. Hunter's Fury coming through. It's in a decent spot. Able to find one is Brando. I think he tagged up a second, but can't convert. Aaron with the second showstopper. That's a free kill onto Hero. 5v3, and outside of the first 3 rounds, this has been essentially all Brando's Money Squad. There will be a couple of trades to keep the numbers even, but the post-plant setup is going to be allowed to come through for the side of our attack.
I think Aaron maybe just tried to bite a bit more than he could chew there, trying to get too deep over to the deep into spawn. Maybe gets a 1-for-1 trade there, but ultimately not worth it. You know, if they've been committed, great paranoia, but still, Pure, how do you find that kill while blinded?
I mean, to be fair, a bit lucky, but he takes one knife out, gets blessed with the headshot. A couple of shots at the end just to let us know that, yep, that just happened. And 6 rounds straight here, Avril. I mean, we were sitting there praising how Team Kudos looked defensively, but like I mentioned a couple rounds previously, I'll just stick with this until this horse is beat dead. Brando's Money Squad has just figured out this Team Kudos. I mean, now they've got him in a death cycle of buy eco. This one specifically at eco, and
I mean,
I don't know.
Guess what? That's another operator round lost for Team Kudos, so they're saving up for these operators. Can't find the value. This is very different to what we saw from Kudos versus Genesis, where Hero was certainly getting some value. Brando's Money Squad is just sidestepping it time and time again, and that was even a 3v3 to end things out with Zebro now on a Marshall. Look, he's certainly been able to get kills on this before, but this is going to be a hard ask. This is also going to be Team Kudos stacking mainly towards C. We'll see if Brando's Money Squad can sidestep this one again. Nice opening headshot.
Yeah, Pure, so much trust for him to make a solo play. No one's even close to him, but now all of a sudden defensively they have to deal with it because he's found a second kill. And while this has all occurred, Teddy is again by himself over towards A. He's going to be taken from multiple angles. There's a couple short, a couple long, and then he's going through. He's going to cut through the backside. He falls quickly. Another clean execute for Brando's Money Squad as they'll get the spike down.
Really simple round here. Don't really expect too much to come out from Kudos in a kind of half-buy situation. Sheriffs and Marshals. If anything, I think Zebro on a Marshall's the downgrade compared to him on the Sheriff. That's a personal take from me. And that's just going to be the 1v5. It should be a flawless from Brando's Money Squad. They won't drop anything here.
Opportunity.
Nope,
Zebro
the Sheriff tax. There it is.
It's been so consistent finding these taxing kills like you keep bringing up, but regardless, 7 rounds in a row for Brando's Money Squad. Now we go to another round though where Team Kudos can buy. They will have a Hunter's Fury.
Oh, here we go again. It's
I'm
got to
at
be
a
another
point
op
here.
round.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm at a point here for Hera's operator. You figure he's likely going to get aggressive, but on the opposite side, you look at Zebra. Will you once again go for an early Hunter's Fury? I mean, I just kind of want him to save it for a retake opportunity, if I'm honest.
So here's the thing, part of the early Hunter's Furies is to scout out as well. That part I can sort of agree with, but it is expensive. It's like using a recon or our drone, but in a very expensive way. Hero's now sniping over towards B. He's tried sniping A, didn't work. Tried sniping C, didn't work. Tried sniping B now, not really working. Might just go down here if he's unlucky. Does go down very quickly, super unlucky. And now King Kudos in trouble again.
But we are going to get a kill from one, Zebro another. So we go 2v3. Spike not being planted yet. We'll just bail from the B site, rotate over to A, and Teddy's actually in a position to where he might be able to contest this. But
No,
I was going to
he's
say,
not.
Pure up top will watch it, and that will be the end of that opportunity.
Zebro, listen to me, man. Go back, get the operator, and save. It's not gonna work out. He does get one kill. It's still gonna be really tough. At this rate, I mean, look, even if the clutch is possible, Brando's money squad, the last two members can just hide. They don't have to contest. They can hide long A sewers as well. There's no time for Zebro to flush them both out. And you're into last round now, where you're going to be on limited cash, and this is why I'm saying save, because you're not going to win that. I don't think you're really going to win that 1v2. What you can win is this round if you have the equipment, if you have the operator left for Hera, who, I don't know, part of me is like, well, the operator hasn't been working, but the other part of me is like, it's Haven, it's Jet Ops, you know, best map. You need to be finding value, and so that's going to be a talking point for a little bit later on when we start disseminating what happens on this defense for Kudos, and the fact that Era just got nothing done on that operator.
I mean, what percentage of the total kills for Team Kudos came in the first 3 rounds? I'd be willing to wager over 50% at least, if not maybe closer to 70. And you had the jumping 4Ks from Zebro. There was a couple of clean rounds defensively in there, and even ever since then, it's just been an absolute steamroller by Brando's money squad. A lot of ultimates to play with again, though, for Team Kudos. Specifically looking at the Rolling Thunder to maybe be an impact, plus obviously the Blade Storm that comes through. Spam shots from Hia. He's been quiet this half, but he hasn't needed to be loud as the rest of his team has just done a lot of the work for him.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron and Pura have just been completely annihilating Kudos at this rate, who at this time does at least have ultimate, so the Blaze Storm is obviously going to be good. The Rolling Thunder is the big one I'm looking at, though, and as I'm seeing the Blade Storm, rather the Rolling Thunder on Jonah 6 being slightly moved away here, on one hand, Jonah's playing very defensively. He's off-site completely now, but on the other hand, he does want to stay on A, and he'll definitely be staying on A now.
That's tough. Misses the shots. Pure goes for the double updraft play to heaven, but will give it up as he realized the fight was really not one he could take against Jonah. Spike planted, though, 4v3 situation. Rolling Thunder still available. And we know how much Jonah loves to use this when he has it up. Will he try to commit it here once again, even though the weapons aren't all that great?
I mean, they've, the good news is the one player that didn't have a weapon was Hera. Hera comes on through. Catch anybody, though. It's just going to clean up here.
I mean, it's just the angles that were being held. It's another one of those situations, Avril, where I think if you go back and look at that moment again,
switching sides,
Jonah probably thinks maybe I should hold that. The post-plant setup is so scattered, even if you find one player connected by the Rolling Thunder, you still have to come through choke points. You're going into arrays that still had paint shells available. There's just so much oncoming damage into these choke points that there's just no opportunity for the follow-up after the back end of the Rolling Thunder. And that's something we've said a couple different times over the last 4 matches we've seen the Team Kudos play.
Well, the best time for the Rolling Thunder is when the plant's coming on through, because you can deny the plant and you know they're going to be on site as well, so the follow-up's going to be good. Otherwise, as soon as the post-plant actually comes into effect, then what's going to happen is most of the post-plant is going to happen off-site. A couple members might still be there, maybe in Hell somewhere, but plenty of them are going to be in sewers. They're probably going to be A main as well. At that point, the Rolling Thunder is certainly not going to catch enough.
Yeah.
9-3 is a disgustingly good start for Bando Money Squad, and they're certainly in the money now. This is going to be rough. Kudos. Realistically now, it's a must-win pistol already.
For the flip, though, Kudos has been good on the pistol. At least when we saw them in the semifinals, and they won the opening one here. So can they find a way to do it again? Looks like a pretty heavy stack over towards C, lining up a recon bolt. Plus the flashpoint coming through, Tailwind coming on in as well. Defensively, there's nobody here. Everyone's backed off the site, so it's going to be down to a retake. And keep your eye on Teddy. Mid-map at the moment as the Cypher for Team Kudos. Looking to essentially make the same play that Aaron did a while back, but this time just the Ghost in hand. Pure from the side from C Garage. Not going to find much. Teddy, good trigger discipline, finds one, grabs the second. Beautiful play here as the post plant's looking pretty solid, unless Aaron could do something on site.
And this is difficult. Brando's Money Squad have to deal with this from 2 flanks over Teddy for another. That's 3 kills. And how many times Team Kudos? It seems like every single time they get onto a pistol, it's a 4K. No ace, but it doesn't matter. 4v1. Thwyfo can't get it done.
That's here after the Ghost. Patient shots, but doesn't pay off. Here able to find the kill, and Team Kudos once again walk away with their pistol. So, again, they were good on the pistol in the semis. I think they only dropped, what, 1 pistol round in total over the 3 maps that we had. Yeah, this has been clean for them again here once more, as the 4 members will survive.
I mean, if you look at this in total, of course, over 4 maps, what is it, 1 out of 8? So they've won 7 pistol rounds out of total 8. They've only dropped 1, which is incredible. Zebra now on the Marshall, 4 Spectres being picked up. You do expect that Kudos is going to be able to pick up this anti-eco, no issues. Brando's Money Squad, just going to be the basic classics. Higher is going to be on the Frenzy, but we're not expecting too much out of this. It is going to be 5 to 9 for sure, but what happens after is what's important, because coming back from a 3-9, you got to win a lot of rounds in a row.
Good information for Thwifo. Stays alive. Gonna get some help from Hia. Good damage as well confirmed, but not able to secure a kill, which is the problem. Hira now deep into sight. Gonna be challenged up close and personal. Pure will fall. Zebra with the Marshall connects onto Hia, and this should result in a pretty free plant. The retake will be one-dimensional coming from the backside. Shock Dart actually does connect for a bit of damage. They know Hira is nearby, but jumped in, making a lot of sound cues. Even beyond that, Hira did find another headshot onto Aaron, but it will be Zebra who confirms the kill.
Okay, now this is the important round. This is the one you got to pay attention to before Kudos. I would say they can afford to lose this one, and then from this point onwards, they kind of have to win. So they can play this one as a kind of a bonus. That being said, Fletcher's purchased up, so they're kind of banking on Fletcher to pop off here. Going down to just the 400. What does Teddy do? That's a big question for me as well. If Teddy plays up as well, they're not playing bonus anymore. They're really committing to this round. If Teddy saves, then they're just going to try and play it off a hero rifle. I say hero rifle. There are still 3 SMGs, but they need to do something a bit more tricky with the 3 SMGs than just play it as default.
I'm right there with you. We'll see what happens. Very passive defensive setup for Brando's Money Squad. Team Kudos, 3 members stacked through C-Long, making a move. There's 2 players in sight, though. Tailwind coming forward, but caught with the front burst out. Brando won't be able to confirm the second. Jonah gets onto the site, but nobody expects Hia, who stayed silent the entire way through. Here, also able to get on top of the site. The spike was dropped at C-Long. That information should be good for the side of Brando's Money Squad, but once again, look who slipped through. It's Teddy, pushing through the B site, looking to wrap around the defensive spawn.
I mean, at this rate, you have to buy a lot of time for Teddy. Once Zebro goes down, Teddy is just going to be... I mean, I assume he'll just be hunted down here as well. He is unknown. Probably he gets to kill the Thwifo. I don't know how much he can do after that. If he can get him to kill the Thwifo, run away with the gun, and try and bleed the timer down, it's workable. He won't win the round, but he'll do some damage.
He's going to get an opportunity, it looks like, to make point of contact on the Thwifo. Maybe, maybe not. It really just comes down to the timing here.
He also doesn't know. He doesn't know if Thwifo's there.
Yeah. Now he does. Footsteps going to be heard.
Camera?
No. Yeah, no chance. He's just going to try to see if we'll get some random timing of Thwifo coming back over to the defensive side and spawn.
Oh, he would love to swing now. Oh, this is it. This is the moment.
Gonna get the kill, but who's here? It's Aaron who's gonna guard the weapon for now. Dancing, jumping, finding the kill, no problem. 10-5 we go.
Classic cleanup there. So 3 alive, as predicted. He'll get the 1 kill to Thwifo, get the timing onto that one. Thwifo will feel cheated out of that one. Like, why is he there? How is this guy just in our spawn? But they'll win the round regardless. And I said that was the only one that Kudos was allowed to lose. From here on out, they kind of just have to win. This is a very important round. If they lose this one, they're kind of done for because they can't afford to eco again. They would have to force. They lose this one, they force again, they lose. So Kudos win this one, they have a chance. They lose this one, I think we go to next step.
Well, we're going to have ARs and a Spectre and then a Blade Star and likely coming out from the start here for Team Kudos. No ultimates to play with for Brando's Money Squad, but a couple are close depending on how this round starts off for them. Teddy's already making a play through A short by himself, once again just playing on an island. Hira trusted to be the entry man over towards B potentially, but the spike all this time is still sitting mid-map, not committing one direction or the other. Nice.
Those look like B for, looks like B for now. Aaron down early, so again, very aggressive coming through from Hira. And they're not going to commit over towards B, so it's just going to be a 1-for-1 for now, but Thwifo gets one back.
It's the information that the A site is vulnerable. Spike going to be planted. You still have the ultimate for Hera. The Bladestorm has found value so far, but he's also upgraded to a Phantom, and the timing is great. It's Hera for 4. Oh, it's all just baiting out the recon bolt. Everyone gets caught looking, and Hera punishes Team Kudos. You talked about how they needed to win this round to stay away from force buys. They do just that in explosive form.
Hera just had a miracle handed to him. What was that moment? Why did everyone look at the same recon? One person shoots the recon, everybody else holds their line, and they get punished hard for that. This is one of the key things you look out for. When teams, in terms of coordination, that is a huge coordination error when everybody looks away and you allow Hera to pick up a huge multi-kill. That kind of moment is extremely rare, but when they get delivered at this kind of timing, that's the kind of thing that can give the game back to you.
Hera trying to take shots on this counterpart of Pure. Not going to be able to find the connections, though, as Pure will get away with the ultimate orb. So now Bladestorm available for them. And what is a light buy round, you figure that Pure's probably going to pop the Bladestorm out this round. We'll see if he commits whether or not the hit comes to A. I think this might be the consideration for him. Good information for Brando.
I think he's DC'd. He's either the most patient player. Hera's completely still. He's either the most patient player either, or he is in fact DC'd because he's still in the same place he was before. The case, this is a little bit awkward for Team Kudos, who just made a really huge comeback round, and now actually playing this one 4v5.
Might be 3v5. You also have Zebra, who's not moving either mid-map. That's not good at all. I mean, you just win a massive round, and you might lose 2 players here. That's tough.
Man's a gargoyle right now. He's a stone statue holding the line. There's 3 players over towards A. Trying to make it happen. 30 seconds to go.
left.
And Brando's, this is like a half buy. They don't even have full weapons.
Yeah, this is such tough luck right now. The Bladestorm will be popped. Fletcher can't find the opening. Dwifo for 1 does get shut down. Gia click on the rotation. Pure long-range shots of the Bladestorm not going to connect.
Exactly.
Still an opportunity here, but no, the right clicks for Pure will both connect through.
10 seconds
There's one
left.
more player on the site. It's the Cypher of Teddy. Needs to save the round. Showstopper going to be committed, and that's just such an unlucky for Team Kudos. Big feels bad man right there.
Well, miracles cometh and giveth and fadeth away, or whatever it is, because at this point in time, consider the fact that Kudos was kind of gifted around a little bit earlier on because Brando and his squad decided to all look away at the same recon, allowing Hero to get a huge multi-frag. And then in this round, it's kind of like, we'll balance that one out by then losing a round that they had pretty much got in the bag. I mean, that should have been 7-10. After 7-10, now you've really opened the door for potential comeback. You're only 3 behind now. Team Kudos, they'll feel for sure a little bit cheated out that previous round. And for Brando's money squad, I mean, they're ahead again by a reasonable number. Another 5-round gap. That's actually really brutal.
And again, just the fact that you had Brando's money squad on a light buy, a round that you thought for sure was going to be a win. Oh, so instead of the 7-10, it's a 6-11. You do have Jonah, though, with a Rolling Thunder. Still plenty of economy to play with, as well as everyone's going to still be able to purchase for Team Kudos. But another round that you feel is a must-win coming forward.
I will rip the
Man.
Well, we're back to where we started. We're back to Kudos really being in a dire situation. Team Sun coming through a little bit interesting. But they do have the Rolling Thunder to work with. I think that's the major tool here that you have to rely on. The Rolling Thunder can open things up. If that doesn't work for you, Brando will be on 12, and then after that,
If I was
to
wild.
You see the position on the minimap where Pure is. He's top corner at B, and this is where the hit's going to come from. Aaron falls. Dwifo able to get away just barely. It's all going to be down to Pure inside the site. The defensive jet and Hia looking to stay alive, hold off the hit, but this might just be bait. Kudos find their pick. They don't fully commit. They're going to back away and reposition and think about how they want to try to hit this, maybe. Maybe not.
Just giving away their lead. Pure survives on 11 as well. Repositions. They can't get the trade through anymore. I mean, there's still a little bit of time to work. There's still a Rolling Thunder to work with as well, but the 5v4 could have been so good for Kudos. They also have an HP lead, though. That's going to be important. Note that the Brando's money squad also still does have it on his Fury, so if a late plant does come through, it can be prevented.
Teddy, aggressive, moving over towards the C
30
site. On
seconds
the
left.
site, though, is Dwifo. In the corner, gets taken down. Teddy for 1. Locking down things over to the defensive side of spawn. It's going to be Brando pulling out the Hunter's Fury defensively, trying to keep the spike from being planted, but whoa, okay, Teddy a bit over aggressive here. The Rolling Thunder will come through to delay the retake, but
no follow-up.
This is just time for Brando's Money Squad to get here and try to set themselves up for the actual retake.
Why didn't they do that with Teddy? I mean, Teddy was willing to push
idea.
up. They could have sent the Rolling Thunder out. Teddy could have swung off that, but they did it in the complete opposite way. And now they risk losing the round here. Fletcher and Jonah will still pick up kills. Brando by himself versus 2 doesn't even get the one. Unfortunately for him, Team Kudos swings another one back their way, but it was tricky. They lose Teddy for a no trade. They send out a Rolling Thunder that realistically doesn't do that much. And even then, they have to really try and win that last clutch situation, and they do so. So we're in the situation now, which is not quite over, but Kudos still have a bit of a hill to climb.
And Brando's Money Squad not going to be able to fully purchase coming into this round. There will be a couple of ARs at the table, but for the most part, you expect to see pistol upgrades and SMGs. For everybody else, that's not Aaron or Pure.
I mean,
and not even
Pure
a couple
should give his gun over,
yeah,
and then get his ultimate up. That would be the play.
Yep. I'm right there with you, partner. We'll see how things unfold. Kudos playing much slower than they maybe have in rounds previous, but that is mostly considerate to the fact that Brando's Mighty Squad has played a little bit aggressively on some opening peak angles. And they might not be able to fully read the economy situation based on the tally of what was being brought into this round. You've got a 3-man stack defensively over at A, though, and this would be a correct gamble as far as the defense is concerned if Kudos decide to execute this way.
It's also a double stack over towards Garage in case there was any aggression there. It's a well-placed play, but they're not going to find any value just yet. This is where you're starting to see on the minimap as well. Haya's starting to move over towards B. There's a bit of a lurk there from Teddy. See if Teddy can find a bit of a timing. About 50 seconds left now. And Team Kudos are getting a little bit cold feet over towards A. They're still hanging out towards A, but they're not fully committed there anymore. They kind of are. They have slowed down.
Teddy lurking. Once again, mid-map. Haya's watching it for the moment. He's going to have teammates with him rotating to B. They have over-invested this defensive rotation, though. Team Kudos baited the track back. They're still committed to A at the moment. Teddy's going to look for information, and if he can find one kill, that might just secure the round itself. Here's the timing. There's 1. There's 2. Looking for number 3. We'll grab it. Only gets shot back at by 1 player. Thwyfel will eventually deal with it, but this will be a free spike plant right over on the A site.
And now that's going to be a basically unavoidable situation. Brando's Money Squad, they have 2 guns to play with, so at least in terms of, you know, equipment, if there were any players left alive that you'd want to be alive, it'd be these 2. Thwyfel obviously taking 1 off the back of getting the kill into Teddy, but they know it's done for. They can't quite get in there. Even if they were able to get on site, there is a Hunter's Fury as well. And look how far away Zebra is playing. You are not going to be able to defuse in time at all with him playing that far off site with the Hunter's Fury available. So, yeah, my writing's on the wall here. Kudos will pick up 8 and close the gap to 3.
Revealing area.
Momentum's starting to shift a bit, you kind of feel. I mean, again, after the unlucky round that came through in which it should have been, what, 7-10? Now you're on 8-11. Not bad at all, considering the circumstances. Again, the economy has been pretty favorable for them, and I guess the other side of it is because you had 2 players that unfortunately DC'd. They don't lose their weapons. They're able to buy for their squad mates because they hold on to their economy. It's a tough round to lose, but you don't come away as negatively as I think the round being forfeited as you might figure. So now you look at this next one. Crucial round coming forward as everybody can purchase. You've also got a tally of 6 ultimates online.
This is actually really tricky for Brando's Money Squad as well, because if they lose this one, I think they may be forced into a potential eco. I mean, it depends. Aaron and Thwyfel can still drop, so I mean, not quite yet. They can certainly force. Maybe they'll be in a situation where they don't have full util or armor. Brando's Money Squad is reaching a state where losing 1 or 2 more rounds could put them into a lot of danger here. 5 versus 2 potentially. Let's see if they can hold on to defense.
Beautiful for Hero. Tailwinds in, finds first blood. The Hunter's Fury behind this is going to try to keep the C garage safe. The spike is going to be planted, and it's going to be down to a 3v5 retake situation. Pure really needs to clean up a kill, and if you can find timing maybe on the Teddy, it would be great for the opportunity. Who, again, he's been lurking every single round on the retake, and you can see Pure is checking every angle in consideration of that fact, but the problem here is that you've got nothing you can use to break open the site. He's going to catch Teddy on the reload. Now maybe make a dash over towards C long. You see a ping is coming through. Gonna be challenged. Here up close and personal. Pure snaps onto the head once more. Now a 3v3, but time is a problem, and you can see the rest of Brando's Money Squad is backing up to forfeit this.
Well, they do pull back a few kills and makes the economy slightly better. Will force a few repurchases, means that Kudos, as we start to approach the end of this map, is not going to have, you know, a clean, perfect buy every single time. And they're going to be able to buy again, but it does make things a little bit more interesting nonetheless. So for Brando's Money Squad, important that they saved guns over. Again, their financial situation wasn't really that solid. So being able to put a gun into Hire's hands is going to be important here. They're not going to go into operators or anything. Seems probably a little bit too risky here. And that's maybe the one big talking point for me on this particular defense is they've not really attempted any major operator plays, any major operator setups for Pura or anybody else in this particular defense so far. I mean, Hera tried to do it on his own defense for Kudos and didn't really work out. So maybe Brando's is just saying it's too expensive, can't afford it, too risky.
Flashes, fault lines over towards Zaylong. Here looking to get aggressive while Zebro scouts things out with his Aldrin up the middle of the map. No information on any of those plays, though. So again, utility down early for Team Kudos. Brando's Money Squad looking to reposition off their defense after seeing that utility come through.
Still got 5 ultimates, so, you know, we had 6 not that long ago in the last round. One is still there. We're all the way onto A now. FlyFo, no opening pick. This has been a problem. Brando's Money Squad are failing to get these opening kills as soon as the hit comes in.
Fletcher, I believe, has read information off of this from the shadows. Gonna see his teammates come on through. Paint shells will delay the plant initially. We also have a blade storm coming out now. The defensive from the shadows. Oh my goodness, Shota for 2 pushing through the A-Link. Nobody expects it. Aaron's able to find one Dwightful, another still not done off the retake yet, but the fault line is paying a big assist. Now 2v2 we go. Teddy on the flank again. Go figure, he's looking to be a plan foiler from the backside, but can he get here? Time Fletcher! He's done well to find the first. Aaron's got absolutely no idea where Teddy is, but is he gonna get the timing on the peak? Through the cyber cage goes Teddy into hell. A lot of trust that Aaron didn't stick that plant. As the retoggle comes through, he'll get the information he needs. Teddy, in a big way, cleaning things up, but credit Jonah on another push through A-Link to clean up 2 kills initially.
Oh, there it is. Kudos now coming through. They've got 4 rounds in a row. And this attack is going really well for them. How many they got here? 7 rounds on this particular attack. Let's look at that first half again. 9 rounds in a row is what Brando's Money Squad were able to get.
Here.
And that lead has been minimized to just a lead of 1 particular round, 10 to 11.
Okay.
It'd be an understatement to say that Kudos have certainly been able to come back. Can they finish things off now? They would have to equalize, force Brando's Money Squad to perhaps go into a bit of an eco situation or make their money situation uncomfortable at the least. Brando's Money Squad seem to be struggling quite a lot now on this defense.
Pure up top, though. Big opportunity in front of him. Talked about his individual mechanical skill. Incredible. Can he find a way to convert? Possible 1v3. Goodness, he just doesn't miss the head, I swear. First blood, no problem. Dart comes through. He'll let his position be revealed. He keeps the dart alive, which is a bit interesting, but now he'll tailwind away, staying safe at the B side, and it will go to a 5v4 essential full reset. The spike the entire time for Team Kudos was never here at B.
I mean, maybe you should at this stage think about moving it over towards B. It's a bit of a consideration. They might want to do a bit of an A split here, but Puro's going to shut it down, at least get the 1 kill. B controlled, taken, but the real goal is going to be A, and Fletcher's the one to watch it because he's got the other angle coming in.
I know exactly.
Aaron's done well to find 1 kill, Brando another, but the trades are through 3v2 situations. Spike going to be planted, neural thefts used for both squads. The retake for Brando's Money Squad will be coming from the front side of the defensive spawn. Teddy is going to play in his own cyber cage. He sure will. Spam shots coming through. None will connect. Reads the information off the reload. He snaps to the first Teddy. Oh my goodness. Knows where the second is. Not able to lock down that shot, but Aaron, meanwhile, he's been able to find 1 on the site, and the pinch will eventually come through. Brando's Money Squad clutching up off the 3v2 retake and putting themselves on map point.
And Teddy nearly got both kills here. If he gets that second kill onto Hire, this is a 1v1. And it's a 1v1 that he's favored to win. He's been up for 3 kills there. He just completely flicks onto the first. Flicks onto the second as well, but Hyatt just managed to hide away in heaven in time. And if it wasn't for that, if he dies there, I swear Teddy gets that clutch, and I swear he wins a 1v1. Because at that stage of the game, Aaron is under a lot of pressure to get the defuse going. We're back in the same defuse chicken kind of game there. Aaron already lost that one to Teddy a little bit earlier on, and anything can happen. That could have been 11-11. Brando's, like you said now, on map point. Feeling pretty good about it, and the operator's going to come through for Hero. He's going to make it happen again.
Once again, it's Zebra with an off-the-rip Hunter's Fury, and it's getting to the point where initially you thought maybe there was some opportunity to find information, maybe find a first blood, but over the last couple of times we've seen him pull this off from the rip, it's just not paid off well for them.
Did he's still got like 2-3 charges on it. He didn't use that unless it came through from the other side.
Showstopper, though, will find first blood. So let's see how things unfold this time around. Ultimate Orb picked up. Pure playing defensively by himself in C Garage as the spike will be picked up and rotated back to the middle of the map.
Yeah, that was Brando's Hunter's Fury, I believe.
Yeah,
so he
I
must have put one off a little bit there. So yeah, both these Sovas there just wanting to try and get some early information or damage. Showstopper is certainly able to do that, even though the Hunter's Fury cannot. But it's going to be a 5-4 lead now. And again, map point for Brando's Money Squad when they're 2 ahead on map point. And Kudos have to do a lot of work here on this offense to try and bring it back.
Zero opposite side. Hires the hit. Dwifo tagged up. Will be pushed off the angle. Spike is going to be planted, and Zebro takes down Pure on the opposite side of those C garage doors. So now it's to a 4v4. Aaron for 1. Rolling Thunder going to come through to stop the retake. But again, is it too soon? You might wonder. Teddy's able to find the kill. Jonah 2 more, and it looks like this should be 11-12. Haya's been pretty quiet in this map. He would have to get loud in a quick way here at this 1v3. Knows the players over towards the gong, stays safe from the flashpoint, but the spam shots from Jonah will connect, and Team Kudos still alive, looking to force this into an overtime.
And I gotta say, whether this was on purpose or not, but Team Kudos, when you look at what Jonah does there, he puts the Rolling Thunder in. He can't quite follow up on it personally, but allows Teddy to be able to swing through onto the garage and get Aaron down regardless. So that's going to be at least a 1 kill off the Rolling Thunder. Slightly makes it worth it at that stage. Getting things going here. Kudos have had a great offense. One more to bring the OT. Brando's Money Squad not shy of playing the OTs. They had to do that on Ascent on that first map in their own semi-finals and staring down the barrel of another 12-12 situation.
Oh, man. As you mentioned, the semis 14-12 after they got to the overtime that took 2 back-to-back rounds. Hoping to avoid that as Brando's Money Squad, but again, after the unfortunate DC situation, Team Kudos has been putting together an incredible second half after being down 3-9 from the first. And this time, a lot of respect given. Very patient play out of Team Kudos in this attacking approach.
This is interesting. I think this means that Hero probably just wants to be able to dash in. He's given over the operator to Jonah to scout things out. And yeah, that would make the most sense to me. Hero's going to be able to dash in. Cloudburst as well. They're setting up sewers now. Fletcher thinks about taking that one through. And Brando's Money Squad, as they start to suspect something is up, they have a 3-man setup coming towards A. And even here, it's going to make his way over. So this is going to be a 4-man defense on A.
They're committing to this. Hero's going to dive right on in. He's done well to find Brando. That first blood might be all they need to get some advantage on the site itself. Blast back up top. Aaron's found a couple of kills by way of blast back this game. Not going to get one here. Pierre knows that Teddy has pushed through the middle somewhere, and now they'll figure out exactly where he's at. And Pierre does not want to allow Teddy to make this play once again. But at what cost? Jonas found another kill inside the site. Teddy will find Pierre. Expected that peak. No need for him to challenge through. And now Hia 1v5. You'll find the first opportunity to make his way through the dark cover before it expires. Maybe? No, not fully. It'll diminish. Recon Bolt comes out. Everybody and their mom will start to shoot at him, and we will go into an overtime. Team Kudos, they are able to respond in a major way, getting 9 rounds on their offense as well.
And again, look at how that first half came. 9-3, 9 rounds in a row, nonetheless. At that point, I did not think we'd reach an overtime. At that point,
chance.
Brando's Money Squad had so many opportunities to close out that game. They were even, look, they got unlucky in some cases where there was that one critical round where Hero got a triple quad kill when everyone looked at the recon, but then they were also gifted a round when 2 members of Kudos got DC'd. So I mean, it's give and take in terms of how lucky or unlucky you could say either team has gotten in this case. And really credit to Team Kudos here for being able to pull it back to a 12-12 situation. They had to really fight hard in a lot of those previous rounds to make it here. And they actually completed the comeback properly. OT. You need 2 rounds here. 14-12 required.
Brando able to connect with the Aldrone Dart. That'll give information on where Hira's playing with the operator on the backside of C. Zebro also going to scout out some information mid-map. And Brando's Money Squad, like we've seen time and time again in their successful offenses, they try to early stack the middle, rotate after all the utility has been spent, and it looks like this time they're going to try to rotate over to A early.
Now, by the way, in the specific gun rounds that we have seen, Brando's Money Squad, outside of that 3rd round, obviously have been far superior, so they're expected to win this one. If Brando's Money Squad don't win this particular round, I think this goes to Kudos. They take it 14-12. So, really, really important round here for Brando's Money Squad to be able to win. Other thing to note is Hero did buy an Operator, but because Operator costs 5k now, he spent all his money on that. He's got no armor, no util. It's just an op, and he needs to find a kill.
Well, he's going to get an opportunity for it. The rotation from A has backtracked over to C long. He's going to peek this first. Oh my goodness, I thought he was going to line up a collateral. He only finds the first, misses the shoulder on the second. The hit coming through. It's going to be on to Pure to work his way in. He tailwinds forward. He only finds 1 kill though, and now it's a 4v2. Team Kudos still holding on to the C site, and once again, Teddy, he's on a long flank and play again. Aftershock will force Rifle out, but he's able to dodge away. Teddy almost gets snapped on by Brando mid-map, but there's the help. Now it's just down to Twifo. He's found the first, knows that there's a second in the garage alley, but isn't able to find the shots while paranoid. And it will be Team Kudos winning the gun round and putting themselves on 13-12 as they'll swap back over to the offense.
And that is the difficult round 1 for Team Kudos. They really struggled on the defense. Again, they only won 3 rounds on the defense. 1 was pistol, 1 was anti-eco, and they only got 1 gun round out of 10. Look at it right there. The proof is in the pudding. And this is where things get interesting as well, because Kudos have done well on their offense, but they could still lose it here. You could still see Brando's Money Squad pull through in a big way, but they haven't done so on their defense. They really struggled. Only 3 rounds they won in that defense, and super sporadic as well.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Will reveal their secrets.
Team Kudos looking to put this one away on 14. Pure? Did he purchase a weapon?
He did. He's got a Vandal armor.
It only shows that as only getting light armor and...
Well, he messed up.
I don't think he realized that he couldn't purchase the operator.
He sold. I did specifically see him buy a rifle. He must have sold it. And Brando's down again as well. So, I mean, maybe he picks up Brando's gun?
Question mark?
Oh, Brando's gun's too far away.
Yeah, Aaron and Pure are going to try to push forward. Oh, man. What a mishap. And Aaron, he finds one. It's the spike carrier that goes down. Boombot will be played forward. And now maybe an opportunity. If they can clear off Twifo, the weapon could be picked up, but pardon me, Teddy that was sitting there will find the kill. Twifo should be able to help with the assist on the respawn for it, but now it's a 3v2, and Team Kudos are going to get to set up their post-plant setup.
Oh, this is a really rough way to potentially go down. I don't feel good about this at all. I'm sure that Brando's Money Squad feel even worse about it. Twifo, though, will try and pull it back towards themselves. Aero shuts the door. 3 kills, 14-12. A comeback for Team Kudos when they were 3-9 down. They bring it back 14-12. It will be a 14-12 result once more coming through that the Pretty Boys are going to have to deal with, but this time they're on the losing end of that, unfortunately for them. So, Kudos, game 1, map 1 in the bag for the grand final.
I really want to know what happened there with Pure. I mean, you talked about it at the beginning of the first overtime round, of course, with the operator getting the change and how much it costs. When it gets to overtime, you're either buying that and nothing else with it. And it kind of looked like maybe there was some confusion because it was a light armor purchase, which typically was the way that it went before 1.09. That was light armor and an operator was what you'd take into an overtime round together. But I don't know, a bit of a mishap there.
He messed up.
Yeah. I mean, something definitely went wrong, but that will be map number 1. So weird way to end it.
Even so, I mean, he only had 4,400 remaining. So if the thinking was, oh yeah, I'll buy an armor and leave 45, he bought armor plus something else. Might have been one cloudburst, or maybe the updraft there, and he only had 4,400 anyways. It's very confusing. I can 100%. I have a screenshot to prove it. I can 100% confirm that he did pick up a Vandal plus heavy armor. He must have sold both of those in an attempt to maybe pick up the operator, and then just messed up and ran out of time.
That's tough. Super, super tough, but hey, that's the way it goes. Learn to adapt, find a way to get those things going, and we're going to throw things to a break here. Map number 2 coming up after this is going to be Ascent. Should be an interesting one. Don't go too far. We've got the grand finals continuing on right after this.
Hey guys, this tip and trick is brought to you by the coolest candy, Mike and Ike. So if you want to get good like me, eat Mike and Ike. No, come on!
Noob Master 7.
Hey guys, it's New Master 7 from my laptop.
You know what? We're selling your pizza to pay for this!
What?
No!
Today I'm going to show you a Sova arrow that will give you info on a possible A-rush on Bind. This is really useful on pistol rounds. So just line up your character at the edge of here, then aim slightly right to the box. Make sure it's in the shadow part. Charge it up to 2 bounces, and fire. So it'll land right where the barrier was, so you'll be able to tell if anyone was planning on rushing mid. Thanks for watching, and...
Did you drop something?
No! I did not drop something. I'm playing on my laptop.
Look,
Mom took away my computer because of you.
I know.
And why do I hear dogs barking?
Check it out!
What is that?
I got you a puppy.
That is not a puppy. Did you get 2?
I got you 3.
What do you mean you got 3?
He likes you.
Oh, he's slobbering all over me. Dad, he's eating my mic. Stop! It's not yours. Bad dog. Stop.
Noob Master 7.
Mike and Ike is a proud partner of Nerd Street Gamers.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamer $1,000 Valorant tournament here. Free entry to get in. These two teams have qualified for the $10,000 monthly finals at the end of October. Of course, there's still that $1,000 to divvy up, 700 for first, 300 for second, and a strange ending to our overtime in our first map on. Unfortunately, going against Brando's Money Squad, but an incredible comeback nonetheless from the side of Kudos, and now they go to Ascent for map number 2, a map in which they looked incredible on offense, winning 8 out of the 12 rounds there, and they finished off that semifinal Ascent map 13-11 in full.
So this is going to be an interesting map in the case where consider that Pretty Boys only won this one 14-12 in the overtime when they play this in their semis. And then it was a 13-11 victory for Kudos versus who was it? Genesis in their semifinals as well. So I don't know. In some cases, I think I kind of favor Kudos here. It looked like a much better Ascent map for them, especially in that first half. Like I said, it was an 8-4 start for them. I don't know what the round distribution for The Pretty Boys was in this particular semifinal, but if it was a dominant half for them, whether on the attack or defense, and they got a lot to work with. Otherwise, I don't know, it seems like a very close affair. It seems like they beat their semifinal matchup fairly comfortably on Bind, but Ascent just were a little bit too close. And if it's that close versus a team that you maybe beat a little bit more comfortably on the next map, I don't know how good they're going to be on this on Ascent anymore. It does give me a little bit of doubt, especially just seeing what happened on Haven, where they even dropped the 9-3 lead. I mean, after that, anything's possible.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And beyond that, it will be Kudos starting on attack as far as I can tell here. So kind of adding maybe a little bit of insult to injury, or maybe just, again, furthering the consideration as far as what needs to be fixed quickly if you're looking at this from Brando's Money Squad's POV. Needing to make sure they find a way to start themselves off on a strong foot, because we know what Kudos is able to do. And I think a lot of it, when we come down and re-look back at what happened in that semifinals, that we had a chance to watch Kudos play up against Genesis on this map. Offensively, it was very methodical, very, very clean stuff. The executions were polished. The post-plant setups were really strong. But then when they got on the defense, once again, they started to play maybe a little bit too loose, playing very aggressively across the map. And it was Genesis who was able to respond to them there. So at least in my mind, Avril, I'm hoping to see the same level of offensive execution. And then on the backside, making sure you're feeling a little bit more polished and maybe giving the respect that Brando's Money Squad deserves when you're trying to set up your defense in the second.
If anything, I think we can really start to confirm that there's a potential for Kudos to be more of an attacker-favored team, regardless of what the map is. I mean, it could be a map-dependent thing as well, because Haven and Ascent, okay, attackers are going to be slightly favored there.
Right.
They get a lot of rounds on attack. I mean, consider, the 3-9 deficit, and then they come back to make it 12-12, eventually 14-12 as well. And it was all on the attack. I mean, if it wasn't for the attack, that's a very different story. We can really say that on that defense as well, coming through from Brando's Money Squad, they kind of had multiple situations where they just allowed Kudos to get on site for free. No trades there. Thwyfo goes down, Brando goes down, High goes down, and there's no 1-for-1 there. There needs to be at least a 1-for-1. So too many situations like that, and too many situations where Teddy gets huge value. Teddy actually ends up with more than 20 frags there, so he drops well above 20 when the rest of his team was kind of struggling. And you have a sort of case where both Aaron and Pura had about 25 plus each. So, I mean, Teddy really had to step it up on a lot of those flanks to make it workable and win a lot of those clutches as well. So he really pulled things through on Haven. And I don't know, is he staying on the Cypher? Does he go back to Killjoy? Personally, I hope he stays on the Cypher. But if he goes back on the Killjoy, I don't know if Teddy can do the same thing.
I was just about to bring that up, to that accord. Will we still see him on that Cypher? And beyond that, Ascent is not a map that you can freely lurk nearly as much compared to Haven, right? Like, you've got the middle of the map, which often is pushed upon by players like Cyphers, or maybe that lingering, lurking Omen that sits there. But for the most part, what we've seen out of this Kudos squad is that on maps like Ascent and Bind, it's not going to be the Cypher. It's going to be the Killjoy. And the freedom to move around the map will also be extremely limited because of the way the map is laid out. So yeah, those are very interesting predicaments that Teddy could potentially find himself in, because he found so much value lurking, hitting flanks in that Haven, which was the key difference maker and allowing them to get into that big comeback down 3-9 like you mentioned. But just to give you the final recap one more time, again, map number 2 here. Map number 3, if we need it, would be on Split. And it is Team Kudos that's going to be on the attack. And, well, Avril, we're going to get our answer pretty quickly. It's Teddy right back to the Killjoy.
I got to say this right off the bat, is the fact that you're not going to get the same lurk value on the Killjoy simply because cages don't exist. Cages allow you to get into really sneaky positions. It allows you to fall off as well. If you get into trouble, you can cage your way out. You can't do that on the Killjoy. So Teddy, I don't think it's going to have the same value on the lurks, at least. As a Sentinel, probably be fine. If anywhere you're going to play Killjoy, Sense probably Killjoy's best map right now, I'd argue. So hopefully gets value here, but otherwise, Brando's Money Squad sticking to their guns. They've only played one comp, I believe, from what I can see in this tournament, and they're going to play that again.
Very commonly, we've been seeing a lot of teams try to get aggressive, checking over towards a long off the pistol. Pure's not going to find anything. A full 5-man stack over the middle of the map at the moment. Team Kudos maybe going to threaten with this Aldrin and try to hit over the middle. Aaron wants to try to delete this Aldrin, deny any information, but it will be able to at least take down a trapwire. Boombot coming through the dark cover will trigger, but not fully explode. So for now, Team Kudos has won the mid.
And market control being fully taken now by Kudos as well. Door's been broken. Brando's Money Squad at least has 3 over towards B. Mostly all looking over towards the market side as well. A little bit more pressure over towards A now. This is where Pura is waiting. early dink as well being put onto Zebro, so 20 HP for him.
You still have Hira mid-map trying to make his way forward, and there's not going to be a lot in his way. Here's the footsteps of the Rays right across the way. That's going to be the Aaron, and that's going to be good for first blood. Nanostorm's going to come through. Pure has to respond to the players nearby. Tailwind comes out, but he doesn't get fully safe behind cover. Teddy for the second kill, and Fletcher with the third leads to a 5v2 situation. Spike planted, and the retake a million miles away.
And another almost successful pistol here now for Kudos. I say almost because there's 3 low members, so technically if Brando's Money Squad can find those, they can turn it into a 2v2, but likely what's going to happen is Kudos will pick up another pistol, and there's just going to be more and more pistols going their way, and this just seems impossible now. 1 versus 4.
Flashpoint, mostly mitigated, but Jonah's got the angle, able to find the last shot. Catching the corner, a little bit of a wall bang in play, but Team Kudos, like you mentioned, they have been incredible on the pistol. Still only dropping 1 pistol that we've seen throughout the semis and here in the Grand. So consistency has been key for the pistol, and it gives Team Kudos a great start to their offense here.
8 out of 9 pistols, 9 total pistol rounds, and they've won 8 of them. So it's ridiculous. It's getting to the point now where, you know, we get to the second half, I think they're just going to win the pistol again, because at that point, why not? Their consistency on that has been so good. And that's been the one thing. You play against Kudos, and you're basically just going to lose 4 rounds every single time because they always win this pistol against you. So that's something that Brando's Money Squad now has to always face up against, is this 4-round deficit that you have to be able to come back against. They've not really forced into anything. Qualifier has a shorty. Pure is heavily tagged up. Kudos now just walking through with their Spectres and a Bulldog.
Mid-map can't be contested whatsoever. Hira gonna delete the wall. Flashpoint also coming through. Brilliant paint shells. That'll not only stall, but also damage up Hira pretty considerably. Now just down to 70 HP. Meanwhile, Pure was also dropped down to just 12 health, so he'll back away. Try to just use his life maybe more as bait than anything else, but Hira will find first blood. It's confirmed onto Aaron, and again, the middle of the map completely open. Jonah, another. The execute happening over towards B. Dwifo hoping that someone will walk into his cyber cage so the shorty can make a play. The ghost shots are decent.
Oh, no.
Can't walk down the up-close protections, and Brando's Money Squad looking to be completely flawlessly wiped off the map. That will occur. Team Kudos looking solid through 2.
Clean with a capital C coming through for Kudos now, and that's going to be the first 2 picked up. Can they get a third one? As a reminder, on Haven, they did, until Brando's Money Squad came back on number 4 and got 9 in a row. So, looking at the situation, what are they going to have built up? They don't have to rebuy, so they can play a proper bonus, which means this is a round they can afford to lose. Looking over towards Brando's Money Squad. 5 rifles, but 2 members only have the light armor. That could be a little bit of a detriment here, because versus Spectres, you really do want to have the heavy armor if possible.
I'm keeping my eye on Hira. Over the last couple of rounds, he's been very aggressive trying to enter through. Pure is going to tag him up pretty considerably, but there's that tailwind into the map, and with that, the Cloud Burst able to block off the tree room. Pure up close and personal, just trying to hold on to their life as much as they possibly can through tree, but this is going to be a spike plant. The defense is still trying to wrap over, and Teddy is lurking, but he's in a more inconspicuous spot, sitting over towards the rafters, and now it's just down to what do you want to do on the retake here for Brando's Money Squad in this 5v5.
Speaking of Brando, he actually walked up towards mid and thought better of it. He would have had a timing onto Teddy, who now has a timing on everyone else. That's 1 kill, 2, and he may have won that round for his team. 4v3 now. There's 3 rifles for Brando's Money Squad, but just a 1 player alive.
Just down to Brando. No recon dart to play with. He'll be scouted out by the counterpart recon bolt, and he'll just try to back away to save the Vandal. Likely, he figures he's going to get challenged here, but he may have put himself in just enough of a sneaky position to avoid being sought out, and that will be the case. Still, though, another clean round for Team Kudos. So, you know, again, just to kind of sit there and recap, we talked about how clean their executes were when we saw them play the semifinals on this map on the attacking side. So far, they're a perfect 3 for 3.
And there's 2 things for me to talk about here. One to bring up is, again, they get a site for free. There's no trade. There's no early kill coming through from Brando's Money Squad to really dissuade Team Kudos. They just get to walk on site. They execute on. And Brando's Money Squad, they either lose members because of it, or best case scenario, they get to exit the site and they don't lose anyone, but then they have to retake and it's still not comfortable. Second thing here is Teddy is still able to at least get a few flanks going. Brando nearly spotted that one out, but doesn't commit to it. You have to sniff these out now. You have to assume Teddy's going to do this every single round, and you have to try and counter him.
Hey, if it works, it works, right? And now you're going to get a light buy behind the Vandal that was saved for Brando. Another 5-man stack over the middle of the map. No consideration for A long yet, or B long at the moment. Everything's just been starting mid-map. Thwifo almost gets baited out trying to deal with the Aldrone. He does get away. Swarm grenade will go down. But the location reveal off the tracking dart will stop any hit coming through the tree room, and everything will reset with minute 10 to play.
Brando does actually have the rifle saved over. He's going to be an important member here to try and get something done. That being said, though, he's really far away, all the way on B.
Oh,
Pure,
boy.
nice shot connection. That's going to slow things down.
And pushing through. He might catch an angle and is able to snap for a second. I'm telling you, Pure has got some absolutely insane aim. That's a brilliant double for him. Meanwhile, the Execute trying to force its way onto B, but there are 2 members on the site defensively. You know that there's one there after the shock darts come out. Aaron from the backside. Oh, the lineup nearly comes through. But it is Brando's Money Squad who comes out of the better side of a 3v1.
Teddy now in a really rough situation. No spike. It's the first, still can't get the second one. Pura coming through, massive flank overthrow from a main, picks up 2 on the Sheriff, upgrades onto a rifle, and gets that kill as well. So, this is history repeating itself. This is exactly what happened on Haven. 3 rounds go in the way of Team Kudos, especially that 3rd round that really they win on a Spectre buy or the saved over weapons from the anti-eco. And then on Brando's Money Squad's eco or their half buy, they then win round 4. So it is just kind of a mirror image of what we saw in Haven.
I mean, I would be interested to know what Pure R's headshot percentage is. I feel like every time I see him in the kill feed, it's a headshot. Hira this time mid-map. Gonna be the first one forward. Recon dart, dark cover, trying to give the control of the middle of the map over to Team Kudos again, but this time they will keep Zebro over towards B long. You've got a Rolling Thunder to play with this time around, and for Team Kudos, they've been, again, on the offensive side, they've been really good with their Rolling Thunders.
Where did they put it this time? It's just full mid-map control. They got nothing going on A, nothing in B main either. I'm trying to at least scout out over towards Tree. Leave Teddy here. He'll just play for a bit of a lurk. That's pretty standard Teddy gameplay at this stage. It's just massive mid-map pressure. 3 to defend, though.
Updraft was used to try to get over towards the mid-market area. Teddy for
Teddy.
one. Again, just lurking over by A. Nano Swarm comes through. Going to activate that, but staying safe away is going to be Thwifo. But this is all fine. I mean, this is just Teddy, again, being a nuisance, trying to keep the defense planted while the actual Execute comes over towards the B site. Here, Tailwind's right into a Paranoia, and Abram from the backside of B mid will find one, but it's not going to be able to hold on to the site, not lose fully. It's going to be a 3v3, but the spike should be planted.
And they don't even need to use the Rolling Thunder, which means they can now use it for the post plant. That's really, really important and big for Team Kudos. They don't have to give away a round now to Brando's Money Squad. It won't be the same repeat of Haven. I don't want to speak too soon either. 3v3 situation. Zebro can't connect the shot, and now the Rolling Thunder has to come through.
And it will. Thwifo trying to push forward, trying to spam the single tap shots, but it's just going a bit amiss. Now just down to Hia, also still affected by the Rolling Thunder, but now making their way through very loudly, might I add, as he just jumps right onto the site. Hira in the backside will find the easy connection, and Team Kudos up 4-1. And what has again just been clean execute after clean execute time and time again.
And a lot of this I'm actually going to start crediting Teddy for, because despite only getting the 1 kill, what he does manage to do is pull an extra member. That was a 3 defender setup coming through from Brando's Money Squad on B. And as soon as Teddy gets that 1 kill to Pura, Higher rotates from B over towards A. So it's a 2-2 setup now. And after that, that's when Kudos actually make the hit happen. And then they get to have a free, or run, not quite free, but a 4v2. Aaron at least does get a counter trade this time for a 1-for-1. That's something that's a bit of an improvement, because Brando's Money Squad has failed to get reasonably good trades in the past. Ideally, he gets 2 there, but maybe that's asking for too much.
This is the first time that we've seen Team Kudos get aggressive to A long initially. Pierre's going to hear a couple of footsteps come out. That's going to be Zebro up top. Aldrone will scout him. Oh, he misses the tailwind. Hira able to punish. Now all of a sudden it's game on. Moving on forward. Showstopper defensively will push them back. Aaron will find an immediate counter.
Unfortunate thing to see that Pura dashing straight into the wall. Like I said, at least Aaron will pull one back. So it's 4-4 now. At this stage in the game, Kudos can go wherever they want. They don't have to commit to A. To be fair, they haven't developed anywhere else. They have no idea what's happening anywhere else on the map. There could be someone pushing over towards mid. Could be aggressive play coming through from Brando. As they go quiet here, Brando's Money Squad also has to consider, could they have backed off to B? Neither team has a lot of information to work off, so it's just going to be a gamble either side.
You should
Zeebro's
run.
going to line up. Recon Bolt. Lockdown will now essentially give information over to Brando's Money Squad that, yep, this is where the hit's coming from. Aaron, good paint chills, blacks himself around, a little bit of a interesting dash mechanic trying to work his way in, but the commitment for Brando's Money Squad to try to deal with the lockdown by hitting aggressively will not work out in their favor. Dwifo, he's going to find one that's actually pretty big because the Nano Swarm is going to be a big problem for him, and he nearly actually lines up another shot connection onto Jonah, pardon me. But still 1v2 we go, and this is still tough, a very tough retake.
It's not doable. The Sonic Sphere is available, and Zebro is playing off-site. So even if the 1v1 is confirmed by Dwifo, the Jonah, which is not going to be Jonah in hell, not going to get checked on 6 HP, even survives. There it is. Team Kudos 5-1 now, and this was my fear for Brando's Money Squad, is they weren't convincing in their win on Ascent versus Unknown.
Yeah.
Now that's kind of being broken open by Team Kudos.
And for Brando's Money Squad, you can purchase ARs into this next round, but it's still not going to be as comfortable as you'd like. Still not a full purchase, as Brando has to go into light armor. 4 to the 5 members underneath 300 credits. I mean, it's just not looking great. This is a must-win round, and you're starting to feel like this Team Kudos economy is starting to get a bit absurd. They've got a couple ultimates to also spend, including the Hunter's Fury here for the attack. Defensively, from the shadows, and I mean, you're not going to probably pull out the Bloodstorm here. You probably use it next round if you lose it, but that's pretty much all they have with the Neural Theft also as a potential consideration.
You even see, by the way, how much respect is being given over by Team Kudos. Look at the Owl Drone being used on B. That's being used from spawn just to check B lobby because they have no idea what's going on over there. They're expecting that maybe Brando's Money Squad have been pushing up. That's not the case, so they've regained control of B. Off the back of it, they may try and take B main as well. We haven't really seen Team Kudos play out of B main too often. They've been playing mid a lot. They've done A few times. This will be the first major play on B main.
Fletcher's just going to be a distraction. Throw out some dark cover. Same places that they would normally throw it if they were going to make an execute up the middle of the map. But this time, like you mentioned, it's a full stack over towards B main. Fury's going to make the rotation quickly. Here for one. Not bad. Hunter's Fury coming out offensively, trying to get the players on the backside of the archway, but not able to connect with anything. So now all of a sudden it's Brando and Haya that will respond for nearly 3 combined. It's this Haya individually for 3. Teddy's done well to take down 2, but it's not going to be enough. 3v1 situation, and Fletcher will likely just back away and keep the Phantom.
And if he can get out of this situation as well, Paranoid's going to come on through. 10 seconds remaining. No one else is there, so I guess he'll be safe for now. And you can really credit Aaron for winning this round, and the way he wins it, or the way that they win it as a squad for Brando's Money Squad, is the fact that as soon as the double smoke's coming through from Fletcher, one over towards the defensive choke and alley for B main, and one over towards short. Aaron's already beat that smoke over towards short. He's past the smoke, so he knows it's a fake. He knows it's not A, because they smoked over towards tree and no one was there. Immediately when that happens, they all rotate over towards B, and there's 4 players defensively waiting at B as a hit comes through from Kudos, and the attack falls apart instantly.
So another gun round coming up for us here, with the exception of Brando, who once again is going to have to be put onto a Spectre. Everybody else in the lobby, mostly Phantoms, 1 Vandal in the mix. And big information off that Recon Bolt. Aaron hoping for some spam shots. None will really connect. Vig, another ambitious paint shells also off the rip. Those also going to come up a bit empty. Defensively, 2 members, the same 2 that we've had round after round for Brando's Money Squad, will be here at B. But the spike is being held by Zebro at the A Gelato shop. So is this just bait? Is this just ultimate orb farming? Looks to be just that.
I mean, he can still rotate really late here. Zebro at this stage in the game just holding strong over towards A main. Waiting for an opportunity. This is either going to be a bit of testing of the water over towards B. If it fails, they'll all rotate to A. If it looks good, Zebra will come over from A towards B maybe a little bit later, but just a bit of defaulting for now. No mid control, though. There's one thing that Kudos does need to do is a little bit more mid, because they've been playing mid most rounds, and as soon as they don't go for mid control, I think if you're Brando's Money Squad, you can start thinking that something might be up.
Well, you could see in the spawn, Pure is just going back and forth, watching over the middle. Boombot's going to come out. Fletcher is going to try to dodge this, but there's the information. They're going to commit the execution. There it is. Maybe the Rolling Thunder try to open the site at the A site. You're also going to get here to tailwind in. A lot of the action's going to happen right here at the tree. Fletcher goes right by, but doesn't actually see either player behind him. Tough timing. But everybody will walk away with and Brando's Money Squad now starting to get things going defensively with 2 in a row.
And that's really important as well. Kudos Suds, it looks like they were running away with this one. 5-1 was the scoreline 2 rounds ago. Now 2 rounds deeper in. And Kudos are going to have to eco. They have ultimates available. Teddy is also going to be able to pick up a Spectre. I don't know if they want to get tricky with this one. Look, both teams have actually won rounds they weren't supposed to in terms of, you know, they have lesser equipment. They're technically on an eco, some sort of half bite, and they can still win. That's possible, but it's getting a lot more difficult now, especially that Brando's Money Squad has 3 ultimates, nearly 4. Brando can get 1 more tick. Let's see what kind of aggression Team Kudos does. Straight down mid into short.
Flash wants to open things up. Hira looking to be trusted to be the one with the Blade Storm to get the entries. Makes his way forward. Jonah finds one through the cyber cage on the Dwifo. Hira's in the back, able to find the headshot onto the player sitting over towards long. Haya will find one, but that's a pretty easy trade due to the numbers, and the aggression pays off. Now it's just down to reading the players coming off the backside of the spawn. Zebro gets caught in his Zal drone, and Hira will not get away. So we go 2v2, but the weapons that should be retrieved for Team Kudos should make this an even fight.
You got this double setup as well in terms of a crossfire, 1 in aim A, 1 in hell. Fletcher's gonna get caught out. Gets spammed through the floorboards, does indeed. Brando, nice shots by him. And a Hunter's Fury as well, available if required. Cannot get the spray transfer, and Aaron will shut him down. Jonah 6 nearly had that one. Can't quite do it.
25 HP. And I will say lucky to be alive right there. Hell of an effort from Jonah. Nearly gets the immediate snap. Now we go 4-5 in the overall tally and 5 ultimates ready to go for Brando's Money Squad. They're starting to build up a bit of an economy. Yes, Team Kudos can meet them with a gun round here, but so many advantages built into Brando's round coming up here for round 10.
And I thought Kudos was going to win that one. They had such a decent lead coming on through here with a heads-up play. Okay, the cage is going to come through over towards the door. That's fine. We'll go into glass, wrap all the way around. Brando's Money Squad none the wiser. It's picked off big time. Look at this, from the shadows being used and committed. That's really risky.
Oh, but it might just pay off. No, it will not. Teddy saves a life as everyone was trying to dance around the Hunter's Fury. Cheeky play, but it comes up completely empty. So that's 2 ults down. You've got a Neural Theft and a Blade Storm, which likely won't find much value in this particular round unless a couple of kills come through and the Neural Theft can scout out maybe a rotation. But this is a 2v5, 3v5 situation. Pure tries to go for a transfer of his zone, but comes up just as empty, and now it's a 2v4 situation with Team Kudos looking to go on to beat.
They had 5 ultimates. Aaron doesn't use the showstopper, by the way. If they're trying to pull back a frag, okay, maybe here makes a bit of a mistake there, committing to the From the Shadows. That can be heard, so that's why I'm saying it's super risky, because you've got 2 players right there. They probably know you've come from behind at that stage, or they'll assume you've done so. At that stage in the game, if you lose higher, I understand why Aaron goes in, but he doesn't use the showstopper, can't confirm a trade. Now, Brando's Money Squad, 2v3, they've at least pulled it back to a situation where it's only a 1-player deficit.
30 seconds
Now, I'm going to have to try and retake this, though. Neural Theft being used for information. It's not going to tell you too much. You know they're all 3 of them are going to be there.
I was just about to wonder what happens with this lockdown. Dwifo, he's trying to wall bang it. Not quite able to get it, though. And now we'll have to back away just in the nick of time to get to safety. We'll be detained for a moment, but he'll be all right. A lot of time off the clock for this retake. Still a 2v3 situation, and at a certain point, I think he's got to play for exits, yeah.
Yep. They can't do anything else now. They have, defense and spawn control. They have market, which means Kudos can only exit on B main. Teddy goes down. And I don't think you're going to see Fletcher exit from this either. It's going to be really difficult. Fletcher for sure. No, how does he manage to do that? He'll get out safely. Oh, not quite.
Not quite. Almost. But still, for Team Kudos to pull the round back again in the face of 5 ultimates and an even gun round, that's going to be a massive influence to what happens here for round 11 and maybe even round number 12. As you take a look at just the ultimates that are coming online here soon, Jonah's going to get another Rolling Thunder for sure, and Zebro likely going to get another Hunter's Fury. So an opportunity for Team Kudos to maybe close this one out 8-4. Still need to find a way to win this round, I mean, obviously, but the money is going to be a bit dire if they do drop this one convincingly.
Finally, we're going to see Puro pull out the Operator. I don't believe we saw that once on Haven. Definitely didn't see in the overtime. I'm sure he would like to forget about that round. And finally, on Ascent, we'll see what he can do for this one. It is mostly going to be a glass cannon. 25 armor only on the shield. Stunned off the line instantly, and now nano-swarmed off the line. Just can't quite catch a break here.
And without that information, this peak becomes extremely risky, but has he read Teddy correctly? I mean, he has, but does he know it is the real question. It doesn't look like it as he'll back away, so we'll see as Team Kudos will stack mostly over towards the B. Execute. Teddy will lurk mid-map.
If I'm Teddy, where would I hide? It's hard because Teddy has been all over the show. 4 now coming over through from B main. Aaron with the showstopper, no connection!
What? He wanted the juicier battle as he was hoping for more to come across. He does eventually pick up Hera, but the Rolling Thunder will be used, and they're just going to back away. The From the Shadows also came out, so trying to make noises, Fletcher. Teddy Lurky's going to find a kill for free on the Pure, and now this is a great position for a Killjoy to be. They can watch over to make sure the rotation defensively doesn't come through. Thwyfo's by themselves in a 1v2 situation on the site. Needs to find a way to connect onto this. And now it's not going to come through. Quite planted.
Fletcher way on the flank. He committed to the From the Shadows onto B. Eventually goes down higher. 4 HP. Teddy is really making things annoying for Brando's Money Squad to deal with. Gets that kill onto Pure. That's the Operator down. And this retake's going to be tough. Aaron probably doesn't have a lot of util left. Obviously doesn't have the showstopper. Used that one earlier to no avail. 4 HP as mentioned on the higher. So yeah, this is going to be pretty much undoable.
Do you even give it a try is the question. It doesn't look like it is high, and 4
Save the
HP will
Operator.
start to back away. Yeah, I mean, Aaron's going to still flirt with the idea of playing for exits, but he gets punished, and I don't know. I think it's a little bit overambitious for them to even try to stay that long, and like you mentioned, not go back for the Operator. Will Haya actually... oh, yeah, wow. Okay, I thought it was back here for some reason, but that's wild.
It was in Defender spawn, and he walked past it. I don't know why. I'm not too sure what happened there. Is it a possible case of Pure saying, don't worry about it, I actually just want a rifle. Pure saying, I just want to use the Blaze Storm here. I would imagine that if any team puts down 5k for an Operator, you save that weapon at all costs. But not today, not the case for that particular round. So, walking into final round of the half here, 7-4. Now, you'll say that Brando's Money Squad did a decent job of getting some more rounds when they were at a 1-5 deficit, but this might still end 4-8.
We'll see how things unfold for Brando's Money Squad. Getting aggressive mid-map. This is the first time they've really contested Team Kudos, who has thrown a lot of energy and attention to get here. Aaron, oh, this is so tough. He's going to have to use the paint shells just to give him some separation to back away. Blast packing as well. So the middle of the map has been compromised, and for Team Kudos, they have not done well when it comes to one-dimensional hits from the extremities of the site. So that's going to have to be the case here, as they've got no ultimates to clear the middle of the map. They're just going to have to full-on hit one direction or the other, it feels like.
That's the thing. Usually when you lose mid-map control as an attacking team like this, you go either heavy A main or heavy B main. They really didn't have control over either at this rate. Control for me means you are able to look towards wine and actually get some sight lines onto the site itself. They're trying to retake mid now. They have to get past the Ohm. The higher takes Fletcher down.
Hero for the trade, though. We stay 4v4. Middle of the map, battled for and retaken for, I mean, for the most part. I mean, the only exception being players that are currently sitting just outside tree, including Pure, who is able to find the Blade Storm shot to the head of Ged. I mean, it's just, it's insane. It feels like every single time he's in the kill feed, it's a headshot, I swear. So now a 3v4 situation. Aaron's going to be watching the cross click on a B main. He's going to be able to likely find one, he would have thought, but isn't able to lock down the shots, and Teddy blasts through with the headshot, but Brando with a double will put pretty much all hopes of this round to an end, and now 5-7. A big round there for Brando's Money Squad to save set 5 for sure.
Switching sides.
It's a really good recovery again. They were down 4 rounds. They finished this half only down 2 rounds. And considering it's maybe slightly attacker favored, for Team Kudos, they don't even reach the same 8-4 scoreline they got versus Genesis. That's not to say the game is decided either way yet, but it is an interesting scoreline nonetheless. But this is where things are really important, because Kudos, as we've mentioned, have won basically every single pistol up until now. So 10 pistols. This is number 10, and they get 9 out of 10 here. Or is it going to be Brando's Money Squad getting a pistol of their own?
3 members defensively over towards A, including the Killjoy, which, if you missed the semifinals, this is where Teddy loved to play the majority of the time, was over towards the A tree room. Big responsibility to hold, but has the kit to do it. Hero's going to get a little bit aggressive mid-map. Isn't going to see anything, and this is actually big information for Hero. The fact that he sees nobody mid-map should give the information over to his squad mates that, yeah, definitely look over towards A arches or B main, because there's nobody going to be hitting through mid-market or connector at the moment.
Hero could also make a timing here if he wants to get a little bit more aggressive to try and push through from behind. We'll think better of it, because he could just be running into 3 people, which would have happened at this stage as Brando's Money Squad retakes mid-control. So for all of that info, doesn't tell you too much. That smoke, by the way, does tell you a lot. Typically, a smoke would be deeper, covering market pizza. Because the smoke is quite shallow, I would actually take that as information that they're not going mid, which means they must be going A and B right now.
Teddy needs to stay alive. We've said that time and time again. 5-man stack, and Teddy's heard a lot of footsteps. But now that everything has gone quiet, look at the defensive rotation. You're going to get Hero, who's starting to make his way back over to B. Watching over the middle is going to be Zebra, who's now going to rotate back over, and Teddy's found a kill. That's a big lurking kill under Brando. Now into the site. Hero misses the kill, but gets a lot of damage done, but can't get the gun up after the reload. Zebra picking up where he left off, able to find himself too. Dwifo onto the site, trying to get the spike planted, but it's under threat of a retake because it's a 4v2 situation in favor of Team Kudos. The spike will be planted. Paranoia comes out. You're able to find one. Dwifo needs to pick up another, but isn't able to do it. Zebro for 3, and Team Kudos successfully retake and win another pistol. 90% win rate on the pistol through semis and finals.
Yeah, trying to win a pistol versus Kudos, don't really think so. That's not going to happen. Not today. Not in the finals. Not in the semis. Not really possible. They've only, now I have to look back, how did they even lose that one pistol? Now I'm thinking, like, shouldn't it just be 100% win rate on the pistol? Like, well, what even happened that one pistol round? I can't even remember anymore, because back then it was kind of, like, inconsequential. Now it's like, hold on a second, if they won 9 and lost 1, what is that one? Well, speaking of this particular anti-eco, though, they haven't won every single anti-eco, and Brando's Money Squad wants to make sure that's remaining true. They forced up, really tried their hand at making these Stingers and Spectres work for them. Ares being brought out now by Zebro as well. The very typical Sinatra style kind of Sova spam through the B main walls.
Hey, this is interesting because for Brando's Money Squad, you need to catch Team Kudos off guard with this force buy. And this is not good. Yeah, that's going to be all the information they need. You hear the stinger, the Aldrin gets the intel. Here comes the full hit. Teddy for 1. Not able to get the second, but deals a lot of damage. Now it's down to the Ares spam, which somehow doesn't find a kill. A bit puzzled by that. The retake is going to be hard-pressed to stop a spike plant from coming down. But you've got Jonah, good aftershock position. Will shrug a player back. I think they know that Aaron is sitting deep. Here comes the challenge. And Fletcher will find the kill. 3v3 we go.
The 3v3 is important here for Kudos because Brando's Money Squad don't have HP at all. Look at the last members. They're all basically 1-shot or 2-shot away right now. It will depend on how these shots land. Hera instantly connects, and the last one alive, it's just going to be pure art. It's a couple nice headshots, like you said there, Alan. Just lands his headshots. No, he really doesn't. If he had a little bit more HP, probably kills Fletcher as well, but Kudos will take this one away. Gets himself a Spectre instead of a Stinger, and now it is going to be Kudos 9-5. Brando's Money Squad all out of money. They did not save for the second round, and they're going to have to save now.
That's tough scenes right there for Brando's Money Squad, but at least the decent news is that you get the spike planted. Team Kudos does not have the economy to fully afford into ARs, so maybe an opportunity for a Thrifty. Just based on the fact that it is pistols versus SMGs largely. You do have a Bladestorm for Pure, and that might be all you need. I'm telling you, man, this guy is an absolute talent.
He should use it. I think this would be a good round
I'm
for
right
it.
there with you. But he's been passive on it before. He's trusted the Sheriff or Ghost, and then when needed, he'll pull out the Bladestorm, and here it comes. He's going to shoulder, come through, Cyber Cage, double Cloud Burst, and the rest of his teammates will bait him forward. Spike is going to delay, not fully committing to this, and as Pure falls to a blind Aftershock, that's going to slow things down considerably. Keep your eye on Teddy, who's on the long flank. The Spike might not even come down whatsoever. There's the Spike killer, the Spike carrier killed, and it's just down to Thwifo, nowhere for him to go. 10-5, Team Kudos looking to put this one away.
You don't even need Teddy for that one. He comes super late, takes down the trap wire. I mean, at that stage, what's Brando's Money Club going to do about it anyway? I mean, they can't really turn around for Teddy. Did they even get a plant? I'm not too sure. I didn't really even see that.
No,
but rough situation. So yeah, that's even worse for the money situation's not quite as healthy now. They will have rifles plus full armor. Aaron's brought down to 0. Don't know if he's got full utility there. Maybe he's missing a bits and pieces of something. I mean, blast packs are not cheap, are they? So yeah, it's a 5-round deficit. Team Kudos are already up 1 map as well. Looking pretty strong in this grand final.
Early mid control. Haya going to start to make their way forward over to mid market. Same alarm bot position that we saw in the semifinals going to be utilized here, and Hira will get caught peeking a little bit too aggressively as Pure, again, a headshot. Name a more iconic duo, I dare you. Zebro trying to use... Yeah, okay, fair. All right, touche, Admiral. Aldrone won't scout out anything mid-map, but the alarm bot sure will, and we'll go 4v5 defensively for the retake. No ultimates to use. Fletcher's going to have to hold his life for as long as possible here at the B defensive spawn, and he's going to come right behind this, and he's going to take down Haya. One more at long range. That'll do well. Tons of information off the recon bolt, but it's Pure. Another headshot. Why not? Another headshot for him. I swear this guy doesn't miss headshots, man. It's got to be at least over 75% headshot rate.
All right. Why not? Yeah, clean it up. What do we see in the monthly final? We saw a Proto with 49%. I confirmed that on the Valor GQ stats. I don't have stats for this one, unfortunately. If anyone out there does stuff for VLR, please bring stats for this match. I would love to see the stats for this one. We are going to see Hero pick up an operator again defensively, so a big investment there. Bit of a glass cannon coming through as well. No safety in terms of the Bladestorm being available. So we'll need to find some decent value. It is going to be Brando's Money Squad bringing one back close to a lot of ultimates. Look at this, Brando and Aaron, just the one away. Kudos already have themselves a Hunter's Fury.
3-man stack towards A long for Brando's Money Crew here. Aggressive peek pays off as he takes down Haya. Big first blood. Bladestorm now at the ready. Hunter's Fury, like you mentioned, potentially could come through, and it sure will. Long range shots been met. The Tailwind will be utilized to get away, and careful, almost actually takes down some HP from Teddy, who's sitting right in front of him, but nothing will come of the Hunter's Fury, and everything will come to a slow crawl with a minute 8 to play. It's 4v5 situation for Brando's Money Crew to navigate.
This is really important, by the way, but killing the Omen first is pivotal because now you don't have smokes to really execute with. You can use cages, sure. You can use cloud burst, sure, but it's not the same. You can't do long-range smoke setups. You have no paranoia. Where what kind of flashes do you have? Your ability to actually take and execute is severely hindered now because Haya is down. So that one kill onto the Omen could be a game winner on its own.
Mid-map pressure. Zebro looking to beat it. He's got a recon bolt available, plus a shock dart. Showstopper coming through. Danger coming around the corner. The recon bolt will not see it. This is going to be a free kill for Aaron. And now there's actually another player that's here, but Teddy on a flank. He's not going to be able to lock down the shots, though. And Teddy flank doesn't pan out, and a pure headshot doesn't come through twice in a row. So uncharacteristic thing, but now the time becoming an issue. The updraft has to be utilized. Can you get down to the ground in time to actually go for a plant? You're going to come around the corner, but it's Jonah for 3, doubling up at the end. He was in a 1v2 situation, and the Rolling Thunder plays a big impact to make sure the time expires, and he finds both.
And that is just the difficulty of not having an Omen. They just have to aggressively walk in, try and make a contact play. Showstopper's being pulled out. I mean, it was pretty decent in terms of the counter trades coming on in, but it is so tough to be able to play and execute without your Omen available. So Hero finding value off the operator, still has it in hand. See if the same can be found again. Both teams are really lacking the equipment value here, and both teams know how important this next particular round is. Kudos will be on tournament point. They can take one more. Brando's Money Squad desperately do not want that to happen.
Another desperate Hunter's Fury coming out. It's not going to connect with anything. A big tool that you were looking at maybe being what they needed to try to break into one of these spike sites. Teddy, just a Spectre, wants to get a bit aggressive here. He's got 2 players nearby. Nanostorm going to be placed down. Gets dealt with. Nice shots onto the first and the second. Beautiful stuff from Teddy. But again, a bit over-aggressive, though, with the tertiary P, because Thwipa will punish. Pure, though, just with a Stinger. Might be the only weapon he can't lock down good headshots with, but I hesitate to even say that much, as he's going to try to make his way forward. Tailwind's in, and Fletcher able to watch him the whole way through. Easy reads. One more at long range, holds down the trigger, gets the second, looking for number 3. Tries to go for the paranoia, but Brando will find the kill and should get the spike plant off for a 1v3 situation.
51 HP though, so about 2 shot away right now. Has to look in the air. Nice connection. It's not going to be enough. Zebro with the counter trade, and Kudos will definitely be on 12. Operator should be picked up here as well, so money situation, or at least equipment value situation, should be pretty healthy for Kudos, and this is where things look really ugly for Brando's money squad. What are they going to do? 6 rounds behind. They have to hit the overtime. Ascent's not been their map so far. This has not been their half so far. The previous half was also not their half. So, Kudos. Match point, tournament point, lockdown available. Hero back on the operator, and it's Spectres for Brando's money squad.
Oh boy. How do you work this one for Brando's money squad? Pure gonna have a Bladestorm available, so there's an opportunity where he can just take this one over. But I mean, it's just such a mismatch when it comes to overall weaponry. Hero opening shot through the middle, not going to come through. We are going to get the Bladestorm pretty quickly this time around from Pure. And that's going to be a double up with Pure and Haya moving through the middle of the map. There is going to be double defenders that are here to try to deal with this, though.
I don't think that Aldron spotted out. Fletcher hiding into market. Pure are down, so that's your MVP player over on Brando's money squad. Out and early. And the Shadow's been committed as well. We are definitely going to be.
Waipo, though, does find a pick. That's going to be an upgrade from Spectre to Phantom. Operator shots just blindly through the dark cover, won't connect. Aaron deals with the Aldrome, but is scouted out. Spike going to be planted. Retaken to 4v4. Do you use the lockdown here? You can zone off the entire backside of the site if you place it correctly, but how about this? Brando's money squad has already exited away from the backside of the site. It's going to catch Teddy completely off guard. Aaron, cheeky little blast pack play, but can't lock down the full kill. Hero mid-map, though, in a 1v3, can't make anything occur, and a big round off an SMG play from Brando's money squad to put him on 7.
Yep, Thwipa coming at big time. He gets the initial kill, upgrades to a Phantom, and finds 2 more using that Phantom. Brando even picks up the operator dropped on the floor, and would you look at that, it's Kudos that now have to go on the eco. They don't even get a chance to use Teddy's a lockdown for the retake. Yeah. He dies almost instantly to Aaron, who tucks away very deep over towards this little tiny cubby in the alleyway of B link there towards the spawn, and that's not a usual position. That's a very uncommon space for someone to be. So nice catch out. Money squad now giving themselves an opportunity to get one more round in.
Early boombot to A long. Not gonna find much from Aaron's POV. 5-man stack defensively to A. You do have one player lurking over towards B main. You've also got the Jet that's kind of watching over the middle. With that is going to be Aaron on the Raze. Making sure the corner is staying safe. And that's the big thing when it comes to these eco rounds on a map like Ascent. Make sure there's no shorties hiding and trying to play spoiler.
Kudos have been stacking a lot. Again, I reiterate myself from the previous semifinal, the previous map we saw as well. When they're on eco, they like to stack. Done 4 1 stacks, but they've also done full 5-man stacks here as well. It comes down to now whether Brando's money squad can really read this or not. You can start to see they're already falling off from A, so yeah, I think they're going towards B now, and once more Kudos put out the line, no one is biting.
Aaron using the blast pack to bait out Teddy. Good for first blood. Still threatening over towards top blast. Gonna see a player up top. Good connections, but it is a sheriff in the hand of Jonah. Will not find the connection, and this is just an Aaron solo mission at the moment as the spike will head over to B. It's not going to be contested whatsoever. And it looks like it will be Aaron backing away to make sure that they're able to safely get this down, and more importantly, make sure that no rifles are recovered from the side of Team Kudos.
Yeah, you don't want to give anything over at this stage. You can definitely have a flawless round here. Fletcher has to look around everywhere because you have no idea where Aaron is, who should be able to pick up a third kill here. Higher, nice shot by him as well. Just 2 alive now. There it is, Aaron for 3. And the last one on the board is going to be Hero, who is all the way to attacker spawn, and Brando will be there.
Boom. Able to grab him, no problem. So the flawless round does come through. Much success there for Brando's Money Squad. Come back in the cards, potentially, but now Team Kudos is able to fully afford, including Hira on full armor and an operator. So we'll get Brando v Hira in the Snipe v Snipe battle. You've got a Showstopper available for Aaron, Brando with the Hunter's Fury, and a Neural Theft for the attacking side. Meanwhile, that lockdown is still potentially in play, and the From the Shadows for Fletcher just in case.
That lockdown to me is going to be really important. Teddy needs to stay alive because as long as the lockdown's available, the retake is very much possible as well. Here we go. Operator duel. Eventually going to happen. Well, not quite. I mean, you have one op from Hero looking over towards mid. The other one from side of Brando is actually in A main.
First time we've seen Fletcher play backside wine. You'll get rewarded with a flash kill and a 5v4. Zebro gonna scout out a couple players mid-map, but that's to be expected on a map like Ascent, in which both defensive teams have essentially given away the middle of the map for free, not really choosing to contest it. So now it's really just feel like it's down to Brando. Needs to find a way to get the Hunter's Fury online, find a pick. Maybe that'll be all they need to get onto this B site. And here they go. They're making the play. Spanning through the smoke is going to be Teddy. He finds a lot of damage, but no kills as of yet. Fletcher also able to get onto the site with the way of the paranoia and the From the Shadows. Teddy now able to get the lockdown through, but it's here with the double. Not going to get the triple. Just down to Brando with the operator. Really no chance that he's going to find a way to exist to get this spike down over at B, but he's got 30 seconds to play with.
And there it is. Lockdown should confirm this one. 13-8, I believe, at Team Kudos. Moments away from confirming the grand finals. Alan, this should be it.
He's going to give it a go. Fletcher, left side archway, does not fully check. Brando's cleared off most of the site, but the problem is taking this 1v1 with the operator. The sound cue comes through. Fletcher just spams, gets himself the 4th kill in the round. And it'll be Team Kudos 2-0 in the grand finals, coming away your victors of our first monthly qualifier here in October. $700 the richer. Not going away empty-handed is the side of Brando's Money Squad. They will take away the consolidation, or pardon me, the commiseration prize of $300. A heck of a performance throughout, though, for Kudos. I mean, 90% win rate on the pistol through the semis and the finals. That's incredible.
That's not something you see at all every day. I mean, it's pistols sometimes can feel really 50-50, but to be that one-sided, I mean, this is something that every single team that goes up against Kudos in future has to think about. Like, if you go up against them and you lose all these pistols, do you just straight up lose 4 rounds out the gate? Like, think about the final scores here. What was that? Do we finish 13, 8-9 or something like that?
13-8,
Just that
13-8.
13-8. So yeah, well, out of that 13, 4 of them come off the back of pistol anti-eco wins. So I mean, really, it's like you remove the pistols, anti-ecos out of the equation, it's 9-8. But then you add in the pistols and stuff, and it's just completely lopsided. So that is something that is huge going in the favor of Kudos that I've not seen other teams be able to pick up as consistently. They can work with that in future and get really far ahead. I think Kudos played extremely well for my first time really seeing this team in action.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Very, very, very impressive stuff, and I believe that we will be joined by Jonah for an interview not too far into the future, so don't leave yet. Teddy's actually going to be joining us as well, so we've got, I'm sure, plenty of good questions to ask the two of those guys between all of their flawless executions and all that stuff, obviously down to their near flawless pistols that they've had. But let's take a look back at the bracket to see how they essentially got to this point as the champions here in this first $1,000 qualifier in October. You see them in the middle. They took down Anbox, an impressive opponent to be sure. Also taking down Mamba Mode. Those are both best of ones. A tight 3-game series versus Team Genesis at the semifinals, and then here the 2-0 versus Brando's Money Squad to get themselves that championship.
Yeah, they've definitely had to run through a bit of a gauntlet in terms of known name teams, and Anbox, Mamba, Genesis, Brando's Money Squad, aka Pretty Boys. I mean, every single team they had to take down here in this bracket is a known name. So you can't even say, oh, they got easy games. They went through a bracket and had a really easy bracket. If anything, you could argue that Brando's Money Squad had an easier side of their bracket because there's far more teams there where you're not too sure how good their opponents are. All the opponents that Kudos had to face are known quantities, and they took down every single one.
Yeah. And I know that we'll definitely get a reaction as far as that gauntlet they put themselves through when we get our two boys from Kudos on the mic when it comes down to that interview. But we need to get that all set up. So for now, we'll send things to a short break, and we'll be joined with those two champions here in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be joined with both Teddy and Jonah coming up right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Gamers $1,000 tournament, the first here in October. Of course, both of our teams in the grand finals were able to qualify into the 10K monthly at the end of the month of October. Well, we need to speak to the champions. I mean, let's be honest. We got a good look at Team Kudos throughout the day, obviously watching their semifinal and then the two maps here in the grand finals. Joining us now here, Avril, is going to be Teddy and Jonah. An incredible run for these guys throughout the day, and I think just overall, we got to say hi. Good to see you guys. Good to meet you guys.
What's
you
up?
guys played incredible throughout the day. Sir. Take me through this run. I mean, who is this group of five? Because for a lot of people out there, they might not know you guys, but when you take down teams like Andbox, Mamba Mode, Genesis, and now Brando's Money Squad, people need to know who you are.
So just I guess I'll talk about it. Like we've kind of been playing together for a while now. I've met Jonah like way in beta, and I guess we kind of, when the game came out, we were like, let's just make a team. Like, let's just try it out. And I think we've been playing in smaller tournaments, like weeklies, small free ones, and we were doing okay. And then over time, we just started growing. We started doing good in ranked, and like I guess like the results just shows right today. All our hard work.
Yeah, really, really good to see how far you guys have come. I mean, it was really incredible performance. Really impressed with what I saw today. You guys had an interesting run through in terms of the teams you guys beat as well. I kind of want to touch upon your play style a little bit here, Teddy, because it was really fun to watch. But you have this kind of thing going on where quite often you're like super on the lurk, super on the flank all the time, and you're making these huge rotation plays. So, what's going on there, man? Are you just like you're just playing this Metal Gear Solid thing going on, or what's up?
So my role, I don't know if you guys have known CS, but like for Happy, the French player, he was like a lurker who was also IGL. So when I played CS between 2014 to 2018. That was kind of always my role. I was always like the lurker, but not like the one that was waiting. You always pushing, making plays, like affecting the other team, getting into the throw of the other team. That's like always my goal. So basically, in a lot of the maps, like getting in Haven, if you're getting close B, you get so much sound and you can totally call. You can basically hear rotations, and I think that because of that, like I can help call at the same time, like kind of call early on, and then based on the info, I'm just like trying to make a play up off that. It makes it a lot easier for my team as well when getting the entries.
Yeah, and you're also playing like a couple of different things here. You bring out the Killjoy, you're playing the Cypher. I almost was quite interested to see like where you were deciding to bring stuff out. Obviously, I think Killjoy is being played a decent amount on Ascent, but not every team is really sold on bringing out the Killjoy that often. Like obviously, you saw versus your competition both in the semifinal and the finals here. In your specific role, both teams of Genesis and Pretty Boys or Brando's Money Squad, they were still playing the Cypher. So what's your sort of toss up there? Like where do you draw the line between when you want to play Cypher and when you want to play the Killjoy?
So I think that slowly the meta is shifting towards Killjoy. I think that based on if we're running double initiator comp, both Breach and Sova, it makes it a little bit harder to hold the certain sites. For example, if you're leaving Sova by itself, or like if Sova is just helping Cypher, you kind of just like run at them, And when you have the Killjoy, you have the option to retake with Sova Dart and Breach, and your ultis have so much more value compared to the Cypher ult right now. Especially on Ascent where all the walls are bangable. If you have a Sova late round, you can get all these kills, and then especially with our ulti, Breach ulti, these are all like ultis better than Cypher at least. Where Cypher does get a lot of info, for example, like getting that cam in mid. But I think we tested it this last week, and I basically learned it from Dapper from Sentinels. He talked about it on his stream how he wanted to play Killjoy on Ascent and why Killjoy is better. And for like the longest time, I thought that Cypher's best map was Ascent, especially when you're cutting the map, and helping your team group up together. But this was our first tournament playing Killjoy, and I thought it would turn out really good.
Jonah, for you, obviously you were a big catalyst, like Teddy's just saying, when it comes down to initiating and getting the executions. That was a big key for success for you guys on Ascent specifically. The executes for either spike site were very clean. The post-plant setups were near perfect almost every single time. What are some of the big things that you're kind of hearing and reacting to when it comes to pulling the triggers on your Rolling Thunder? Because honestly, you use it almost every single time you have it charged up, it feels like, including that semifinal in which you had, 3 Rolling Thunders in 9 rounds.
Yeah. So when I have ult, we just go. We go. They're executing, counter ult, and that's it. We get them every time.
Easy peasy. Could have said in less words, I'm sure, if you tried. But coming forward, again, this is a big movement for you guys. A major tournament against some pretty solid opponents all the way through. Now you're qualified for the 10K monthly at the end of the month, where you're going to have to go up against teams like Renegades, Complexity, and China Win specifically, who's gone back-to-back in those tournaments. So after a performance like this, where do you guys go from here? Maybe like an opinion from one of you guys or from each of you guys as far as how you get to the end of the month and possibly take that championship away from teams like China Win.
You can talk, Jonah.
Okay. I think we just go back to the drawing board. We did win, but we do have a lot of things we need to work on right now. There's a lot of key rounds that we kind of threw, like post plans. When we're up in numbers, sometimes we throw them. But overall, we're looking really good right now. I'm pretty confident we can maybe take it for the monthly.
I wanted to add too. We got that ninja diffuse on us too on that the semifinal.
We saw that. Don't worry.
I was so upset, but you have to keep our head. I think that for this tournament, it's a good result of all the hard work we put, and At least for Valorant, it's such a new game. Everyone is growing. We've played China to win in tournament. We've done well versus them. But we know like all these other teams, they're all building solid rosters. They've all been practicing together for a long time, so they're all getting that tier 1 experience that we haven't had yet. So we're trying to break into it.
Fair enough. Well, hey guys, congratulations. We'll let you get off and enjoy the win. I know there's a lot of work to be done, but we're excited to see you guys come back in a couple of weeks and play in that October monthly. Congrats again, guys.
Thank you,
Thank you
guys.
so much.
You got it. Well, friends and family, again, this has been just the first of what will be a couple of qualifiers trying to figure out who exactly will be joining these two teams we saw in this grand finals for that October grand finals coming up in October 24th and 25th. $10,000 again on the line. We talked about China Win looking to go back to back, now to back again for 3 in a row. Avril, from what you saw today from both of these squads, I know we asked them the question, but in your mind, is there something in specific you're hoping for these guys moving forward into that monthly final?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be looking to see if they can, maybe take down, especially just based off who they beat today. I think they can definitely make a reasonable run. I think where they can, where things will start to get difficult is when they start to go up against, the likes of the China Wins and the more, you would say, more well-known, high score level teams. Like, I mean, Luminosity, I still think is a really good team as well. On a good day, you look at the 2Ds and stuff like that. 2D was another really surprisingly good team that came
Yeah,
through.
they really were.
Yeah, I think these are the kind of teams that they will need to really try and beat. So for kudos, this is a really good start for them. They need some consistency to come back in the monthly and perhaps beat the Mamba modes again and stuff like that. And then if they can do that, then they can get their shot versus China Win and try and take them down.
We'll see all what happens. Again, very much so appreciative of all of you guys stopping in and giving the love to these guys in the chat just by viewing all the way throughout the semis and the grand finals. But we're going to say farewell for now. Hope you guys out there enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Hopefully we'll catch you guys back here again next week for the next iteration of this Valorant 1K free entry tournament, in which you want to find more information on. You just go over to nerdstreetgamers.com, not just for Valorant, but for a variety of titles. Of course, all of this presented by Mike and Ike. But for now, we say farewell. Until the next time, we hope you keep holding it down. So long.